Howdy, y'all. Happy Saturday. I'm Michael, Destro Designs. We're live from Viper Den Studios. Welcome in my brother Dan Salsato. He is here. We are going to get into all things Dan, as well as his new YouTube channel, which I'm very excited for. If you've heard me on the Twitter timeline talk about that, I've been lucky enough to be privy to his vision and what it is that he wants to do, and right off the bat, it was very exciting to me. And I remember being like, "Yes, you definitely want to do this." And it is the whole way he's going about it is really what's got me excited. So we will get into that in just a second. Just wanted to give the quick shout out to the whole community. Because here we are again. Another week of everybody just being pretty damn awesome. We've been having I would say 2026 is off to a good start. I, you know, having been the person that was giving away a lot of care packages last year, at the end of 2025, I had received quite a bit of things from people, Dan included. And I just can't, I actually today was reflecting, right? It's been, the holidays were hectic. And I just kind of sat back today. Actually, it was a little last night and then again today because I was down here organizing. And I just kind of looked around and I was kind of like, man, you know what? These dudes sent me some shit, and it's a lot of stuff, and I'm incredibly thankful. I know off the top of the end, and I always hate doing this in fear of forgetting somebody, but towards the end of the year, it was just another jerk to CG Horror to Stevie Z to Roadblock to rate just the last time I had made some trades with our boy Conrad Hauser, but he sent me some stuff which he had done a couple times during the year. You as well. CG sent me a bunch of stuff. And again, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody as I look around because I know, and it's just like people, just another jerk. I know like there was times around the holiday, people were just sending me figures. They're like, listen, just take this and give it away in the holiday drive or like use it in like a giveaway kind of thing. So everybody has been pretty awesome. And I've been, that has helped the show. And with that, I've been lucky to have great guests. Like I can't wait to talk to Dan in a minute, but going back to right in the last week of 2025, my brother Aaron Sparrow came on, who was an excellent guest. He talked about a lot of comic stuff. Another gentleman who had the encyclopedic knowledge of like the cartoon, the comics, the figures, like all of it. And it was a real joy to have him on, and I do look forward to having him back as well. And then a week after that, we had our brother, the artist extraordinaire, Jay Antonio came on. He came on at about 10 o'clock on that show, and we rocked it for the rest. And that is going to be the same tonight. He will join us after we've got into it with Dan a little bit. After Jay Antonio, we had Evan. Evan came on last week. Now, Evan is a part of a very exclusive club. He's the only one who has made it 4+ hours on the podcast. My dude powered through for 4 whole hours. And usually what I tell every guest is just, hey, I usually wind up going on for a while. I do not expect anybody to stay on for indeterminate. If somebody says, dude, I can't do more than an hour, I would say, yes, that you're probably a normal adjusted person who can't do that for more than an hour. I definitely do it. I do it quite a bit. So yeah, that Evan was excellent. And I mean, he really, if you've seen his reviews, he's just great in front of the camera and he's got opinions. He says it's, it's quick, concise, economy of words. I go on too much about things. He was boop, boop, boop. And that allowed us to discuss a lot like that. That was, as I was saying to you earlier, Dan, about, you just let good conversation go. Like at one point we were talking about smoking meats, right? And that has nothing to do with G.I. Joes or toys or anything like that. But it was good conversation. The people in the comments were throwing out shit. We were like, oh yeah. And Evan's talking about something. So, we just kind of went with it. So Evan was absolutely great. Thank you again, Evan, for coming on. Looking towards and then obviously today we have Dan. Looking to the future, Evil Dookie, the gentleman, we see him. He pops in here once in a while. I became aware of him through them boys at Figure Fight Club. And yeah, he's got, just makes these amazing dioramas, big ones like I like to make them, right? Huge bunch of shit in the front. Big. He's the one that I saw first was he turned like it was a LOL or Monster High or something like a big 3-level dollhouse. Boom! Now it's like a cutaway of a GI Joe base. He had a big courtyard in the front with a bunch of the GI Joe sentry posts, like the gate. And I was like, "Oh, this is my people. Yes, let me talk to this guy." So I reached out, and was gracious enough. He immediately was like, "Yes, definitely." And so he's going to be on next week. I expect heavy dial making customization talk next week. That's what we're going to be getting into. And then the week after that, I've got my brother Chris from Sys3drsenal coming on. I'm very excited about that. Chris is an amazing maker. I have been blown away by his stuff since day one, and it's been absolutely great to work with and helping me get the right things so I can do great dial work. His stuff is forget about it. So I'm very excited to talk to him about his stuff. A little bit later in the show, we will get into some of his stuff currently and what he's eyeing to be coming out pretty soon, because he's recently released quite a bit of new stuff, chemical cases, the walls, floors that he has for somebody. And that's something, I wish I had something to show you, Dan, because like what I'm going to insist that when we're done, you go over and you check out on his page if you haven't seen it yet. For people who have space issues or just can't, build something, he has pieces of the wall, pieces of the floor, and they're fucking awesome. They're really, really good. And so when you slap them babies together, boom, next thing you know, I mean, you're taking a shot. And if you can see like 3 figures, a floor and a wall, you're in. All you got to do is put the Joe scheme Sys3drsenal stuff in there, and now you're in a Joe base. When you take that out, you put the Cobra stuff in that same room, you're in a Cobra base. That's what I do. I have these 2 brick wall things. I just swap the shit. That's, so you know how it is. And then also, even beyond that, after Christmas Sys3drsenal, we have my brother Roadblock. The dude has just been blazing the timeline with all kinds of different content, and he's I talked to him offline also, and he's really he's putting the time in with that AI stuff and like the stuff that he's doing. It's almost like if you look at what he can do right now, and if you strung all these little clips together, you have like practically like a cartoon. So yeah, we'll talk about that, the AI stuff like that in a minute. And then after that we have, and I'm very excited about this. This has been a long time in the making. My brother Stevie Z is going to come on. We've got a tentative date. He, like I, has kind of a fluctuating schedule. Things can come up. So but I want my dude to come on. I think he'll be great, and we're looking at that coming. Like I said, right after Roadblock for right now, or 2 weeks after Roadblock, actually. The not the 13th, but the 20th. So right now,
I purposely wore one of his shirts in my first episode.
Nice.
Yeah, on my channel, and I wish I had mentioned him because it's his design, but I wanted to make sure that if he gets to check that out, that he sees that I'm representing him, and I'll make sure to mention it in my next video that was his design.
Which is great. That's awesome. You're doing that, but you can go back and edit the show notes on the thing. So if somebody is watching it, and they're like, "Man, what is that? I wonder if he has a link to," and then that's in there. Because now, first of all, I'm giving you that advice. I am horrible at doing that. I need to go back. Well, I mean, it's at this point, most people that are watching know that I am going to be talking about Matt from Mos Mind or Chris from Sys3drsenal, and they know where they can find all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah. So that's the future there. And speaking of those 2 gentlemen, today I did a shoot out in the snow, and basically it started out with, so I had all my snow serpents. There's 1 container.
Oh my God. Nice.
And here's the second container. So I had them out there, and so I started out. Now I haven't released anything yet, so I am gonna little spoiler alert on the shots. So I was like, okay, I have my snow serpents. I'm just going to actually, hold on. I'm going to pause this story. I usually welcome in the dudes from the crowd first. So before I get going on, because this is a good one, I was going to be a minute. So first one in this week, Paul Morales, my brother. Thank you for coming. Matt from Mos Mind. Good. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to say some nice stuff about you and your products. Paul, Big Red in the house. What's up, brother? Glad you can make it. Same thing for Roadblock. Roadblock is here. That's what's up. Glad you can make it, brother. And also, always glad that he can make it is our dude Snow Leopard. So Dan, just so you know, Snow Leopard
Snow
is from,
leopard.
yeah, he's from
I
a,
actually followed him today. He boosted my channel. I really appreciate that. He so far so good, man. I'm glad that I reached out to him, and yeah, seems like a legit dude.
Snow Leopard is a OG supporter from day one. He has been one of those people that's just been like unbelievably consistent with support. And the point I'm bringing this up is because he's here right now because he has stayed up. It's like 2:30 in the morning where he is, and he does
No
this.
kidding.
Yeah, and I can never. I'll say it every time because I think it's so worth mentioning, dude. So
Hell
that's
yeah.
yeah, hell yeah. So that's what's up. Snow Leopard in the house. Pop Cult Frenzy's here, my dude. Make sure you're
That's
using
my
those
dude,
links,
Pop
y'all.
Cult.
There he is, bolstering everybody's collection for like the entire. I don't know how the entire time I've been around, which is like a year, dude. Pop Cult Frenzy. Everybody, make sure if you're here and somehow not following him, make sure you are following him and using his links because he definitely provides us with a service. Dan, I don't know if you've never heard me probably say this, maybe like on the show, but no, he is a important part of our community. My figure count with him is up to I think 117. I just got one.
Wow.
He had an eBay link to a infantry trooper, and so those are hard to find less than $30. And I think it was like 25, $6 for shipping. I was like, okay, I'll take that. So that was the latest one. And then I got some of them Action Force backpacks. They're all over there. They're like $12.99 for a 5-pack of the best backpacks, right? Everyone in the
Okay.
5-pack is better than like most of the GI Joe ones, and here they give you 5 for 13 freaking dollars. I have a green set, a tan set, and 2 black sets. That's how good they are.
Nice, nice.
Yep,
I was
absolutely.
I was actually thinking about getting backpacks because I know the Alpine figured it doesn't
Listen,
have one.
before they dry up on Amazon or get more expensive, go get some of those. Like I said, I didn't even have figures slated for all the ones. I was like, oh, but these are so good that this is one of those things you want to buy now while it's available. Before all of a sudden you're like, oh, they were pushing it out. They had overstock, so they were pushing it. That's why it was so cheap, dude.
Hmm.
It's one of the best deals that you can get on anything, right? If you look
Yeah,
at
absolutely.
GI Joe classified stuff, what you get for your dollar, that's hard to beat. New York Knight in the house. What's up, brother? Glad you're here. Getting down to it. All right. I think that's it. I think I hit everybody. Welcome them in. I am, as always, my brothers, I am super glad that you are here to join us tonight. Without you guys, there is no show. And without you guys, there is no community that we all love so much. I
I'm glad you shouted out Conrad Hauser and Pop Cult. Those are the guys that when I started in this, I really appreciate it, especially Pop Cult, man. Like just the links were just so helpful and getting things for great prices, and I constantly shared with at least those guys
right.
things that I would get because I wanted them to see, hey, especially if it was one from one of their links, hey, look what I got, look what I got, look what I got. And I'm pretty sure they were sick of my linking. And I'm sorry I haven't linked in a while, guys. I moved. So there was a lot involved with that. And now that things have slowed down and I'm getting back into the groove, I should be posting a lot more.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Hmm.
Matt from Mos Mind says, I like Grim Viper a lot more than I thought I was going to. He's better in hand than in their photos. Yes. So that has happened with a whole lot of figures, but there's a few that really you're like, oh my God. So Grim Viper, I remember looking and being like, oh, okay. First of all, I the only range Viper style one I had was this one, right? Which I love because the 788 fire team is like I said, I don't know if you've ever heard me say it in terms of my favorite classified like if they're like, oh, what's your favorite classified figure? I have to say this. The Hiss, the fire team, and the missile system. So all the figures that come in the Hiss, the fire team, the missile system, the Techno Viper. I think that is the coolest thing that the line has to offer. I just think it's I don't know. I love it. And so I had this one, right? And now I was never a huge fan of the original Range Viper, the blue one, the 3 3/4 as a kid. It came out way at the end of my collecting and it just looked weird. So I never dialed into it. And then I didn't have one for classified. I just had this one. And I was like, you know what? The red and the black's not that bad. It's cool. And it's part of this fire team that I love. It comes with a cool loadout, blah, 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 blah. And then somewhere along the way, oh no, not somewhere along the way, my brother Rock Lockdown. So I traded him for a ripcord, the Night Force ripcord that comes with the Dragonfly. Amazing figure. I don't remember what I sent him, but I remember him being very generous in giving me that. So I was already going to send him some extra stuff. I think I sent him like an Alley Viper and maybe something else. And I sent him a lot of extra because I got his package before I actually sent mine out, and thank God I did, because he put in as a very nice gift a complete classified range Viper, the blue one. And dude, that's one of the I pulled that out and I went, holy shit, this is like one of the coolest ones they have. Now, granted, I say that a lot because when I have it in my hand, I'm looking at it. In that moment, this is the one. Like, wow, this is amazing. So his generosity led me to having that. We have since traded a lot. Yes, and Rock is awesome. Rock, if you're watching, I love you, brother. So after that, and then I was kind of like, oh, you know what? I think I have to give the Grim Viper a chance, because originally I don't think I was going to get it. I was kind of like, it's just a repaint. They've got the Saw Viper's chest rig on there, and I was like, that looks kind of cool, but is this something I really want? He's got that gun that's been repurposed 100 times, and finally I was like, all right, and I got two that came, and the second that I opened the first one, I immediately went on Amazon and bought two more.
Nice.
So Matt from Mos Mind, I couldn't agree with you more, my brother. I have a feeling the Snow Serpent figures are going to be the same way. So let's see. So Matt, if you're talking about these, so everybody's always heard let me take that out of his hand. The only gripe I have about this one, number one, I don't know if anybody saw the post earlier, it was really hard to put a what in their hands. It was very difficult. I mean, it got after I took. So I had all of these to good. This kind of ties this right back into what I was talking about. So these right here, I had taken out of the whole cardboard package, but they and all their extras were still in that plastic sleeve, right? I had to take all of them. It was 13, I think 13 of them all together. The Arctic Bat and the Snow Serpent Deluxe I already had out of the back. So these, I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to do this shoot. I'm going to go take this out. I'm going to go out and I'm going to do this right now. And I was like, all right, I have to open all these Snow Serpents. So I'm only going to be able to just take these out real quick and with the deluxe, and I'll have like leading a little troop of them, right? Walking or something to the thing. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, I have the bar from Mos Mind. And I was like, I could just set that up real quick, put a couple of them behind it, have this guy with one of those Valveverse communicating backpacks, so the deluxe guy can hold his phone and the boss is like communicating. I'm like, all right, that's fine. We'll just leave it there. And then as I'm putting the stuff by the door and all the cases, I come back down and I look over my shoulder and I see my snake armors. I bought 5 of them bitches and I ain't done no shots with them. And so they were over in the corner going, why? Why are you ignoring
Put
us?
us in, coach. We want to play.
Right. But every day you come in here and you're eyeballing us and you never use us for anything. You don't even set us up over there to just take a photo. So I was like, you know what? Fine. I put them in a box. I brought it up. And then I was like, all right, but if they're going to have like this little base thing, I could use stuff like this. I got this from Chris from Sys3drsenal, right? Like a doorway. And then Matt with SoJet from Mos Mind was generous to send me these extra build plates. So I was like, oh, I can make these like a part of the wall of the base. And so now I've got a base, snake armors. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to do that and it's going to be a base, I'll just get a couple pipes on the side and put them in the wall. And then I was like, all right, and if I'm going to do that, I might as well get a couple of like Sys3drsenal stuff that like is color matching with everything. I've got a bunch of this blue stuff, like endless amounts of this blue stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put all that in there now too. So now I got boxes full of shit that I'm bringing out to my driveway to play with my toys in the driveway. And then so I'm like, all right, well, I was like, well, it's gonna look weird. Like, okay, so the snake armors are gonna be like building, and they can put those big plates. Like it can look like they're doing it in place, but like, how did they get all this shit here? And so I was like, all right, we're gonna take the Atlas, and the Destro has officially sold the plans of the Atlas to straight to Cobra themselves. So I brought the Atlas out, and then I was like, and then I just saw this out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, okay, that's blue. It's going in there too. And so I had boxes, y'all, boxes of stuff. So I did edit up one photo real quick, and I wanted to release it right before I came on air, but I didn't have time to do the whole write up, the whole thing. And I'm a crazy person, so I have to do it a particular way, or I won't be able to live with myself. So um, so that is my story. Today. I went out there in the snow and got crazy. I played with my toys. My wife was nice enough to not, there's always stuff to be done around the house, and instead of doing any of that, I sat there, I opened up all these figures, and then I brought them outside in the snow. I came back in. I had to leave the stuff in the kitchen because I still had this. I didn't want to take all my clothes off to put the stuff back in the studio and then put my clothes back on to go all the way back outside to finish the driveway. So everybody was very tolerant of my insanity. And so I'm very, very thankful for that. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I just, again, uh, just basic respect for what I was doing, to just like not complain about what I was doing. I thought was pretty nice. So shout out. That was a nice thing to do. So boo, 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 boo. Evil Dookie in the house. What's up, my brother? I'm glad you can make it. We were just talking about your appearance. Very excited for that. I already warned them. Lots of customization and dio talk coming in hot. Um, Oh, also, in the future, I had this written separate. That's why I didn't see it at first. There's been, I don't know if you've heard us talk about it, on Destro is my spirit animal, but Anchor Viper and I, somewhere in the future, right? She's very busy right now. We do plan on doing an in-person interview. So I think that will be awesome. I'm excited for that. That's far down the road. I actually have, I think, tentatively in the future also I will have Tex Thompson on, the gentleman who's been incredibly nice with offering to help me with a whole bunch of stuff. He in the works, and I might as well just talk about this real quick. So in the works right now, we got some finishing touches to put on it. So part of the production value is I'm have the entrance song to, or entrance music for the podcast. I had a local heavy metal band I'm friends with. They're all great guys, and they really wanted to help, but they're all very busy. To get them together to practice alone is like a thing, and so instead of whatever. Anyways, they would be able to help, but I just didn't press them on it. And Tex was like, "Dude, let me give it a shot." So our brother Tex has came up with, it is a guitar drum. He did them both, and it is the beginning music of the G.I. Joe movie, right? But with a guitar and a drum. And after like a second, you immediately go, I know what that is. I mean, especially since I'm telling everybody, but when you hear it, you're going to be like, hell yeah, dude. And so I'm very excited about that. I briefly spoke to Tex earlier today. Was that today or was that yesterday? Days blend a lot. So, but anyway, yeah, I had talked to Tex. I look forward to getting a on the phone call with him again. He's another one of those guys that I can rap with. He's very solid and has been, and he's just to be fair to what he's off. He's always like wants to help with any kind of design, like logos or this or that. He's been very, very generous in giving of his time to try to give me something that I can use, and it's very, very good. I can't shout him out enough. Mm. Let's see. So yes, look forward to all of the crossover content between TV Cobra and I. Right now is a time where we may not see them on the timeline all day, every day, like some of us are. Or that's, hey, they're making season 2. That shit don't make itself, and these people got to make a living as well. So I can't wait to get them back around again. But yeah, no, that make sure you are following Anchor Viper, Tex Thompson. If you can always, if you weren't able to support the Kickstarter, you can always do the Patreon. They got a Patreon and they release stuff on there as well. So hit it up for sure. And one more thing real quick. Now, I don't know how many of you are real heavy music fans. I know Snow Leopard likes some of the stuff that I like. I do like very heavy music, like the music. You'll never hear the shit on the radio, right? That's the kind of thing that is. It's local from most places or anything like that. But our brother Doc Sewage, the man who posts amazing 3 3/4 shots, right? That dude has like diodes, or he's outside, or some location everywhere. On a daily basis, that dude is putting out shit that is just absolutely ridiculous. And when he's not busy being a 3 3/4 master, he plays in a couple with like I would know how to say it, like a death metal, like they're death metal bands. I'm trying. I don't know how to say it to people that wouldn't know or wouldn't like how to call it. But yeah, and Impaled is one of them. But he's also in this other band, Exhumed, and Exhumed is. I like them both. They're very good. They have a new album out, and the first song that I've heard. I'm trying to think if I had, so you can hear some of it, the clips of it on the page and stuff like that, and it just absolutely rips. So if you like heavy music, totally go check that out. It's I'm sure the whole album is great. I did see today that they are going on tour in support of the album, and the closest they're coming to me is Virginia, and I was like, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Like I would have traveled a little bit. I feel like I missed out on seeing Cold Slither in New York City. I can't believe I couldn't do it. I had work stuff, and it was a literal impossibility. I'm sorry. If I left at like 7:45, right? Because I was and it literally would have, and then I'm rolling the dice that traffic hasn't stopped me, or that I haven't missed it, and so I couldn't do it. I was going to do the podcast on the way down. I was going to have the phone set up in the car. I was going to do the podcast all the way down, and then go into the Cold Slither show, and hopefully meet the men themselves. But the next time, hopefully I get another chance to catch up with all of them like that. So thank you for being patient while I am rambling on, my brother. 3 repaints and part swap figures they put renderings out for, but those are cool too. Just ordered those backpacks off of Amazon. And then I think Matt is saying the 3 repaints and part swaps they put renderings out for. Okay, that's cool. Are you going to dress up as Jestro for the interview? That's a good question. There was ideas. I believe that I may be wearing something that is fitting of a formal Destro sort of kind of thing, right? But definitely not. There will be no silver or chrome happening up on my head. So, and hey, everybody that loves doing that is God, bless you. I'm glad that you found something that you like to do. But
I was thinking about that the other day, like with the whole mask thing and what we're used to with the cartoon.
Right.
The man's lips would move as if it was his face. And when I was a kid, I always wondered. I said, I don't know if that's a mask or if that's his face,
right?
Or
is what's
that
going
makeup,
on? Right?
Yeah, and he's making out with Baroness. I'm like, how does that? And I will admit, I did not see the live action movies, so I don't even know if they did a Destro.
He's not. So what they did in the he's not even in the second one. The first one, what happens is he's regular the whole time. And then at the end, an accident happens. His face is like disfigured, and Cobra Commander hits him with these nanomites, and the nanomites give him the silver, and it just basically looks like liquid metal moving on his face. Very light edges. It was terrible. It was terrible. I was so mad. I'm
the whole reason
still.
I didn't watch those movies was because of the Transformers movies. Okay. And how disappointed I felt after I watched the first one. I was like, oh no, my childhood, what's happening? I said, no, you know what? I'm done with the live action. And I think Bruce Willis was in the G, and I was like, oh man, it might be interesting. I was like, you know what? No.
Bruce Willis, he was in the second one.
Yeah, and I said to myself, the Snake Eyes movie, the trailer looked great, but then I'm like, is Snake Eyes talking? I was like,
right. No, thankfully Snake Eyes doesn't talk. Thank God he doesn't talk.
Yeah, and I said, you know what, I'm not gonna even bother with those movies.
Right. But listen, you're not exactly missing anything. It's one of the it's like one of those things. If you took the G.I. Joe name off it and just watched it, you'd be like, oh, that is a cool action movie, right? Like just sure, nothing spectacular, but it is what it is. It's a now version of an 80s action flick, basically. Lots of blowing stuff up, running around, no real well, there is a plot, but you get the point, right? for sure. But Matt from Mos Mind says, "I vote the pimp version." You're right. So I'll dress up as the pimp daddy version for the
That'd be
interview.
awesome. That'd be
That
awesome.
imagine trying to explain that to my family.
Dad, what's with the leopard coat? Hey.
Hey, listen, never mind these 6 cans of gold spray paint I have in my arms.
Or your wife screaming at you, "Are you setting money on fire?"
Right, right. I can smell that. That's burning money. That's hysterical. That's hysterical. New York Knight says the live action movies are trash. Count yourself lucky for not seeing them. Yeah, dude, it's definitely not. It's definitely if you, especially if you're considering it a GI Joe movie, it is not that great. Just a quick shout out to the birthday boy, Jay Antonio, who will be joining us a little bit later. Round of applause for the man. Actually, hold on. Save it until he gets here. Say it in the comments when he gets here. No happy birthdays now. Wait until he shows up. We'll do it later. So
He's late
everybody
to
doesn't.
his own party.
Right, right, right. Yeah. But nice of him to jump on for a second, just so we can all wish him a nice happy birthday. Um, Oh, so that's what reminded me there. She's shout out to him for, he's always been trying to he's like, you got to get your kids to watch Stranger Things. You got to get and I was like, I know. I was like, I didn't see past like season 2. I know I watched season 1 and then all of season 2 and then for no reason other than I got away from it. Like I didn't dislike it. I thought it was good. I've been trying to get them to watch it and they're still 11 and they're a little bit like, is it like scary? Because their thing is they don't want to watch something scary at night because they're worried it's going to give them a nightmare, which is totally legit, completely. When I was a kid, Christ, man, when I was a kid, I was watching like I was being let to watch stuff that I shouldn't have. And so I totally understood what they were saying there. But we have finally started our journey. Last night we had some on, and then again today they were actually helping me open figures today while we were watching Stranger Things. And I was like, oh, this is heaven. I'm in the next point. You know what I mean? So that was fantastic. So I'm glad Stranger Things is official. It's happening. We call the in the beginning the villain or the bad thing is the Demogorgon. Where the face opens up or whatever. And my one daughter keeps calling it all different things. And like, do you remember? So we went from like Demogorgon to like Dermaflurgan. And just like all kinds of weird names. But then she started doing it in a way. Do you remember? You remember the chef from the Muppets where he's like, oh, and he had that accent where she was doing it like that, like the Dermaflurgan, and it was very funny.
The Swedish chef.
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Yeah, she that one there is. They're both very funny, but that one there has a like a not only like witty funny, but she's also like just her body movements, the faces she makes, like ever. There's times where I'm not only laughing hysterically, I'm like thinking about it afterwards, and I'm like, man, that is like perfectly funny. Because you know how deep of a cut it was with the little things that she had done. Like, it was very like a very thought out joke. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. So today, I don't know if anybody's seen somebody that's always very, very supportive. He hopefully maybe he has a minute to stop on the show at some point. Daryl Loverock. We were talking earlier. He's got a few experiences in the trades. We've talked quite a bit about that. And yeah, so it was very interesting, when there's no other real crossover with guys in the GI Joe community with stuff like that. So I have that whole shop with all my tools and everything like that, and I don't expect everybody to know or understand what all that stuff is. But yeah, he was. We went back and forth, and he had some preferences on his tools, especially for like a chop box, and that was just very interesting today. Like again, that dude is always incredibly supportive, as is so many other people. But just recently, it's he's lots of shout outs and it's nice. That's for later. All right, so that's just a little bit of housekeeping there to kind of talk about what's been happening with myself in the community. But we have a guest here, so if you've tuned in to catch up with my brother Dan, now is our time. Here he is, our dude Dan, curator Dan, as we will now know him by. Man, you have to change that Twitter handle.
Yeah, I mean, I
What do
should
you
have
think
changed
about
it
that? I just
years
thought about that.
ago because so I lived in Wyoming for about 10 years. I actually was working for a privatized correction company and I ended up transferring out there because they needed help. because
Okay.
the inmates were running the asylum over there, and
Nice.
so they sent a bunch of us over there to, I mean, not to crack skulls, but to get things under control.
Okay.
And they made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
Nice.
And with the cost of living compared to New Jersey and Wyoming, it's night and day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the salary I was making at the time, I was like, this is a great idea. Let me move out here. And I was there, did that work for about 2 years, and unfortunately, I got laid off.
Oh,
Yeah, and I was kind of like, wow, what am I gonna do now? And work if you're not working oil fields in Wyoming, you to make a great salary, I mean, you got to know people, it's tough. Like I tried to get into being a parole officer, but could never get that to work out. So I ended up working at a restaurant,
hmm.
and I survived for like 9 years on tips.
Hey, if you're good at it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at first I was not very good at all.
Okay.
I learned, but I honed my craft.
Okay. Nice.
And I got to a point where I was considered a pretty good server, bartender, then manager. And then after that, I worked for FedEx, and with FedEx, I was able to transfer back to New Jersey. That was my way back home, to get back home, and with a job. And yeah, I ended up back in New Jersey, and that's the whole Casper thing was Casper, Wyoming. I was
Oh,
Dan in
okay.
Casper.
Dan and
So
Casper.
yeah.
I
Uh
think you told me that before.
yeah. So that was the
Nice.
city I was living in. If anybody ever wants to retire to a place where decent people, amazing vistas, wildlife, if you're into fishing, if you're into hunting, Wyoming is for you.
Nice.
Um, Unfortunately, I only fish. I can't get the gumption of hunting because I don't know. I get, like, right now we get like tiny little lizards that run around in our lanai, and my wife's like, kill it, and I just can't do it. So I
Right.
capture them
Right.
and I let them go, and I'm like, they're serving a purpose. They don't know that they're interfering with us, or they're that you're afraid of them. Like, they're just there eating bugs and doing their lizard thing. So I usually catch them and I let them go, but I couldn't bring myself, like, even when I went on a hunting trip with one of my friends, he managed to kill a cougar.
No
And
shit.
I didn't. Yeah, I'll send you pictures, man. Like, it was amazing because number one, I didn't realize they were that big. They're freaking huge.
Dude.
And
Dude, that thing's brutal. That thing will kill you
yeah,
quick.
yeah, oh yeah, they'll mess you up bad. And I couldn't bring myself to kill anything because I just, not that I'm a pacifist. I was in the military. I know when I have to do things, but
Sure. Sure.
yeah, I mean, for sport, I mean, and I respect anybody who loves to do that thing. Like, that's really challenging thing to go into nothing and to find something and capture it. Wholehearted, hey, that's awesome. But for me, it's not for me. So that part of Wyoming wasn't so great, but
Sure. Sure.
anything else, I mean, if you want to retire in solitude, peace and quiet, it's a nice place, man. It's a really nice
There it is.
place.
I love it.
Hmm.
Nice. Well, that's solid advice. Yeah, I'm mostly a live and let live guy, but when you when you have kids, it'll change your perspective in a sense that, like, if somebody comes through that door, there's no real, like, you're not concerned about the morality of the situation. It's
I
you have in the worst way threatened the well being of my children, and I will figure out what you're doing here after, and
Yeah,
that's that.
and
You've
I
made a
agree
clear
with you a
mistake.
thousand percent. Being a parent, like that would be my breaking point, as far as I don't care about what you have going on or how I should handle this. I'm going to
It
protect my
it would be
family.
an unfortunate mistake if there was, but at the same time, obviously assessing it for a millisecond,
Mhm,
it just takes that whole questioning if you're right or wrong about it, and it's just,
mhm,
worried about your kids. So that's what it is. That's what it is. Nice. And you're down in the southern part of the country now. You're down in Florida. You just had that big move.
mhm. We
Nice. That's what's up.
we tried our best to stay in New Jersey, but the housing market is just I mean, my goodness, it's that
Yeah,
good. And
yeah,
I've told you my horror stories with where we went on
sure.
a tour of a house and opened up a drawer and I mean, this house was $480,000 and just it was like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Roaches came flying out. My wife was like, "Oh my God, what's?" I said, and the guy, I still want 480,000. I was
I
like,
know.
"Are they paying rent? Because there's no way." And
Right.
just everything was a disaster at that price level. And then we said, let's go on vacation and take a look down here, down south. And there's a buyer's market. So you're able to get a nice piece of property for a decent price. And that's what we did. And we made the move. And we miss a lot of we miss a lot of New Jersey. We miss the food 100%. And just the feel of community. It's just a lot more people and stuff here. My neighbors are great, thank goodness. They're all really nice, friendly people, but they're older, so they're in the retirement age. I guess my next door neighbor and my neighbor across the street are both retired gentlemen, and one's military. So me and him, we chat a lot, and yeah, it's been
And if you need to, whatever.
for me it's nice. I like being here.
Not good, good. I mean, that's a big move to make, and it's always, yeah, that's what Big Red is down there. That's right. I never put that together. Definitely, Big Red just also made his way from quite a distance as well. So that's awesome. My at least, hey, if I ever go to Florida, we'll all have to get it together. Yeah,
Yep, yep.
we've talked about it a couple different times about trying to get some kind of a thing together, and like at least initially it's like, well, Joe Fest is a good idea, at least because, if you've got everybody going to the same place, here's a thing that we can do, right? We're here, we're all enjoying G.I. Joe. We would all be there at the same time. I think that would be awesome. I have to convince some people to come swing through the area. Conrad, I think, is actually going to make a trip up here. We're going to hang out as I think he's got friends in New York City as well, so he's probably just going to come up and then travel down the north way after I'm going to take him to probably Lake George or something like that for a day. It'll be fun. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds awesome.
And I know my dude NOD is always kind of been like, he's like, man, if I ever have to go up that way for the smallest reason, we'll definitely have to get it together. So yeah.
Well, I always used to post about the local toy shows and
I
hopefully try to
know,
get you guys to come
dude.
down. And
There was
I know it's
that
far for you. It was far for you.
but in terms of being able to meet up with a couple people, because there was somebody CG horror, we were trying to get him because he's like sort of right there. I think it was the
Mhm.
one in Cherry Hill where a lot of it like lined up for us, where I was like, man, I think I can almost do this, and then it's just kind of at the last minute I was like, it's too much. I would be going crazy driving everywhere. I mean, Joe Fest is going to be the same thing for me if I were to wind up going, because it's I don't want to get on a plane. So I would be driving down and then literally spending like a day and a half there and turning around, driving right back. I'd be spending almost like twice the time in the car that I would be interacting with everybody. But I mean, to me, it would be worth it, and I just can't rule it out. I have
Are you averse to flying?
Yes, I'm not. Unless it's like absolutely necessary. I think it's dumb.
You think it's dumb? Like I
I
would
know
love to
that
hear
sounds
more about that.
I know. Well, no, I just mean it's a lot of trust in a situation where if something goes wrong, everybody dies on an airplane. You know what I
Oh, of
mean? It's
course.
like it's a massive amount of trust, and I don't have it. I guess that's basically what it is. So
That's funny.
I mean, I know lots of people that have gotten on planes and everything is fine, and I have been on them. And now that I have kids, it would be like that's not. I wouldn't fly there because I would how horrible I'd be dead. So I don't know how much I'd care. It's the point. It's the point. Like I just feel like it's not the one. Plus, I love driving. Like I legitimately, absolutely love driving. So it would be pretty good. Sit at the back of the plane. They never back into the mountain. That's fair.
That's true.
Right.
That's
I
true.
mean, at least if it was something where like there was some kind of something went wrong and they had to do the safety thing and they had to float down, or like, where like you have a rough landing or something. It's just, I wish it wasn't so like absolute that you all die, and a lot of it
Mhm.
comes down to like human error. And absolutely, I don't have that trust.
I hear you. I hear you.
Nice. And so, well, speaking, so that's where you live now. let's just kind of jump back to your youth. Are you did you collect GI Joes as a kid? Did you like the cartoon, the comics?
So let's talk a little bit about my childhood. Didn't have a lot of money growing up. Um, all my friends around me definitely had money growing up,
Right,
and that's how I
right.
got into it because their parents would buy. I mean, dude, like the day after Christmas, my friend next door neighbor would come out. He'd have Castle Grayskull, Snake Mountain, friggin' like 20 He-Man. I'm like, my mom bought me like a 99-cent one of those 70s robots with
Yeah,
missile
right.
firing on the head. And I'm like, oh no, this is not good.
Mm.
And all the kids around, now I'll explain real quick about the neighborhood. When we got there, we were the first Hispanic family to move into an Italian neighborhood. This was the area around where Joe Pesci grew up.
Mm.
And we were not well received at first, but I made friends anyway. And the kids were great. There might have been some criminal element around us.
It
And that's
happens.
why they had so much money for Joe's Transformers and He-Man. Uh,
Fair enough.
so what I would do, my friend would cut out the file cards, and I used to tell him, "Can I have these?" Because I would dream about having these figures, and like sometimes they would let me hold it overnight, and I'd play with them at night, and of course
Nice.
give it
Well,
back in during
that's
the
nice.
day. Yeah,
That's nice.
and that's the thing. Like you can have all the toys in the world, but if you don't have anyone to play with, you could do
Right.
your imagination, but there's no conflict. You're always gonna the outcomes are always gonna be the way you want them to be. So I would play with them. I got real That was the era at that point in time. It was Masters of the Universe, Transformers, GI Joe. And I would say Master
Yeah.
Universe,
Yeah.
GI Joe, and Transformers later on. And that was our thing. We'd be out in that yard having battles like you don't even know. And that was how I got into it. Collecting wasn't so much, like I worked a paper route and I couldn't afford a figure here and there. And I had enough money and I found a Snake Eyes, which was the first figure I ever bought with Timberwolf. And oh my goodness, I was so happy. Like you don't even know. And foolishly, I took him to school, and my friend had a Storm Shadow, which I really wanted. Except
Which one? The
his
first one or the second one?
The first Storm Shadow. Well, I think at that point it was only one. It was
Okay. Okay.
he had like the bow and arrow and the swords, and
Yep. Yep. Yep.
yep, he had him, and he's like, "Hey, I'll trade you." And I didn't think, and I didn't even look because I just saw Storm Shadow, and I have a story about Storm Shadow where, okay, let's trade. And his figure, and I don't know if you remember 3 3/4. If you play with them enough, they get the loose arms, loose
Oh yeah.
knees, loose legs, and this guy was loose. He was missing a sword, and I gave him a brand new Snake Eyes, like totally unplayed with. And I was like, wow, I think I made a mistake there, and I blame my mother a little bit because I remember going to Kmart with her, and I found Storm Shadow. Now I'm telling you, I remember this like it happened yesterday. 2.99. And I grabbed him. I'm like, none of my friends have this. I have to have this. And I ran to my mother, mom, please, I gotta get blah, 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 blah." I mean, I must have whined for maybe half an hour while she did her shopping, and she did not buy it. And I had to put him back, and I remember hiding him because I was hoping I'd find him at some point and be able to buy him, but no, that didn't come to pass. So
Oh,
I ended up
right.
with the Snake Eyes and then the Storm Shadow later on that was all messed up. But I really loved the back then in the 80s, it was a ninja craze. And
Yes.
there was a show called The Master. And I don't know if guys remember that show, where it was like a ninja master and he's teaching another guy, and the guy used to stop
Mm.
his heartbeat and like all
Huh.
this cool ninja stuff. Everybody wanted to be ninjas for Halloween, and just it was really cool Japanese sort of martial arts thing, the sneakiness, the abilities, the otherworldly talents, and it was a craze, and that influenced a lot of what the toys at that time were being made, where they would issue ninja this, ninja that. Even
Oh,
Master Universe
dude.
had a ninja figure. Like it was
Listen,
crazy.
I was a ninja like It was a Ninja slash Snake Eyes like 6 years in a row as a kid,
Nice.
from like 5 to 11 or something like that. Like as soon as I was old enough to understand how cool ninjas were, I was immediately like. Plus, I think it was also encouraged because when I was young, it was a very cheap costume. You just gotta put something black on, have some kind of something that covers your face like this, plastic sword. Now, this is back when you could get toy weapons, right? You would definitely have. I'd had like something fitting of Snake Eyes, like a Mac 10 or something like that, and then have like a sword on my back, and then have the ninja thing. And I think for a while I had a pair of ski goggles, so I would put the ninja mask on, but then the ski goggles over it. So that because back then I I was obsessed with Alpha Commando Snake Eyes, the one that had the goggles. The visor,
Okay.
I absolutely love the visor. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely love the visor. Any version of Snake Eyes to me is totally ridiculously good. But the Commando goggles are where it's at. So like that number 30 Snake Eyes, which I don't think I have right here for me to grab, but the classified number 30 Snake Eyes is one of my favorites, right?
Okay.
Seeing him with that heavy loadout, even the version 4 with the blue and stuff, like the way that vest is. So I have a second one of those Snake Eyes, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to dye him and his extras all black, and then maybe put
Okay.
the tiniest accents on. Because dude, that one might even look better if it was all black. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That vest is a little different. I like how that the version 4 vest has stuff like all over it. The other one is more like up like this, and it kind of leaves a lot of this open a little bit. But that is where it is at for me in Snake Eyes. But and especially when I was a kid. Let me ask you, this is kind of jumping ahead. I know I said something in the show liner about how do you like your Snake Eyes? Me personally, I've always kind of said 65-35 or 70-30, right? So like 70% commando and 30% ninja, right? Like I want him to be a commando that has some ninja training, right? I don't want him to be a ninja master that carries an Uzi. That's not what I want. I want him to be loaded out. I want him to be able to sneak in and use a silent weapon, right? And absolutely get in and get out of something. But I also want him to be able to kick doors and straight up, in a firefight. You know what I mean? So I that's kind of sort of where I'm at with that. How do you like your Snake Eyes, brother?
Well, the original one, the Commando, with that figure, the 3 3/4 was very plain.
It was. It's
And
true.
it wasn't the figure we were into. The one we were into was the one with the night visor.
For sure.
That was the
For sure.
one that, I mean, made us go nuts. And that's the one I enjoy more. And I think that one is a good blend of Ninja Commando.
Right.
I'm
Right.
gonna go 60/40 only because I
I
like
like
the lore. I like the lore behind it. So, instead of him being this militarized special ops guy that can't speak because he's deaf or whatever it is. I like that there was some history involved. If you look at the comics, he was actually in an army corps with Storm Shadow.
yep. Yep. Awesome.
And that story developed from there. And I like the whole hard master, soft master lore.
Yep.
How that rivalry began with Zartan being disguised and assassinating. I think it was hard master,
Yep.
and
Yep.
I like that mysterious lore, training, discipline, things like that go along and work well with an alpha commando. So my favorite was always the version 2. Version 3 I liked a lot too, and I don't understand why Hasbro has skipped him and went straight to version 4. I'm not a fan of the version 4. I'll admit I didn't even purchase it because
No
I'm
shit.
like, man, yeah, I didn't purchase it, and mostly because I'm like, man, I have a lot of Snake Eyes figures.
Mm.
Um, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with them all, to be honest with you. I did in my video, I did unbox one of them. And I liked him a lot actually. He looked good, but the pew pews are trash. They're trash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that silencer on the hand pistol,
Yeah, right.
Sorry, it was trash. So
Uh,
I'm hoping with the other ones I open up here, I'll see. I think I'll probably be ending up sticking with the Mezco,
yeah.
because
So
I do have the Mezco, the night visor or version 2, and I also have the version 1 Commando. So we'll see.
right. Nice. Well, that's, I think anybody will tell you that that number O2 Snake Eyes for classified is definitely wanting. There's some like quality issues with that. Like mine is very flimsy and kind of loose, and it was like that out of the package, right? It's definitely
Mhm.
not super posable. I mean, the look is okay, right? And that was not too bad. The other one, the number 52, that is a super cool version of Snake Eyes. Anybody, I think just another jerk, I believe he says that's the one. Just another jerk, I believe, said that that is his favorite. And I have to admit, if I could see that upper and lower with the commando head, and maybe even make the band on his goggles the green that his pants are, I bet that would look incredible, right? It's just my affinity for the goggles. But yeah, no, and even as a kid, so I had I had the original Snake Eyes, the version 1, and then when I got the second one, it was the same situation where I was like, man, if I just had this head on this body, it would be
Mhm.
perfect. Because yeah, I talk about it all the time. Like the Snake Eyes is the GOAT action figure, right? And because he came out with one that was all black and it totally changed the game. He was the best. He was the absolute best. And the only one that came to top him was his second version, right? That was the only thing that was going to be more popular than that, was a new version that crushed, and they fucking nailed it.
They did.
I do believe they had, as much as I say I prefer the goggles, the goggles are almost made better by the visor, because the one that with the visor shines so bright that you go, oh yeah, but when he also has the goggles, that looks really good. So that one makes that other one like like a must have. Like, oh, I gotta have both, right? What am I doing in this little mission? Am I sneaking, or am I like coming in guns like that sort of thing? And so that's the kind of stuff. And I've said this too. Larry Hama has accomplished so many different things that are great with writing in all these comics. But the thing that like he, if you put all of it to the side over here as if it didn't happen, and you simply look at the fact that he made a fucking mute person the best, like the best action figure slash. I mean, because the comics obviously play a ton. He doesn't talk. He doesn't
Mhm.
talk, and somehow he's the best. You know
Mhm,
what I mean?
mhm,
Like
mhm.
if you start counting GI Joe into all of the superheroes from Marvel and DC, I mean, I guess maybe because I'm GI Joe biased, and there's probably a ton of comic book dudes that would never involve it, but he's got to be one of the best, even including like all that, right? He's basically he's like dead. He's like mirror image Deadpool, but like, so instead of not talking, the other one doesn't shut up, right? Nice. There you go. There you go. So it's almost like when they made Deadpool, they were like, well, imagine if Snake Eyes not only wasn't mute, but he just never shut up. And then and that's what they came up with Deadpool, right?
Pretty
That's sort of
much.
thing. I mean, it was
S-
just part of the reason why I do enjoy Deadpool's one of my
s-
favorites.
So with classified, being that there's so many versions of Snake Eyes, there's the desert, there's the version 4. Initially, the 00, which I still haven't busted out yet, and I plan to do it pretty much. I mean, it's such a big box,
Right.
that double zero. Um, the 52, that's the one that I bought that I wanted, because initially my intent with this whole collection was I'm gonna get Storm Shadow, I'm gonna get Snake Eyes, set up something really cool, and that's that. Don't buy another damn thing. And they got me, Michael. They got me, and I was like, wow, all this stuff is so cool. Like, and then I started looking, and number 52, the pant. I don't like the pants, and I'm like, I don't like his pants. Like, it's like he's wearing cargo pants,
Right. That's
and I'm
exactly
like,
what it looks like.
yeah, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know. And then the Fortnite Snake Eyes, which to me, I think is the best representation of him, but the weapons are also goofy. And I'm like, well, maybe that'll be the one I display. And then I was like, no, once I got the Mesco, I was convinced, okay, this is my guy. So the rest are just gonna be for show, and maybe if I do a Dio. I'll include a a
dude.
snake team,
I mean,
a snake squad.
at this point, any Mezco version of anyone is like the version you want to use, right? I
Mhm.
still am ashamed to say that I haven't gotten the Destro yet, but dude, I think I'd be hard pressed not to buy the Firefly first. That Firefly looks so yeah, man. There it is. That's what's up.
I busted
Uh,
this out on purpose because I knew I was gonna be talking to you today.
There it is. There it is. I love it. Matt from Mos Mind says he's a sucker for plastic swords. That's back when we were talking about being a ninja as a kid.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's what's up. But yeah, dude, that Mezco Destro is pretty much widely accepted as the definitive Destro. It's the best one that you can get. That Firefly, man. There's this one guy on Instagram. He is Yojo Collectibles. JoJo Collectibles. I think that's it. And yeah, there it is. He's been doing shots of that Mezco Firefly up close, and it's just like, dude, what? That soft goods,
It's like a combination of the two versions of the classified put together in one. That's what I would
right?
say. It takes the best of both worlds and combines it into one. He
Right.
has the air drone, he has the regular drone, he has flying effects. Like it's an
Perfect.
amazing figure. Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
It's actually perfect Firefly.
And I feel like why I give these Mesco ones the extra bonus bonus thumbs up is because soft goods are not easy to do, right? Like there's
They're not.
you can mess them up real easily, I think, on an action figure, especially one that's would be like so heavily scrutinized like a Destro or a Firefly. You know what I mean? Like you can't fuck that up. But yeah, dude, that's awesome. I'll definitely be looking into those. I'm gonna put those down for like Christmas
Here,
winter.
I'll give you some information in case you don't know. Mesco lost their GI Joe license. So unfortunately, this last set, that's it. They were going to do a Baroness, a Beachhead, and a couple
No,
other figures,
fuck.
but it's done. They're not. I don't even think they're going to release those. So if you can get
Dude,
your hands on Mesco, get it. GI Joe, get them. You Destro's actually at a great price. I've seen them pretty low. The most expensive one is going to be the Alpha Commando Snake Eyes, because I think
right.
that's a convention exclusive. So that one you're looking at spending a lot of money on, but I'm telling you guys, they're worth the change.
Everybody
They're just
says that.
really outstanding. They're
Yeah.
outstanding.
Everybody
Mhm.
says the same thing. I've never heard anybody. The only thing I've ever heard that's maybe not positive was a couple people said that roadblock should have been bigger, but that's literally the only complaint I've ever heard. And that's, it is what it is. Well, I saw the
Mhm.
pictures of that roadblock and it looked fucking amazing. So, yeah.
I haven't even opened mine to be honest with you, and because again, Roblox another one where that first wave, I was like, that's not my
It's
Roblox. That's not my Roblox. I was like, and
not my
then
roadblock.
when heavy artillery came out, I was like, okay,
Now we're talking.
now we're talking. Now we're on. Even though he didn't have the Modus,
Right. Which
he
I
had the
can't believe,
mini.
how do you fuck that up, man? How do you just,
I don't know.
dude,
Like
it's seriously, it's it,
when I was in the military, my specialty was Modus.
right,
So
right, right.
I knew how to take it apart. I knew how to fire it. I knew
That's
like
awesome.
that was my weapon of station when I was stationed. So when we would have to do battle stations, I was on a 50 cal mount.
I
So I
love
had
it.
to know that gun inside and out. And and I was like, wow, when I was back then, I was like, wow, this is the I mean, he hand fired this monster? Like, there's no way, man. That thing.
Well, and the thing that I know that's crazy, and the thing about it being so criminal that the heavy artillery guy only came with that repaint of the one because I think that is that one the Gatling is first seen in the Ram cycle that came with
Mhm,
Breaker. I think
mhm,
that's the
mhm.
first time you see it, and then they repainted it for a bunch of stuff to Duke Tiger Force, and then it shows up in there, and it's like you're looking at the figure and you're like, why couldn't they have done the whole thing? Because what you have is it's not like there's other extras that come with the roadblock, right? You just get that, and that's like it. So it looks like bad delivery, when you're like, man, you could have made this so awesome. Now, I'm gonna wind up getting the Tiger Force roadblock tripwire 2-pack. So there's two things that I didn't want to get because I love the original versions. So the Tiger Force Roadblock and Tripwire is one, and then the other one was the Spirit and Low Light 2-pack. So one day I saw somebody had the Spirit and Low Light out and on their desk, and the light was coming in, and it was the first time I had saw those figures like really displayed, right? And I kind of caught my eye, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna have to buy it. Because it's the right light, it looked good. So and like within a day, Hasbro Pulse had them on sale for the set for like $27. I said, you know what? I got the premium, it's free shipping, less than $30 for this set, 2-figure, give it to me. And yeah, man, I've never taken a photo of something so quick. So I don't always open everything right away. I don't ever really do that. But that was the very first time that I saw it, and I was like, oh my God, look at those figures. And I immediately took it out, slid the thing out, and looked at it and was like, wow, and popped both figures out and just like stared at them because they look that good. They're that crazy cool. And I that night, actually, like a little while later, I wound up setting it up and doing that one shot that I released on the timeline. It's just the two of them taking aim. And dude, they did it. Like, I've never been a Mad Marauders fan. I don't like that green and I don't like that blue. But when you put it together on the brown and in that with that Spirit sculpt, and he's got it, there's all this stuff. I put a gridiron, in his hands, and I saw that, and I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
You are better than me because I explicitly told myself, okay, I'm going to get into this, but no Tiger Force, no Python Patrol, no Night Force, no Mad Marauders, no whatever sub team they have. And I've been really good at avoiding Tiger Force and Python Patrol. I don't like them. That was kind of after my time in the collection when I was younger.
Right.
I sent you a bunch that you bought from my friend that he was selling them for pretty cheap, and I said, hey, if you want them, you can have them. And with Night Force, now here's how I fell into the trap. I was collecting and I bought a Tunnel Rat, and
nice.
I'm reviewing my collection and I go through a list. I use a site called Action Figure 411, and that's like my checklist, and it lets me know what I have and what I'm missing. And I'm like, I have Tunnel Rat. What's going on? Like, I can't remember the number of figure I was missing that said Tunnel Rat. So I take them off the shelf and I'm like, damn, this is Night Force. I was like, I'm screwed now.
Nice.
I was like, oh, you know what? And then, of course, there was a Night Force figure package with the Dragonfly. So I was like, okay, I have to get, and plus Shadow Tracker. Man.
Right.
Dude. Right. And that's what I was like, you know what? Okay, I'll get Night Force because the figures were unique enough where it wasn't just repaints of whomever. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get Night Force. I'm gonna get Night Force, but I need a team against Night Force, so I decided to buy Iron Grenadiers. And I didn't want to because of I can't remember his name, but he's the one with the ridiculous getup and the goggles. I'm trying to think of his name for Iron Grenadiers. He has the black hair.
Metalhead.
Yep, Metalhead. And I thought he was ridiculous. And I know he's a part of the Deke cartoon phase, which again I was not into. I was well past that. Same. And I ended up getting him but my intent was, I'm not going to pose him with the whole thing, like, because I think it kind of looks kind of ridiculous. So yeah, those are the two sub teams I get.
That's all right, dude. Listen, I mean, everybody, you can, the best part about collecting is that it's your collection, right? You can do whatever it is that you want, in terms of what you do get, what you don't get, that sort of thing. So yeah, hell yeah, brother. I mean, I'm glad that you, at least it's not like a struggle for you to, you make the decision. This is what I'm gonna get. This is what I'm not gonna get. I guess I just kind of was mostly going by, no real order, in the sense that, like, I don't need to have everything. I'm not like, oh my God, I got to find this, I got to find that. There's a few, like, I saw J. Antonio had the Arctic Storm Shadow, and I was like, oh, I don't have that one. And, he offered to send it, and I was like, all right, that's fucking cool. And even though it's not, it's like, that with all the Arctic figures out, sure, I'm probably going to slip them into an Arctic shoot sometime. You know what I mean? But yeah, to have that one is fine. the more every time I sit down and I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, there is definitely a few that I don't have. And
My
so yeah,
intent was not to purchase that particular one either, but I ended up purchasing him because I saw the tilt was going towards Arctic, and I was like, you know what, they need Cobra needs guys, man. They don't, but he's a good guy. Am I correct?
I
That
believe
Arctic,
so. I listen in my world, Storm Shadow was never a good guy. He's always been
yeah,
a
me
bad
too.
guy. That's just I can't deal with that. No way. I mean, I understand he's got that like him and Spirit in that one episode where they helped each other to survive, and you could it kind of felt like oh he's got like that same kind of code as like Destro, right? Like he's out for shit that happens to be on the bad side, but he's like got some form of like a code, maybe not a moral compass, but like an idea of something like that. Just
He's honorable. What I like about him, he's honorable.
right. Yes. Thank you.
I
That's
mean,
the word I'm looking for.
he's probably an SOB, but he's honorable.
For sure. For sure.
He sticks to his word. He's a person of his word, but he's the perfect antithesis to Snake Eyes,
I love
and
it. I
that's I
love it.
think that works well. Yeah.
Our brother, just another jerk, is in the house. Thanks for making it, bro.
What's up, dude?
Welcome in. Welcome in. Um, Yeah, so like I guess so from when you were a kid, what figures or characters stood out to you, right? Which is going to be the new way I guess I'm asking this question because the last two times I wrote this up, it's like, um a lot of times like when I think back, it's like when I try to think of what were my favorites, I'm like, well, here's the favorite toys I had, and then there's like a different list of like, well, here's a whole bunch of Joes that I didn't have, so here's a ranking on them, right? And then it's like when I watched the cartoon, here's how I liked these guys. So I always kind of combined it. So like for instance, when everybody's like, "Oh, who's your favorite?" I always say it's Beachhead, and the reason it's that now Alley Viper and Shockwave technically I like just as much, but the only reason Beachhead gets a little bit above them is because he's got a not only a character, he's got a good character. Shockwave shows up sometimes in the comic books, but it's nothing like big or that you could write a whole story about a person about per se. And an Alley Viper is obviously just he's a soldier. Now he does have that the DIC cartoon, that very first one, the dragon whatever the hell it is, Dragonfire, Operation Dragonfire. They show that one Alley Viper, which I thought was awesome, right? I love it to see it,
Mhm.
as much as that show stinks. It's just like, that very first one, bro, right after the movie where you see Cobra Commander get turned into battle armor, he gets turned back to a person, that you see him get the battle armor. They show the beginning of Python Patrol. It's the first time you see an Alley Viper. We see Stalker version 2. There's a lot of good things about that one. It's just that, like, as CG Horror always puts it, he's like the voices and the music are like the lowest tier quality you could ever imagine, and I feel like he's kind of right about that. So it is what it is.
I think he posted an episode uh of the Deke, and I've never seen any of them. This was the first one I ever watched, and it was a football episode with the
Dude,
range trooper,
yes,
and I'm
yes,
like, what the
yes, I've
hell is
seen that
going
one.
on? And it made me laugh. I thought it was so funny and just weird, and I'm like, man, they were running out of ideas at that point, I guess, because
It,
this
it,
is horrible.
they weren't running out; they were out, and they were just taking anything that they found on the floor and writing a story about it, dude. It
Yeah,
was
I think so.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
pretty bad.
Cobra Asset, welcome in. I always love it when new people show up in the comments. That means
Thank
new
you,
people
man.
are watching. Where did you find us from, Cobra Asset? I actually just realized that I never posted. Usually on Saturday, right before I go on, I post stuff on Instagram as well as on Twitter, and I completely forgot to do it on Instagram this week. But yeah, welcome in, brother. And I agree, Storm Shadow was always a Cobra agent in my world. You're damn right, brother. You're damn right.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree with you 100%.
so yeah, what do you got? What do you got for figures? Or I'm sorry, like a figure character. What do you like the best?
My favorite character as a kid, outside of Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, of course, was Bazooka.
Oh, nice.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I not because I love the Patriots jersey. I'm not a Patriots fan, but I just liked I liked his interchange with Alpine on the cartoon. It was a really good, like, it was kind of like Lethal Weapon almost, like how good their partnership was, like one smart, one dumb, and but in reverse. And it just, I liked the figure because of the backpack. I remember it had rockets in it, and he had the bazooka, and he was the heavy artillery guy. He had the green helmet, and I really loved his figure. When you would take off, he had the porn stash. Like, he was
Yeah.
just a great figure.
Yep. Yep.
And I remember playing with him a lot, him and Alpine. So when I had those two, there was already their dual adventures and them fighting legions of Cobra together. So Bazooka stands out big time for me, especially in the cartoon. I really liked him. Another one would be, of course, and part of the reason I joined the Navy was Shipwreck.
Nice.
Shipwreck was a really well written character, in my opinion. A lot of stories with him. He had a very lackadaisical way of doing things. I didn't like the parrot thing so much, that whole bit they would do on the cartoon, but you got to keep it kid friendly. But I really liked his character, and then just knowing that his character's a Navy SEAL, and but he's in his dungarees, he's in his work uniform, and I was like, man, they should have made him a commando, because he's basically, if you're a Navy SEAL, you're a commando. And his weapon loadout wasn't great. He had the pirate pistol, and I think a hook or an anchor. And I'm like, what's he gonna do with that, man? Like, but I
Right.
just really
Right.
liked his cartoon character a lot. Ladies man, he was just debonair and cool. So he's another one I'd like to mention.
He
One of
had
my
a he
favorites.
had a particular he had a particular voice, and I agree. He was like, it was a polarizing character, sort of kind of like, when Bazooka. He definitely had a very particular cadence in the way he spoke, right? For sure. I thought that was I thought that he was definitely good. Both of them are part of that group of, the cartoon. Like, I definitely specifically remember in my head the characters between season 1 and then like season 2, and how like Beachhead and all those guys kind of showed up. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely
Mhm.
remember it taking it from one thing to the other. Like, the first one I ever saw was the Pyramid of Darkness. That's like the episode where Destro goes to the castle, and in order to get in the castle, the little snakes are wiggling outside, and one stiffens up, and he sticks his like hand in it or something like that. Yeah,
Uh-huh,
that
uh-huh.
my mind exploded when I saw that. That was like, I remember. I don't remember that exact moment, but I remember that is how I viewed that back then. Like, that was a
Mhm.
moment where I was like, I've never seen anything cool like that. This is the coolest thing ever. And Destro was just like, he just looked ridiculously awesome. So yeah, that's where it kind of hit for me. Um,
For,
so
for
yeah,
me,
yeah.
what I distinctly remember about Shipwreck was when he teamed up with Snake Eyes, and I guess they went undercover. It was the most
So yes,
ridiculous episode.
yes. So
Ooh.
if you haven't seen it, maybe our brother Big Red can repost it. So Big Red did a series of photos with his classifieds of Shipwreck and Snake Eyes, and he called it, Snake Eyes was the Karma Chameleon Ninja Commando, and Shipwreck was the, I always forget one of them. Big Red, what was Shipwreck's name? Oh, the Salty Sea Dog. The Salty
Salty
Sea
Sea
Dog
Dog. Yep.
and the Karma Chameleon Ninja Commando. And listen, I've always told Big Red all the time, when he writes something like form like that, he knows how to get to it. He definitely does. He's like a decent writer there, and I like when he does stuff like that. So that was an awesome one based on, on that cartoon there. That's pretty dope.
And I remember the MacGuffin with them being trapped, trying to get in and having to voice match Hail Cobra
Oh,
Commander, the Great
right,
Snake
right.
Lives Forever, and they kept repeating it wasn't working, and the friggin'
The
parrot.
bird, the bird, the bird saves the
I was
day.
like, that's the smartest animal in the world. He said the phrase, and someone sounds like Polly. Oh my God, that guy needs to get checked out. And come right in. Not weird that your partner has a mask and a visor. Couldn't tell that's Snake Eyes.
Right, right. Hilarious. Oh yeah, the wig just, it just totally fooled everybody. Is absolutely hilarious.
I love it. I love it.
There is a ton of funny shit like that. Like I really wanna. What I would love to do is to have the time to sit down and watch everything start to finish, like all the way, and write down all these goofy ass, moments where you're just like, dude, are you crazy? Like, right off the bat, the very first opening scene, Scarlet flies the Sky Striker like super low, and as she's like taxiing in on the runway, Duke is like, "I'm gonna kick the mustard out of that crazy hot dog," and you're just like, "What?" you know, you never heard anybody talk like that, and it's just like, "What the fuck did he just say?" And so yeah, it's hysterical. It's an amazing
Mhm.
show. The way that it's
It
branded in
is.
my head is just absolutely insane.
Mhm.
So was there anybody else on your standout list, or was that we had Bazooka Shipwreck?
Bazooka Shipwreck, I remember playing with it extensively. I'm trying to think with 3 3/4. My friend, like I had two next door neighbors. So one friend had like the first wave, and those weren't
Mm.
particularly articulate figures as far as design, as far as molding, what have
Yeah,
you.
they don't
They
move
were
great.
basic grunts, which was the idea originally. It was just, hey, let's make army guys. And then, and remember, he had Cobra Commander, he had a Cobra officer, he had a Cobra Trooper, and he had a HISS tank. And
Okay.
that to me was like mind blowing. Like
That
that
yeah.
really, that playing with him and then going to the other side of my yard and playing with my friend who had more modern takes of everything because he had everything new. So he had
Right.
the battle platform.
Oh yeah.
That battle platform, we played with that so much. Like
Of
that was our
course.
center of battles and everything. He ended up
Definitely.
getting a hydra. He ended up getting a hydrofoil,
Oh, nice.
and dude, I remember distinctly. I was playing with it, and I walked away from it, and I came back, and it was gone. And I'm like, oh my god, somebody stole it. My friend's freaking out. What do you mean somebody stole it? What do you mean? Can they get in your yard? Blah 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 blah. And it turns out one of my nieces, as a prank, grabbed it, and there was a car in the yard, and she shoved it under the car. And
Oh,
we made her confess, and she found it. But then when I went there to get it, a bunch of the weaponry fell off of it and in dirt. And I'm like grazing the dirt, looking for different machine pistols and different missiles, and I mean that thing was loaded and teched out. And I had to apologize to my friend because I couldn't find something, and it sucked. And like when you broke something or something got loose or you were missing something, it really took away from the vehicle, from the toy. I
definitely.
was like,
Definitely.
I'm
Missing
I'm like, so
pieces.
yeah, it
Yeah,
sucks.
missing
Like
pieces
he
worse.
my boy had the whale, he had the hydrofoil, he had the battle platform, so it was battles. I mean, it was
Woo!
nuts, man. Like we used
That's
to have so
awesome.
much hours just playing. Like it's so cool. So
I uh I
yeah.
I just recently, it might have been last week or the week before, I talked about something that had sparked a memory in my mind. So there was a lady that my mom was friends with, and she had a son and a daughter who were basically me and my sister's age at the time. So we used to go over there a lot. And the dude had the most ridiculous GI Joe collection, right? But he didn't play with them, meaning like he had this it was a big square that had tiers. Like, dude, it was literally, like 4 feet by 4 feet on the base, and then it just the tiers got small, as it went up. And dude, he just had the figures all standing around and down around, I think down around the edges where he had a lot of the vehicles, and then he had some of them on a shelf. So we had like the Asp, the Fang, a Hiss, stuff like that, like the Trouble Bubble, all those iconic ones, the Snake Armors, and then he had all of the figures, like all of them, bro, all the awesome ones standing there on the little stand, all their extras. And I just remember going in, and it was so cool looking like that I would just sit there and stare at it. And I would be like, "You sure you don't want to play with these?" And he was like, "We are not touching those." And
How,
I just,
how old was so he was a collector at that young of an age? Like he wouldn't
dude,
play?
I was like, this was let's see, like say and it was like that for a while. Like I can remember going there and watching it go from like relatively full to like he had almost no more room. And I remember, because I remember talking to him and being like, "Well, what are you gonna do like when you can't put more stuff on here?" And he's like, "My dad Scott is gonna build this thing." And then like I think they moved or something. We lost touch. I don't remember what happened. But dude, I'll tell you this: that his collection was so ridiculous. Like that's where I fell in love with the snow serpent, the eel, the bat, the viper, because he had all those. And it was like seeing the multiples of them and just being like, "Damn, dude, that looks so fucking cool!" Like that. The eels and the snow serpent, especially for whatever reason, they just like those things hit. And
They
that's
look
why
good, man.
they
Yeah.
they do, and that's why I really like whenever we talk about this. I really get like what the hell? Because they could have did it. Like I love that they gave us that deluxe with the wolf pelt and everything like that. But dude, what I really want is the exact thing it was before. Give me the original, that little missile thing that's got the stand on it, and then like all this other stuff. Like that is the one that we really should have got.
The
Like I really would
long
have loved
banana.
it.
What I remember about that one's the long banana clip,
Yes.
and the
Yes.
ski shoes. The ski
Yes. And ski
shoes.
shoes. The actual
Yep.
webbed, like roped ones. Like why give
Yep.
us those? Give us those ones. On the
So my
retro, that's what we should have got, is all that.
my neighbor with the Wave One and the his tank and all that, he had an older brother, and he was more into the BMX part of that our childhood. At that point, he was always tricking out his bike and doing all these things. He had a Diamondback. I remember those were
Oh,
like
those
wow.
were the
Yeah,
ones.
yeah, yeah. Those were the ones. So, but he had one Joe, and it was a snow serpent, and
Nice.
he had that snow serpent on his dresser, decked out with every weapon you could possibly imagine. And I've kept in touch with him, and but we lost touch because they moved away and stuff. But
Right, right.
I knew him all my life, and I mailed him a classified snow serpent. And
Nice.
in the
That's
note, I
awesome.
said, "Hey, you know what? I remember this from when we were kids. I hope this brings the same amount of joy and memories and that stuff." And haven't heard from him yet, and it was recent, so I'm hoping to hear from him and see what
Nice.
his reaction was to that. Yeah.
That's what's up. We'll jump
Mhm.
in the chat here. So just another jerk says, does Destro have exotic animals? That one trooper bought this parrot as Destro's quick. 100%. That's a very astute observation there. So, I mean, it wouldn't be that surprising, right? When you see the Pimp Daddy Destro in like the leopard print, that totally gives me 1980s drug fueled purchases that oftentimes included an animal that was smuggled into the country. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But that is a very good observation. Metal Twister 3611. What's up, brother? He says setting up bases was the best of times. Yes, it was. I'll be honest with you. Oop, there it is. There's the private director. I love it. So Metal Twister, I can't agree with you anymore because, like, I remember setting things up like the particular. So what I always had was or I'm sorry, not always, but like what was the biggest mainstay was I always had the surveillance port was like the Cobra center of operations, right? And I would always just put like I always had little like pieces of wood that I had like painted, and I would put it sort of like as an actual base. But then the surveillance port, I always wanted that where there was water, right? If I was outside, I would take a hose and put it on one side, and because the surveillance port was on those little stilts, like there was one side that went right down, but then there was three other gray supports that made it look like it was elevated. There was a little step that went down and everything. So what I did was I always had like it was like close to the land, so there'd be the part on land, and I'd have scrap iron and this drone on one side, and then I'd have the night landing in the back where the step was, and have Firefly in that, and then I would just have the assorted Cobra stuff kind of everywhere else. But that was like the tip of the spear, to bring it to the Joes. And then the Joes, like for the core of it, I remember I had the bridge layer, and the bridge layer would lay the bridge, the Havoc would go over it, the troops would follow, and then the battles would ensue. Now I did have like a Hiss tank. I had a Tomahawk, and then I dropped it like straight forward onto the edge of a coffee table, and it split in like 50 pieces. Now,
Wow.
you can break a toy and still use it. This was not that. This was a horrible thing. And unfortunately, like my parents weren't, I didn't wind up getting one. I know somebody else. I know I wound up getting other stuff in lieu of like a brand new one of those. But yeah, so when they do come out with a Tomahawk, I'm gonna love it. And like or also too, the Shadowhawk from Mos Mind, which is incredible. I'll be excited for that as well. Metal Twister says I had a 1986 Diamondback Formula One. Yeah, dude, Diamondbacks were the expensive, awesome ones. There was definitely other bikes like I know Haro, was it Haro? I think was a good one, but no, Diamondback was the one for sure.
Diamondback Mongoose. I'm trying to
Yeah,
remember
Mongoose. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. Mongoose also
I,
good.
I remember the Diamondbacks had the particular welding at the neck, which was a diamond hole in the in the
Mm,
joint that was holding the frame together, and that's how you knew you had an authentic Diamondback. And then it was about
nice.
getting white tires, mags, and
Right.
pegs, and all.
Right.
And I remember my friend in that bike, and I didn't see him do a lot of tricks. He just said I just pimp around on that bike, and I was like, okay, like, but he would spend his money on that. That was his thing.
I
Yeah.
want to say, I want to say, welcome into Kalal with this amazing comment. He says, "I had $1 back from Kmart."
So did I. I had a
That's a good
Kent.
one. That's a good
I
one.
don't know if you guys remember the Kent bikes, but I had a Kent,
Yeah, I
and
think I do.
my first bike was the banana handlebars, which was so embarrassing. Like driving
Mm,
around that bike, and everybody's got BMX style bikes, and I'm with my orange handlebars,
right.
with the
Right.
banana seat. Yeah, so I know how you feel,
Nice.
man. I had the
Now,
dollar. I had the dollar bag too.
now that Kalal's here, it reminds me we were talking about it when we. Oh my God, I can't remember exactly what it was. We were talking about it was another Viper, but it was Jake Big Red had said like it was we were talking about Jake the Snake, and he said something about making him. He would have made like a good Cobra villain, and I was like, yeah, right. He put him in a Viper uniform, and that's Rick Viper's older cousin. Melanie having chain smoking cousin. The lore of Rick Viper will never go away. I think that is hilarious. And Kalal did that amazing job. He had gotten what was that head that you had used, brother? I always forget. Was it a Brett the Hitman Heart head? Something like that. Yeah, dude. Hey, Evan Cantrell in the house. What's up, my brother? Glad you can make it. Here we are.
So I want to circle back to the snow serpent real quick. How
Oh, sure.
cool would it be if they issued a cartoon style snow serpent? Because if you
I
know about the
Yeah,
cartoon ones, white masks.
white
They were
mass. You're
totally white.
right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And they're way
Oh
different.
yeah. Yeah, you're
Hmm.
right. In my head, I always knew there was a difference. I just, for some
Hmm.
reason, yeah, yeah,
I think
Jake
that was
and Rick
probably
Viper.
a coloring error they might have done, or maybe it didn't. It looked too menacing for the
Well,
cartoon, so they did
well,
white.
I feel like there's shit like that that happens all the time, and I'm sure it might have been an error, or maybe somebody was like, "Let's try this" or something, see how they
Hmm.
react to it. But, um, well, listen. So I want to kind of get into you before it gets too late. I want to spend some time talking about, not only are we here to just kind of shoot the shit like we've been doing, but at the same time, I want to talk about your YouTube channel that's coming. So
Ah,
a while back, I think Dan has kind of had this. I don't remember when the YouTube idea fully came in, but as long as I can remember, talking with you, and it was that you were basically waiting to do the move, and that you weren't going to open up any of the stuff that you had until you got this move, which is smart. You would have just had it's just harder to transfer everything. So our dude has been collecting for I'm pretty sure it's been years, correct? Years, and has been waiting to open up his classifieds. And so now he's doing a whole channel that's going to be unboxing videos of all his classified collection. And I think that that's awesome because I'm still in the same boat where I'm opening things for the first time that are years old as well. And I wasn't collecting as long as you were, but like if I buy something, I have a ton of stuff here that came out in 2022, and I'm just now opening it. Like I bought it, it's sat here for a while, and now I'm getting around to it. So I know how much I love that, and I could tell when we first started talking about it, I could tell that you were ready, and that this was going to be great. So it's exciting to know that you're getting around to it. So where did the idea of putting it on YouTube? When did that blossom in your mind? How'd that come about?
well, in the back of my head, I always thought about. I said, I would love to maybe build. I just don't have the talent, to be honest with you. Everything I learn by watching others.
Okay.
All my tech savvy, all my with you as far as house things. I always ask for advice, and I try to do things on my own, and figure it out as I go with this channel. And thanks to you, I mean, billion thanks to you, because you helped push me across the finish line. Because at one point we were talking, and I was waiting for curios to come in because I wanted to display them nicely, and the curios I ordered, I don't know, Walmart,
Oh,
China,
nightmare, nightmare.
yeah, never arrived. Well, they say they arrived, but they
Oh,
never arrived. And then I ended up canceling the order. And then to get the cabinets I want, it's like 2 months wait time.
right,
And I'm like,
right.
man, it was disappointing because I was ready to start. Now that I got my office a little more organized, I want to present my collection, light it correctly, do everything fine. And I spoke to you and I was like, God, I'm dying to get in these crates, man. Like it's just sitting in my garage. All these cool figures, all this stuff that I've been dying to open for the past few years I've been collecting. And it's my dream was when I got here, hey, now that I have the room, let's go nuts. And you helped inspire and you said, hey, you know what? Maybe you should just unbox them and set up a table and that's exactly what I did. I didn't show the table yet on the first video, but I do have four acrylic risers and I have four figures up. The first four figures I did for the first episode. And I apologize to everybody that the first episode's so long. I promise to get that cut down, but it's my first time doing video, first time lighting things. I mean, everything I did there is the first time I tried any of this stuff. And I
Mm,
got to thank Michael like tremendously. He guided me through this and this process and just been a total mensch available for me I mean, we talk on a daily basis and our conversations for me are very cathartic. It helps me focus my day. It helps me realize that there's people out there going through the same things I go through, the same struggles I do. And just you've been an absolute wonderful, wonderful person in this community, and everything you do is highly appreciated. In case that nobody tells you that, in case someone's thanked you, I thank you immensely. Even this opportunity here, just to have a conversation and be able to publicize what I'm trying to do. I don't have any expectations for the channel, to be honest with you. I just wanted to curate something, and the goal of it is to show all these things, talk about what they mean to me, and have something for my daughter to see when I'm gone.
nice,
um
nice. I
and
love it.
she can remember what her dad was like. I have a very young daughter and I had her very late in life. And I'm hoping there's this lady on Facebook. I don't know if she's on Twitter. Her name is Sydney McKenna, and she has carried the torch for her father. Her father was an avid 3 3/4 collector, Masters Universe collector, Transformers collector, and she's basically, I think he's out of that, and she has picked up his torch, and
Huh,
she does amazing videos of her collection is massive, 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 massive. And I tried finding her on Twitter, but I don't think she has a Twitter account. But if you guys want to look up Sydney McKenna, McKenna, she's amazing. She's really into this whole collecting aspect of it. She helped inspire this a little bit. I don't know her personally. I just know I like her content. And she did a classified versus 3 3/4, and she had every single classified, every single 3 3/4, both represented, and she was showing. And this is my dad and my dad and my dad, and that's kind of like really honorable thing. I don't know if
nice.
my daughter will ever get into that. My
Sure.
stepson definitely doesn't understand the things
Right,
I
right.
do. But what I hope for is that she will one day see that, well, that was my dad, man. That was kind of cool what he did.
Nice.
So
That's
that's
awesome. That's awesome. Well, you're very welcome. It's definitely my pleasure. I as well enjoy. Like you said, it's always good when you feel, because the small things that make up a day that a person goes through, right? We're not like the Truman Show where somebody is watching your every move, right? So when you're able to get some things out that, like, even if it's just some stuff that, like, something wearing you down, whatever, to get it out and feel like you're saying it to somebody that understands that you feel heard. I think that goes a long way for people's mental health. I think a lot of times there's a lot of miscommunication. People don't feel heard, and I think it causes strife for people for sure. So having you and some other guys that I do talk to very often, it's been good to have something, because it's also one of those things too where we all have this, we're all looking at it through the lens of like this obsession that we share, this collecting thing, that sort of thing. So yeah, dude, no, it was very much my pleasure. I'll be happy. I was happy to do everything, and I'll be more than
thank
happy
you.
to,
I
to support you as we
immense
continue.
thank you.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
on my channel, I'm initially going to be GI Joe classified because that's what I have the most of to get these bins open, and I'm going to do it bin by bin. I wish I could do them in order, but I can't. It's just so much stuff. So I'm just going to do a couple figures per episode and maybe do vehicle centered episodes. And then I have bins of different collections from different kinds of toys. A lot of masterpiece transformers which are actually opened, and I don't know if I want to delve into that because those guys that do those sorts of collections, they transform their stuff,
Right,
and these things
right,
are
right.
not, they're not easy to transform,
No, I
not
don't
one
think so.
bit, unless you know what you're doing. There's a couple guys on YouTube that are amazing. I can think of Bobby Skullface, MGo13. They're those guys, they know what they're doing. They collect all sorts of lines of masterpiece transformers, which is what I wanted to get into because it was more of an adult collection thing because they're expensive, but man, they're
Right, right, right.
fidgety to transform. It's like when we were kids, I could transform my transformers by heart. I didn't even need anything and it was easy. These are not easy. So I'll get them, transform them once, put them back in bot mode, and on the shelf they go.
I
And I
love it.
kind of want to I want to show those off in the channel, just to show them. Like, hey, look, I have
Right,
these.
right,
Isn't
right.
that this is how I feel about it? But transforming, hell no. there's, there's channels for that, man. You guys could go find.
That's fun. Shout out to Conrad Hauser. He's GI Joe guy 84. If you see that on there, that's our brothers in the house. Thanks for making it.
Hey,
Yeah, dude,
Conrad.
the snowshoot went very well. I did touch on it a little while ago. I got everything out and in. I didn't lose anything. I do wish I had a little more time, but I also wish I had went out even 15 or 20 minutes earlier, and I would have had more blowing snow. I definitely was in a snow environment, and the pictures gave me what I was looking for. But if the video that I did when I went around the whole dial, if there was blowing snow in that, it would have been way cooler for sure. But like like I said, I got the kids to start watching Stranger Things. We watched a bunch of episodes last night. I basically sat up there for most of the day watching episodes with them, and it was like every time I was like, all right, I should get up and go do that. I kept saying, nope, I'm going to stay here and watch more episodes. And then when they got sick of it, I was like, okay, we'll go do something else. So, brother, it came out great, dude. I actually thought I sent you. I thought I sent you pictures when I was done. Maybe I did not, dude. I'm sorry. Well, you will be getting that preview. Lego Star. Hold on. Lego Star Wars Kid says black doesn't display well on tunes in the 80s, hence the blue snake eyes. So when we're talking about the snow serpent and the mask, that's almost certainly has something to do with it. And we were talking about opening things. Kalel says, I have a few unopened things. That now, um, Dan, Kalel is the gentleman that has that ridiculous carded 3 3/4 collection. Well, carded and uncarded too. So oftentimes when classic GI Joe, post a picture and it says have or had him, our brother Kalel kind of puts in his dude. Oftentimes he has it carded and then like 3 or 4 loose ones. It's crazy. I was
Damn.
he can't display it all, but like someday we'll get a shot of this dude's crazy collection because yeah, he's afflicted with the same collecting bug that I have, where he just it doesn't matter. He's like, I gotta have it, I gotta have it, I gotta have it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys form armies. I mean, you buy a tremendous amount of stuff. Like I'm sticking to squads. I don't need
right,
an army.
right.
I have specialty squads, like 5 tops. I just back then, and I was thinking space. I probably have the room now, but no, I oof.
Right, right. Well,
Just have
so
entire armies.
I do have to do an updated Python patrol shot. So that very first that big dial I built over on the other side before I redid the basement, I did that big shot where I built like that jungle scene, had the river in it and that whole thing. Before I took that down, I was like, man, I should do one more shoot out of this at least. So I set up at the time I had just gotten a bunch of extra Python patrol. So I have so much Python Patrol because I ran into a few instances I could not say no to. I found a bunch that was constantly on eBay for like $15 shipped. Vipers, bats, troopers, like it didn't matter. In our brother Jeremy Kimberlin, in his awesome Facebook group, The Pit, I won a. I think it was his stuff actually. It was like a couple Vipers, a couple troopers, a couple other guys, and then a couple trouble bubbles. I got a deal from our brother Cletus of Cobra, who hooked me up. I got like 2 trouble
I like
bubbles and some.
Cletus.
I love Cletus and some televipers from him. And then I met that guy up north where I got 15 vipers, Python Patrol vipers for $150. So for $10 a rip,
Nice.
I got 15 of them.
Nice.
Right. And then most recently, our brother Rock Lockdown just sent me a lot of, I think it's like 11 more figures and a trouble bubble, right?
Were you
So
into the 3 3/4 Python Patrol Tiger Force
I didn't know it
when you were
fucking
a kid?
existed. I didn't know it existed.
Really?
I remember seeing
I don't remember them, to be
no
honest with you. Like
no
I think I
dude.
remember Tiger Force a little bit, and then but I don't remember anything else.
So I remember. Oh, okay. So okay. Let me back up. I do remember it. The figures I didn't see a lot of, right? It was like I definitely remember Tiger Force Python Patrol because they had all the vehicles that were swapped. The ass Python Patrol I remember thinking was cool. There was the Tiger Rat, which was the Rattler as Tiger. Wait, yeah, Tiger Rat. Is that what it was? The Rattler
It
that was
might
in
have been,
Tiger
but I
Force.
know what you're talking about.
Whatever
It
one
had
that was.
the it had the Tiger Shark.
Yes, the
Mhm.
mouth on the front, right?
Yep, yep, yep,
Um,
yep.
but I don't remember, and then I do remember seeing like Tiger Force Duke, but and then also Tiger Force Tripwire for whatever reason. I do remember seeing that. What like so I used to go every year to Pennsylvania with my grandfather, and every year we would go down there. There was these 2 stores we would go into, and he would buy me some figures and some GI Joe coloring books. And I remember seeing some of the Tiger Force and the Tiger Force figures, and some of the vehicles in this store. But I don't think I ever saw any of the Python Patrol figures in real life. So one of the things the reason I got drawn to Python Patrol so quick was one of my the biggest dial I had planned to do, and someday I will get around to it, is the Python Patrol entrance to Cobra Island. So it's to me like a whole side of a mountain. That's the big entrance for ships to go in and out of the base that's inside Cobra Island. And
That's
it's going to be
awesome, man.
guarded but then that was like, okay, I'll just start getting these guys. And then, like I said, I just kept getting like more and more. I kept coming across these deals where there's like a bunch of figures for cheap, so yeah. So,
Are you artistic in as far as sculpting mountains and doing stuff like that? Like
I that I can do. I can't draw. Like I can draw a little. Well, hold on. I should say there's certain things that I can draw and look okay, but not in any stretch of the imagination that, like, say, J. Antonio can do, or our boy Cole, our creative, the guy who does all those GI Joe, the little caricature guys, the mini guys. Yeah, that dude's awesome. I've got some of his work actually. I bought a bunch of those little cards from him, and dude, like when you take those out and you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, this is what real art looks like when you get
yeah,
it.
yeah, right.
'Cause, dude, like the shading, the way he does all the little like details and stuff, and it looks amazing on camera. But dude, when I have it in my hand, when I took it out of the package, I was like, holy fuck. Now beyond that, and I was gonna bring down so a while back when I was doing none of this stuff, when I was doing Instagram tool review, I had a young kid. I was doing tool review, but I was a maker. I was making things, right? Epoxy, stuff like that. I came across
Okay.
this dude. I saw a picture of his. It was art by Benny Cruz. Benny Cruz is the kid's name. I think this is the first time I'm telling this. So I remember I liked like a photo of his. He drew something. I don't remember what it was. But then I just always was kind of supportive, like I do. I just remember like I started following the kid, and I just started, liking all his stuff because he was talented. And I talked to him a few times, and I was always like sharing his stuff in my stories. And somewhere along the way, he was like, "Yo, dude, I want to draw you something and send it to you if that's okay." And so I was like, "Yeah, okay, why not?" And he showed me a preview of it, and it wasn't like a drawing; it was a fucking painting, bro. Huge, huge painting, like literally like this big, huge, like massive. And I was like, "Yo, that is what?" And it wasn't even finished. He's like, "Oh, I gotta add a bunch of paint and all this other stuff." And I was like, "Dude, I gotta send you some money." And he was like, "Nope." So then he sent it to me, and I got it, and it wasn't Destro. It was also Cobra Commander and the Baroness, 3 different ones. So I haven't taken those out and shown those yet. So anybody that's here listening is here. If you're hearing it here first, that once I figure out a way that I can display them on a table and then put the camera over the top so we can see them, I don't want to hold them like this. They deserve better.
Of course
You
not.
know,
Yeah, of course.
they're works of fucking art. Now, here's the
Yeah.
crazy part. I insisted to Benny that I send him something, and he was like, "Nah, man, I'm really like against it. Like, I really don't want you to send me something." And finally, I can't, I did it some way when I was like, let me buy you some art supplies. Like, I'm not sending you money. Like, you can create, how about this? I'll buy you some art supplies so you can send more shit to people, right? So I'm going to help you give away more stuff. How about that? And that he was like, okay, that sounds like we're on to something. You know, you can guy. So I was like, all right, put together like a list because I don't know what you use. I want you to get exactly what you want, not what some idiot, you know, thinks that
Mhm.
you're going to need. And he was like, all right, man, that sounds great. And then he disappeared. Never, 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 never
No.
posted another thing on his Instagram. Never.
It
I sent him a couple
sucks.
DMs, and I don't know what happened, bro. He was. I mean,
Oh,
this
it
is a couple years ago.
sucks.
You know, again, at first I was like, oh, he just doesn't want me to send him something,
Right.
but then like 3 or 4 weeks later, I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck happened to Benny? And I remember I went and I looked. He never even saw. You know how you could see if it says seen, like the message,
Mhm.
and he never even saw it. So I legitimately don't know what happened with the dude. I doubt he abandoned his whole Instagram just to avoid me sending him some art supplies, right? So I've always been like thinking about that because wait till I show you guys. This shit is legitimate, real art. Like not fucking around. Like amazing shit. And unfortunately, it just never worked out. So
Speaking of art, real quick. So my whole thing with keeping boxes was the classified collections artwork on them. On a lot of them
yeah,
is just amazing.
yep,
But
yep.
as we all know, space is a premium. So I want to show you real quick what I decided to do.
Okay,
Ah, check it out. I cut them out.
awesome, awesome.
So every time I open a box, I'm gonna cut these art samples out
Fuck
and
yeah.
just keep them because I really enjoy the art of the boxes, but I just don't want to keep all that emptiness here just taking up space. So
Don't even
that's
get
what
me
I
started.
decided to do.
Don't
Yeah.
even get me started. I've got a dilemma. I can't get rid of these. I can't bring myself to throw them out, and I have. And I'm gonna have to make some hard decisions here soon because I can't just. You know, I might buy some totes, and because what I want to do is put them. I want to have like a complete set displayed, right? One of each box. But the problem is there's some things like I have 14 Crimson Alley Vipers. You know what I mean? Like a lot of like the Python Patrol stuff, a lot of those ones I don't have boxes for. But it's like, do I throw out the extra boxes? And then I was like, well, I can set up a display that shows one box of everything and then take the other ones, put them in a tote and put it in the rafters of my shop outside. That way I didn't throw them out. I'll just feel good about still having them without having them take up space in the shop. Because, brother, if this was a little cleaner, I would take the camera down and show everybody. Like, no matter how I try to shift it around or come up with different ideas, I'm already like this. Like, you see how packed I am right here?
Oh
All
yeah,
my
yeah,
space
yeah.
is starting to look that way. So,
I'm
but
trying to
that's
remember the name of the lady who I spoke to regarding boxes, because I had a hard decision to make. And I had kept every single Masterpiece Transformers box that I had, not because of the art, but it was like they were really cool. But man, it was taking up so much room. And I'm like, oh, I can't. So when we moved, I ended up throwing out every single box and it was painful. It was painful. But
it is.
I organized all the accessories, all the extra stuff into little Ziploc bags, and I put it away safely. And I'm not gonna miss those boxes, but at the same time, I'm coming like, man, that sucks. I hate that had to get rid of the boxes because actually some of them do have like really nice Japanese artwork, especially from third party masterpiece guys. And it was like, do I want to throw this away? I have to. I just don't have the room. So now my whole thing, once I open it, I'll cut out whatever art I like, and box gotta go, man.
Right. That's
So
it. That's it.
mm,
Our dude Rock Lockdown is doing something similar. He was only taking, the images from the inside, like when you would pull the sleeve, or maybe you haven't seen yet. So the inside stuff on the inside, he's cutting those out and has a big
okay.
display that looks really good. Just catch up in the chat here. So we're talking about Old Blue. So we want a 3-pack of Rick Viper, Jake Viper, and it's gonna come with his Rick Viper's old bloodhound, but it's going to have an eye patch. I love it. Hillel says, someday I'll get it all displayed. I have a problem. Listen, brother, there's quite a few of us here that have what some would consider an impulse problem for sure. Kalel also says, I have the Python Patrol Crimson Guard because anything Crimson Guard. So listen, that original 3 3/4 Crimson Guard is pretty decent. I have some complaints with the Python Patrol Crimson Guard and classified. Hold on. I happen to have it and I can grab it real quick. So let me just take this thing out of his hands. So it's my only issue is that so much of the figure is very plain. And what I mean by that is look at his legs. Like you see the multicolored gray pattern on here, like the Viper has it on the pants, but then it's this, bro. It's this yellow. It's all that yellow that he looks like a giant motherfucking can of mustard. And it just takes away from what is an incredible figure, right? I love the uniform, right? And I think that if they added some like black to a lot more of the Python Patrol, they people would be a little more inclined to maybe getting them because, dude, like if you added some black to these sleeves and a little bit of darker color to these legs, it's a fucking great figure. Comes with a great, with the bayo on the end. And yeah, man, it's killer. So I kind of have a gripe about that. But otherwise, I do love this Python Patrol. I don't exactly know why I enjoy it so much, but it's definitely a figure that or they're definitely figures. It's the Viper, right? It all started out with the Viper, and once I got a few of those, I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to get a few more. Oh, and Copperhead. The Python Patrol Copperhead is killer. Now, mind you, I'm saying that, and that's coming from somebody I recognize that the OG Copperhead is like one of the most recognizable figures too, right? Like that one that come with the moccasin is a killer figure. And so I can still say with confidence that the Python Patrol one is just amazing for sure. It looks like so. Yeah, Kalel confirms the Tiger Rat was the Rattler. They reissued the Tiger Rat with Wild Bill for the 25th, and it was a Target exclusive. Did you get it? Did you get that, Kalel? I bet you that's freaking awesome. They would be custom bookmarks.
sounds
There.
awesome.
Oh, nice custom bookmarks. So what Kalel says, Dan, is those arts that you have there. They could be like nice bookmarks. You know what, Kalel? I think I'm gonna have to cut myself one out. Let me see if I can get me. Oh, you know what I can do? Because I have an extra retro beachhead. I can probably cut out the cut. Oh, look at that! Yeah, that's pretty, dude. That the
Let
way
me
it's
tell
like.
you, this, I mean,
Love that
Jesus,
idea.
man. I mean, that was I opened the box. And I'm like, man, I don't want to throw this away, man. This is friggin' amazing. And I was like, you know what? I can't. This made me come up with the idea to cut them out because I was like, no, that'd be a shame. It looks like a lot of love. I mean, yeah, I
Uh,
have to keep them. So
I think
I mean, and yeah, good bookmarks. Actually, that's a great idea.
that is, I'm following the guy who did a lot of those. Unfortunately, his name is going to escape me. I saw Jeremy Kimberlin had commented on one of his posts, and so it brought it into my feed. And I went and I looked, and the dude had a bunch of pictures of the classified art. And I was like, oh, what was he doing with this? And I was like, oh, he made them. Oh, that's why he has them on his page because he fucking made all these ones. And it's, yeah, a bunch of really good shit. I wish I could remember his name. New York Knight says, I just closed my eyes and tossed the boxes, had my son take the garbage bag out. Yeah, man, listen, that's how you do it. Great job. I mean, I'm gonna have to do it too, bro. That's all there is to it. Like I
It
gotta buy
hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
right. I gotta buy like just bins for stuff. Like I tried this one thing. Home Depot just recently had these little bins on sale for like $2.50 a piece. And even though the figure sticks out a little bit on the top, it's still a way for me to put a couple figures and their stuff in something. that's going to protect it, kind of, sort of. So I have in the past couple days spent some time down here that I didn't have to spend down here to try to get everything organized. Because every time I walk through here, and dude, I look like a fucking hoarder, bro. A straight up hoarder. There's just boxes everywhere. And it's like, and I feel like I'm like, man, this is no way to live. Like, and I have that dot. So, oh man, I'm so backed up with stuff, and I spend so much time just kind of
So Michael,
around with it.
I was planning to toss my bins once I get through them. If you want them, I'll be more than happy to send them to you.
No, no, no. Thank you, thank you. I can tell you why I don't want to throw them out, because putting them up somewhere to display them all kind of shows my hard work. I worked hard for this shit, right? This money wasn't given to
Hmm.
me. I fucking earned it. And so to be like, yes, I was able to spend on this and there. But then again, it's like, that's just, I don't have that kind of space. I just don't. So I think ultimately, like I said, if I can wind up, maybe spending, I think the big bins at the Home Depot are like $8 a piece. I buy 10 bins, $80. I put everything in a bin, and then I put them up in the loft. And then I don't have that anxiety of I threw them out, I'll never get them back. So I mean, it's probably, the healthy thing to do though is like the one dude did, just throws them the fuck away. I'm never gonna make bookmarks. I'm never gonna do any of the shit, and I know that. But for some reason, when I think about throwing them away, I'm like, just can't do it. But
That
yeah,
was always the vision in my head, was to make like a bookshelf and the number order. I think a Punk with Toys does that, where he has it shelved and the number order, and I think that's really cool. But to me, I'm
right,
started thinking, like, man, I'm taking up space for empty boxes.
right, right.
And the thing is, unfortunately, with the earlier waves and the later waves, they changed the style of
I
boxes,
know,
and
I know.
it clashes big time. Like,
It
I had
does.
with the old
Sucks.
place, I had them on shelves, and I think after number 60 they went to this art, different,
Yeah,
smaller packaging, and it just clashed, and like, you couldn't display the
yeah,
number
something like that.
and the art, or you had to choose art or number. Art, and it's like, you know what, kill it. Just
Right.
get rid of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, ultimately, if I had my favorite idea, but also trying to be reasonable, would be I would have all the figures that I have to play with over here, but then I would have a fully carded collection on the wall, right? So ultimately, what I think the best thing for me to do is take all the ones that I'm going to keep for that carded collection that are in the box and good. I'm going to put them over here. Then I'm going to have the small amount that I have of extra shit that I'm trading and have, because I have a bunch of dial tones, crystal balls, and breakers, because everybody asked for those in trades. So like I have those over here. Then I have a stack of stuff that's going for customs. And then basically every other box is that I need to open. I need to open it and get rid of this shit. Because dude, all of my I have eight of my 14 Crimson Alley Vipers are still in the box. 12 of my 14, or no, I'm sorry, 10 of my 14 regular Alley Vipers are all in the box. I'm looking over here. I have two Troopers, two Bats, an Iron Grenadier Bat, three Techno Vipers. These are all troop builders that I've acquired after, I have open ones over here, but now I have these ones that BBTS goes on sale, and boop, this pops up, and it's like now I have more. But no, I've actually put a hard clamp on a lot since a little bit before Christmas. I spent quite a while and time and some money over the course of the year to get caught up to have the stuff that I do. I've also been very blessed where I had a lot of people send me a lot of things. So I feel like now I'm at a point where I really got to just kind of limit myself mostly to like what is coming out, right? Just the pre-orders and stuff like that, because there's plenty to buy there. Like I ordered
Yeah.
Night Vipers. I got 5 from Amazon, 5 from Pulse. I might
Wow.
as well just get them now, because they ain't gonna get any cheaper, or maybe they do, and
Mhm.
then I just have more. No, to be honest with you, I was considering canceling one of those orders and then waiting to see if it goes on sale or anything like that, and find it. I can have 10, but maybe I just don't need to pay full price. That's $300. What business do
Yeah,
I have?
yeah,
What
easily.
right? What business do I have spending that on something, like, what I mean? It just seems unnecessary. 5 seems like is already excessive, right? I think 5 is.
Five is my cap. 5
Yeah.
is definitely my cap. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, I can get 10, but maybe I just don't need to buy them all right off the rip. So, one of those is, listen, I'm just trying to be reasonable. Plus, with everything that I'm doing in the house right now and stuff like that, it's just, crazy. Oh, and like also, I want to get that Rattler from you. So, that's another, that's what I'm talking. We'll talk about that afterwards, obviously.
Oh
But
yeah,
that
yeah,
is,
yeah.
I'm very,
Definitely,
very, very
definitely.
excited about that. Let's see. So, what time is it? Just
Ten
about
oh
10.
five.
Oh, that's not too bad. Very good, very good. So yeah, so mostly on your channel is you're looking at classifieds and then you're gonna get into opening some other stuff. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna go bin by bin.
There
I
you go.
when I was looking for the figures for the top 5, I opened the bin and it was all my retro card stuff.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, maybe I could have an episode of just retro figures that I could open up. And I know some of them will be the one I use for display because I
Right.
prefer the retro look, especially like when I opened the Lady J, and she had that spear gun, and I'm like, what?
Right. Yeah,
It threw
it's
me
tough.
off because
It's tough.
I'm telling you, I wasn't expecting that. So everything I open on the channel, I'm like, well, like I didn't see a review, I didn't see anything. I just saw that spear gun, and I'm like, she never used a spear gun in the cartoon.
Right.
And I was
Right.
like, yeah, I put it to the side. I was like, there's no way I'm going to use this, but I'm assuming the retro is more in keeping with the original figure. And when the Snow Cat comes out, they have the Winter Lady J. And I'm kind of like, there's a lot of Lady J's, a lot of Flints. Like, we need
Yeah.
to,
Yes.
yeah. That's the thing that disappoints me a little bit about the line is they have opportunities with, as you mentioned, Copperhead. Why wasn't Copperhead released with a moccasin?
Ah, bro, don't even get us
Why
started. It's
why was Zartan not released with a swamp skier?
right. Crazy town. Crazy town.
Why wasn't Wetsuit with a devilfish?
Right.
Like that's
Right.
his
Right.
like dude, like
I
a
mean,
lot of that.
the wetsuit devilfish is at least there's an argument to be like wetsuit is standalone, right? But the other two, forget it. The other two were like,
Mhm.
what are you doing? Kind of like how the televiper came. If we got a televiper with a trouble bubble, why do we not have copperhead with the moccasin? It is
I
a
think
100% the
I
craziest
think
fucking
maybe
thing.
the thinking is with vehicles, let's hit the home runs, with the higher price points. But
Sure.
like they don't understand, like even as kids, we could afford the smaller vehicles. Not everybody had an aircraft carrier. Not everybody had
Right. Right.
Rattlers or the Night Raven, but
Right.
they most likely had Skyhawks. Most likely had Fangs because those were like $5 or $8. And not that I'm saying that they have to sell it for those price points, but offer them, because right now third party people are doing it and those vehicles are great and people buy them like
Right.
like with
Right.
the Fang from I want to say what's the
Fans
name of
hobby.
the company, Fans Hobby, and the ATAC and the or
Yep.
the their version of the Striker, and
You got all
they
those,
had,
don't you?
oh yeah, I didn't, dude,
That's what's
please,
up.
I didn't waste a second. Like I saw
Love
those,
it.
I think I watched one review on them and I was like, yeah, I'm getting this because
So
I can tell they're worth, number one, they're worth the money, and you could tell there's a lot of love in there, and they have their options. So the Fang's a ridiculous copter. Like nobody in their right mind would fly that thing around in a battle, get their head
right,
chopped off by the
right,
but
right, right.
so they have a canopy on it. You don't have to pose it with the canopy. It's all, this is all pretend stuff.
I
But
I thought they did a pretty decent job with that canopy. I think it's
I
a
thought so
tall
too.
order. You're trying to change an iconic vehicle from back then. It's nobody was going to be happy. Nobody was going to
Yep.
like it.
Yep.
I think that they did. I don't know. I think if you just accept it for what it is, it's pretty good. Uh,
Yep.
Pop Cold Frenzy, he's got a good one here. Jumping back to the trying to really get caught up in the chat. So jumping back to the box issue, he says after Classified changed the box design for the umpteenth time, I decided it was time to lose them. I don't regret it. I'm a Joe fan, not a box collector. Well, I'm sure
My
that will be
man,
ringing
Pop
in my
Cult.
head as I'm making my decisions. Cobra Asset says, I'm out on the box guy. I'm in out of the box guy. I like the artwork, but it all goes trash after I figured it out. Well, that's the way to go. Pop says again, I put a couple together and they look sick though, and a whole Python Patrol group even better. Okay, so talking about Python Patrol still. Yeah, I agree, Pop. And that's once I got a few of those, man. So yeah, when now that I have that stuff from Rock Lockdown, I absolutely have to take all those down because I do want to move them from up there over to here anyway, and make this whole thing is getting changed. Not for a while. Only because I've spent a lot of time down here recently that I just don't have to spend down here. So I just want to get caught up on some of the organization. Evan Cantrell says bookmarks. That's exactly what I thought when he showed them. So yeah, that is a really good idea, brother. And you know what? I am 100% like I'm gonna like again. I have all these Crimson Alley Viper, all the regular Alley Viper boxes. I do have the Trench Viper. I may cut those out and put those together because I'm such a huge fan. I think that would be dope. The best Python Patrol, it was Copperhead. Kalel, I agree. Completely agree. Did you laminate them and boom? So there's got to be a way. I think somebody's got a Cricut or some shit like that. We'll be laminating these things like a motherfucker. Kalel says 25th also did a Python Patrol Conquest for Target that came with a
I
Viper.
remember that. I
Really?
remember that. Yep, I
Ooh,
remember that.
man, I kind of like the way
Yeah,
that sounds.
Conquest X30, man. I remember that.
Right. Matt from Mos Mind says every space that a box takes up could be another displayed figure. You're correct. So right now for me, it's my boxes aren't even like out and displayed. So I have like the bottom row of all four sides, right? I have four shelves. Most of them I made out of sawhorses and plywood just to get something, right? That's decent size and I can do shit. Underneath every single one is all empty and or full boxes. So really, I got to make this decision. Like I said, super soon. Here's everything that's got to come out of the box. Get it out of the box. What I need is these smaller bins and bags like that. Just got to get done. Kalel says that's why they go in the loft garage. Can't display anything there. Right, Kalel. That's what I said. That's where it's up in the rafters in the garage. That's exactly what I said, brother. Oh, that's where you said yours go too. So yeah, all of our empty boxes will be up there, brother, no doubt. I had all of mine saved, but yeah, it was a massive amount of space, so I trashed them. Conrad, I remember when you did that. You posted some of the pics. They were the big trash bin. Core trash bin was overloaded. I've got my list almost done. Hit and run still coming. Yeah, dude, I definitely want to. Oh, Big Red going to where's he at? I need to get up early, so I'm out. You'll have a great night, Big Red. Thank you so much, brother.
Thanks, dude,
Good night,
man.
my
Love
dude.
your
Sorry I
post,
missed.
bro.
Yeah, you're the best, dude. Uh, just a data point: the vehicles keep some buyers away, me included. Just another jerk. Are you talking about classified, like trying to stay away from the whatchamacallit? At Kalel, I need a retro classified J for the giant camcorder. You guys will help me trash the boxes. Yeah, dude. It's a decision I have to make for the betterment of my own collecting, right? Um, my space is limited. I was occupying a little bit more, and then after I got comfortable, sort of, I realized that I needed space on each side here for home stuff. I needed. So I brought these two sides in, and the space that is under there, I need to like store stuff. And then right initially, right here, I have wood outside that's just like extra stuff that I can slap together to have two more tiers over here, and that's when I can really display shit, right? I'll be able to because right now I just have the figures, but it's like, how am I going to do it? I don't want to have a bunch of figures lined up with all their gear on because God forbid you knock the shit over and everything goes everywhere. You may knock something over, they land funny on their gun and the barrel's bent, and you don't see it till the next day. So I think how I saw it'll be like I will have a shelf or a spot where it'll be all the Night Force guys, and then I'll have a little something there that's got a bag that has all their basic stuff in it. Maybe each guy can be holding something small, right? But the helmets and the backpacks and all that other stuff, bro's got to go in a bag. And then when I'm doing shoots with them, I have all their stuff right there. And then that way it's displayed, but it's also I also have to have it like this isn't a display room. This is like the shop. There, I'm sorry. This is like the studio. Like I'm doing shit in here. But I've definitely been occupying that's a lot of space. And I gotta like get it together and just use the space more economically. And like I'm looking down 5 firefighter boxes, 10 police officer boxes. Yeah, what is that over there? All the different Iron Grenadier shit that I have. It's crazy.
I when I started restarted collecting in the '90s, and I started back with Toy Biz Marvel, and I used to build shelves on the wall and put them all on the shelves, and it would be multitudes of figures on each shelf, and it looked cool, but the problem with that was dust.
Oh,
And man, having to
I
take that down and wipe them down, it was a pain in the ass. What I started doing uh, after Toy Biz was Spawn, and I collected some Matrix, collected some Metal Gear, Gargoyles, loved them, the original series line. I collected those, and then
oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
when I got into Masterpiece, I was like, you know what? These are very high quality. So I bought this thing everybody should know by now, a Detolf. So
Mm.
Detolfs are from IKEA. They're glass cabinets. And what I like about them is that they don't get dusty. So you close them and they're lit. They look really nice. Everything looks nice and displayed. Problem is now they don't make them anymore.
Oh,
So yeah, and that sucks. Like, oh man, I would have loved to line up a bunch of detolfs here and just put stuff in it, but I have to find a different cabinet solution. And I'm into cabinets because I don't want the shit to get dusty and have to
right,
go in there and clean, clean, clean,
right,
clean
right, right.
constantly. And it just looks better when it's lit up nicely. What I was planning to do is buy three or four curio cabinets, have GI Joe side, Cobra side, and special teams side in the middle,
Okay,
maybe, and light. Yeah, so I have dreams.
I love it. I
I
love
have
it.
visions of what this will be.
Our dude NOD has some pretty cool display cases. He bought over the course of this year. Actually, I say over the course of the year, and I think over the course of like 3 weeks, he had gotten a bunch of these ones where they looked like they were 5, almost 6 feet tall. They had the
Mhm.
individual glass shelves, and it had this crazy cool blue lighting. And he put a whole fucking bunch of them up, and it looked incredible. And
Yeah, and that's
that dude has all the stuff from when he was a kid, and he had a lot. I'm talking about all I don't think I've seen a flag or a terrordrome, but I guarantee you he has them. All the vehicles that he has on the shelf, he's got all the figures, and he's also an avid classified collector. I think he actually now officially has all of them because I remember in August and September, he and I were getting mail calls on the weekly that really I was almost embarrassed about how much you know what I mean? Like like how much money do you make that you're spending this much on these things? You know what I mean? Now, of course, obviously I'd find deals and whatever. I'm not paying, retail for the one, but
yeah, I'm the
yeah,
same
yeah,
way.
yeah. Uh
I like New Orleans. I like New Orleans Duke. I've spoken to him a few
oh,
times.
he's great.
He
He's
is
great.
he has a very good mind for design and creation. Like his setup is just amazing, and I would love to emulate that.
For sure. Just another jerk said, if only someone had cabinet experience and an ass load of tools. I don't know. I don't know. We know that. Yeah, dude. So I definitely, here's the thing though, it's the time, bro. So what I have is I have the, right here, I have enough to kind of get this squared away with shelves. I like the way this display looks, but I've got to do something else. The problem is I don't have time to even figure out, like right now it looks good. I get compliments on all the time. When I was on Figure Fight Club, they were like, can you show us that? I was like, yeah, sure. And then I wound up kind of going around the whole thing. But
Mhm.
Amazon had some pretty cool cabinets with lights. I hadn't ordered any, but they look cool. Yeah, dude, Kalal. And some of them look really inexpensive. Some of them are so inexpensive that I worry about the quality, but for sure, some of that shit looks good.
That's the
Just
thing.
another,
Like the price point on those things, you're looking at average of 150 per cabinet, and usually you'll whatever you find on Amazon, you could probably find on Walmart for cheaper because they'll discount it. But buyer beware, you're gonna order it. It's gonna take a month to get to your house, and probably won't get there. And that's what
right,
happened with me.
right,
Right.
right, right. Just another jerk says NOD was the speed run 100% classified. So yeah, I think was looking for maybe a vamp and a hiss still, but he had all the other HasLabs, all the other figures. Our boy Chuckin' and Truckin', who has gotten me so many figures at very reasonable price. My dude gave me my vamp and my snow job for what I felt were incredibly generous prices, right? Like it was like, okay, here's what they were originally, here's what they're charging everybody, the consensus on eBay. Let's find something that's like more reasonable. So I have an amp because that dude decided to, because he could have. easily went and sold it for 300. They're all selling for 300. And he didn't. He was like, just give me this, and that's fine. I thought that was very fair. You've also given me some stuff that's a very fair price too. Boy, boy area Bay Area Bay Area Retro says, what are people's preferred methods for getting dust off their old Joes and action figures? So everybody in the comments, if they've got shit, can answer that. The wife said the collapsible wood picture box doesn't exist, only cardboard. Is that the air container? Are you just another jerk? Are you talking about are you talking about the collapsible dio? Because that is something I talked about wanting to do for my GI brothers. Was to just make a 3-sided thing with hinges on the back, so it could be collapsed and just like slid even underneath the bed. But you pull it up and you open it, and it's got 3 sides that you can make look like 3 different buildings, or it'd be trees in the background, or look like Mindbender's lab. Like I think there's a way to do that for some people. Actually, our brother from Energon Studios, Commander Unicron, I was talking to him because he's got some rattlers, and he was like, "Man, I really wish I had a way to put one in like a hanger, but that thing is huge, right?" And he was like, "There's no way I would be able to take up the space." And I was like, "Well, I could build you something that maybe folds, or it can be disassembled into a couple pieces, or something like that." And we threw some ideas around, but it was a grand project that we didn't really have time to get too far into. But
Like from what I've seen about that Rattler, it just looks amazing. But again, to properly display it, luckily the wings fold, but that's not for me. The wings fold is not a proper display. You need to see that thing open
right,
and in the air.
I agree.
And I've
I
heard
agree.
fishing line, I've heard all these things, but if you're going to suspend it in the air, you're
Ooh,
not going to be able to really see it
right,
unless you have
right.
it pretty low. And it's the logistics suck, man, but it's
It
it's a
kind of does.
worthwhile piece. It is a worthwhile piece.
So I was thinking about that and was like, well, how would I want to display it? And pretty much what I came up with, it's hard for me to show, but right here, I'm gonna have this is where the cobras are gonna be. I'm gonna make it ultimately it would look like 3 different levels of like a cobra base in Cobra Island, right? Python Patrol
Mhm.
entrance on one side, all the different levels, aspects, Mindbender's lab, the armory, stuff like that. But right up at the top, I could do it one of 2 ways. I could make it like the top of it is like a ground where I've got the hiss and the rattler is taxiing to go take off, and the hiss is over here. They're getting ready to go, or something like that. Or I could have it where the bottom, the base of where all these shelves are is going to be extra wide, and then that will be the runway where you could see it. I'll have it just suspended enough so it's off the ground and looks like it's coming in for a landing, but because I'll have a whole bunch of stuff behind it, it'll give you that contrast so you can see it.
Yes.
Now, and where I'll
Yes.
have it in this corner, it will be like the junction between 2 sides. So it will take up a space that I'm never going to be, right? It's not like making me do something extra and it's fucking up the flow of the room. When I came up with that idea, I was like, perfect. Now it
Yeah, that
makes sense
sounds
for me
great.
to have it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm
That
excited
sounds
about
great.
that. And I already looked to like figures for them would be not that bad. So like I'm super excited about that. And I had kind of had that idea for how I want it, like in my head, just in like a quick way. It would be like, so from one side of the room over here, it would be Python Patrol Entrance Cobra Island. Cobra Island coming this way. And then right somewhere here, I would have like a city sort of kind of thing. And then on the other side of the city, where in the city, I would have mostly it would be like a scene that I could put people in and out of, right? So it wouldn't be any real figures here, maybe like a Night Force guy, maybe an Alley Viper. But then on the other side, which would turn from the city into like a forest sort of deal. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I kind of fucked that up. The Cobras on this side with like a winter scene, and then the city scene, and then on this side it would be like a forest scene that turns into the Joe base. That would ultimately be how I would love to have it. So like it would be I can put figures in and out and take quick pictures on all 3 of these dios. All the figures are right here, they're on display. Everything would be like, so if I had my way realistically in this space, that would be my favorite way to do it. My biggest hurdle to doing more content on the timeline is I don't have time to set up the dial. So that current one I'm doing, Danger at the Gate. If you just saw where the Cobra sniper takes out the guy on the ground, dude, that takes me so long to put together.
I could
That
imagine.
a couple shots took me the better part of 2 nights, right? So like
Wow.
I get everything kind of set up one night. I take all the figures out of their packages and put the what in their hands and start to get them set up. And then by the time I've got everything in its place that I can start detail posing people, it's like 11 o'clock at night. I got to get up at 4. So
Gotta
I'm
get your
like,
ass to bed.
yeah, I got to go to bed. And so I'll
Yeah.
leave it all right there, but I can't be doing that. I just conveniently was able to have this space for the time I have it right now. So I have that thing set up. But then the next night I go back to it, I start taking pictures, this and that, but then you got to edit them before you put them out, dude. It's a lot. So pretty much, it's one thing now like our brother Roblox is doing some really crazy things with AI, right? He is doing what is almost damn near movie clip. Like they're like small movie clips that if you strung them together and with a voiceover and stuff, like it almost seems like before we freaking know it, we're gonna have full on, be able to make full on movies and stuff. Actually, he sent me a link to an interview with one of the guys that makes one of these, or that is a creator of one of these AI things. And the way that he was basically saying it is that in a very short amount of time, uh, people will be able to kind of just make a studio quality freaking movie based on one of these things. So that's crazy. Now, I prefer to make my stuff with practical effects, right, and do the big dial and all that. I think it looks cool. And it's a labor of love. That's I enjoy doing it. I feel like I'm like kind of playing with my toys. But as I'm complaining about the time to do it and all that, not also that very few people have all these tools, all this space to do, I'm very lucky to be able to make that. So dudes that want to take pictures of their Joes and don't want them sitting at the end of the table, they get to use something like this where it puts something in the background. And our brother Roblox has been doing it in a way where, it's not just something like super quick thrown together. Like he's been going, finding all the ways to do different prompts. Because if you look at his stuff, it looks a little more smooth than some, and I actually spoke with him at quite a bit the last 2 days about it. And dude, I don't know if I'd say I've ever been against AI. You know what I mean? I just more have a preference for how I do my own shots, sort of thing. But I have to admit, the allure of doing the really fun part of just setting up 2 figures in a killer pose and then just having the background made. Even if I was trying to say this to my own head, I was like, you know what? Even if I just do them, I'm not even an elaborate background, right? I'm not cheating to make it look like this crazy background. I'll just make it look like a random city alley. That's it. Where there's just like a brick wall, a little catwalk, army fire escape or a fire escape type of thing, just like, and then these 2 figures, So I don't know. I think being creative with a tool like that can be good, right? I think if you're using it to take to do all that detail work. Now, don't get me wrong, it's really great to have to take the time to do your own stuff. It's just again, not everybody has that time and everything like that. So yeah, looks like our brother Bearded Sumo is joining us here. Let me
What
see.
up?
We're gonna add him to the stage.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
Antonio.
happy birthday,
Hey,
my dude.
Very
hey,
happy
man,
to
thank you.
finally make your acquaintance, dude.
Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing?
How's
I'm
it
doing
going?
good.
You
I'm
got
doing
you
good.
got the camera on, my dude?
I do, but I'm kind of laying down because it's been a long,
Okay.
long time for
All
me
right.
today.
Hey, well, that's what birthdays are about, is to celebrate. So,
Yep.
I'm glad you took a sec to hop on. We could, I'm glad to say happy birthday. That's fucking say you only turned 50 once, right?
I think that's right. I'm gonna read the book see if that's true. And I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. I love it.
Happy
I love
birthday,
it.
my dude.
Hey, look,
We were
I wanna tell you something. Dan, you could copy and paste this for you too. Um, Destro, you are an amazing dude. You know what I mean? Um, the things that you're doing for the community and just you know, it's a lot, man. It means a lot. It means a lot to me. I was sitting down with my wife and just you know talking about it, and I'm like, when something just clicks and you're like, holy shit, you know, you
Nice.
just see the
Well,
importance of what you're doing. I just want to give you your flowers now, than than
well,
later. You know.
that's all. That's awesome, dude. I listen.
I agree, hundred
I I
percent.
I very much appreciate it,
Hmm.
and knowing the impact and the difference that say these efforts make. That's really that is just is always fuels me to continue and try to do more and find better ways to lift that community up, dude. So and listen, it's been a pleasure making your acquaintance, and the best compliment I can give, I think, to anybody was I happy to tell people that, like I said, when I talk to them on the phone, it reminds me of talking to my lifelong friends that before they lost their minds, right? The friends that I
Hmm.
remember and love. It's so yeah, dude. No, it's listen, the pleasure is mine. The 2026 is going to be our year. We're going to hit that power hour. If you haven't
Hmm.
seen it yet, make sure you, for multiple reasons, make sure you check out my brother's T Public page, and you can get shit like this, which I love this shirt. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's
Incredibly
amazing, man.
talented artist, and he's lent that artistry to a couple shirts right now. If you want to get something with our latest endeavor, the Power Hour, he's got something up for that. There's also
Yes, definitely.
yeah,
That's one of my new designs, and you can pick that up at tpublic.com/the bearded sumo. That's my latest design. So and stay tuned for um. Did you get the name? Huh, Destra?
the
Are you
what?
gonna unveil your new name for your
Uh,
show, or is
the
that gonna be a surprise?
yeah, no, I wasn't. I what the new show? What are you talking about? The Power Hour?
Well, actually, I'm sorry. My apologies. The new name for your Saturday show today.
Oh, the what? Like
Because
the bird?
it's been nameless from
No,
the
it's
inception.
no. It's live from Viper Den Studios.
Oh, really?
That yeah. Well, I mean
So when I asked you for the name, and you were like, I'll get back to you. This is what you said.
Oh, right. Yes, no, we were talking about. Okay, dude, I think I misunderstood you earlier when
Yeah.
we were talking about that, and now I see what you're saying. No, so I always I always it's always titled just says. I know that's a very like basic kind of thing, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
and I feel I don't know I like it because when I put it on Instagram or Twitter, I can tag myself because it says live from Viper Den Studios. So it's a good way to get the tag in there. But then I say it at the beginning of every show too. So yeah, dude, brother, that's my fault. I know what you're saying when we were talking about it
Yeah.
earlier. I
Well,
can't remember what I thought you meant, but
we'll keep it under wraps. Shh, don't tell
it's just a secret between us.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, look, you guys have a good night, Dan. You're doing your thing. I'm glad that you're up here because it's. Let me tell you something. It's for me. It was nerve wracking. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I don't know if I could do this. You know, I don't know if there's enough booze in the earth to make me press record. And then my wife just like she gave me a quick massage and she's like, "You got this. Like this is a conversation with your friend." You know. and then I
Right.
press
It's
record,
funny.
and,
It's
and
funny
the
you're
rest was
mentioning your
history.
wife because my wife was the whole entire time I'm waiting to get on the show, and I'm just relaxing, palling about, and my wife's like, "Are you nervous?" I said, "No, I'm fine. It's just a
Mhm,
conversation with friends." And it seemed like my wife was more nervous about this
mhm.
episode than I was,
Right.
and
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
she's so excited. She keeps checking my channel. Oh my God, you got like 10 subscribers. That's crazy. Though. I was like, well, to me, it's not a big deal. I'm not in it for that. Like, I just
Yeah.
want to do something that's fun, and but she's very excited. It's good to have that support.
It is.
Then of course, thankful to Michael. As far as you, Antonio, Jesus, like I can't say enough about how incredibly talented you are.
I'll
Just the things
stop
you
it. Keep on
post,
going. Keep on
no,
going.
bro, the things you post, seriously, I just blows me away. Like amazing artwork. I can tell that you put a lot of love in what you do. And I've been telling Michael, like I always talk about you with Michael when I have conversations with him, and I said, I'm dying to meet this guy, man, because we chat a little bit on Twitter, like back and forth postings and
Yeah.
stuff, and um, but I was like, this is somebody I need to follow because this guy, I mean, outside of you being Hispanic, and of
Yeah.
course, I had to bust
Amazing.
that out because I know it's your birthday, so I wanted to show you
Oh, all
that.
Yeah,
right.
dude.
Uh,
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice.
so it's good to have like-minded members in the community and stuff like that. So I just wanted to make sure that I get to know you and how much I admire and appreciate your work. Sorry, Michael, my light went out. I
That's all
do have a
right.
spare, so
That's all right.
It,
Do your thing. Do your thing.
it's
But
all
yeah,
good.
yeah,
It's the nighttime. You know what I mean?
that's it. It's the vibe. It's the vibe. That's
Yeah.
for sure. Well, awesome, awesome. Yeah, it was gonna be a short night on here tonight as it was anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to get up early myself. I'm not thrilled about that. Usually I try not to work on them Sundays, but boy, fucking tomorrow's definitely happening, unfortunately. Yeah, dude. So what did you do on the birthday? Anything particular?
Uh, we'll talk about that off
Yeah,
air.
okay. Yeah. No, dude, I listen, I appreciate you taking a second to
Yeah.
jump on so we could all wish you well on the birthday.
Most
On the
definitely, man. And
yeah, for
I
sure.
want to say something. Everybody that look, it was funny because like I think we talked about this earlier. There was a couple of people that follow me from wrestling that just donated. It was like, hey, you should post on your social media, just see what they're doing.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
And one of doing that, you reposted. There were people in our community that did that. I look, if you didn't, there's a time, especially after the holidays, where it's hard. You know, the fact that you guys, you know, donated just for my birthday, like I'm nobody, you know. It really meant a lot, and I truly appreciate it. And you know it means something when like these people just follow on social media, and they like my not only my talent, but who I am to them. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's
I
what's
guess
up.
I'm doing right by them. That's what means so much. I'm doing good, and that's something that my mom and dad always told me. Like, do right by people, they're gonna do right by you.
It's
You
true.
know.
True.
So I thank you guys. I thank you guys. Keep up the great work, and I hope this ain't the last time we see you on here, Dan. You
No,
know what I'm
definitely not.
saying? And
That's
and
what's up.
and just I, kind of offended because you didn't invite me to your new show, but it's okay. We could talk about this
I,
another time.
I
You
just
know what I mean?
started. I just
Okay.
started, man. I'm nowhere near
Whatever.
Michael's level. I'm
Whatever.
nowhere near Michael's level. I don't have a podcast. I don't have nothing, man. I'm just
Listen,
posting videos.
I
When I get to that level, man, I'll make sure to invite you.
Nice. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
rolling with you. I'm rolling with you whenever you want. You know what I mean? So
Nice.
That's what's
Sounds
up.
if
good.
it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes or an hour, let me know. All right.
Awesome.
No problem,
All
dude.
right.
Fantastic.
You guys have a good night, and I'll see you
Take care,
Thank
brother.
the Twitter or
Thank you,
X,
brother.
It was
whatever it
great.
was.
It
Appreciate it.
was great
I'll
making your
All
talk to
right,
you
man.
acquaintance,
tomorrow,
bro.
my dude. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday,
Bye.
brother.
You got it. Nice. Well, that was great. That was
Yeah,
fantastic. Nice.
you know what I like about interacting with him on Twitter is that if you say something to him, he usually responds in a meme, and it's the
Right.
funniest shit, man.
And
Like
it's
he always finds like the greatest memes to respond
and,
to.
and he always uses the little chihuahua. It's almost like his
Uh-huh,
calling card.
uh-huh, uh-huh,
Or
uh-huh.
at the in the hopes that, maybe I would like to maybe get that, like, that printed out or something, and put it in, like, because I do a lot of these projects where I encase stuff in epoxy. People love that shit, and I could get a picture of it and then just put it in a thin piece of epoxy, and you just sit it on, like, the table. It'd be so whenever you're feeling down, just look at the smiling chihuahua. I think that would be awesome. So
Mhm.
I think a hell of a birthday present. I might have to actually do that. But yeah, so that's, if you didn't know what he was talking about there, just to clarify at the end. So if you go, it's definitely on his Twitter page. I think it's on his Instagram. I shared it, so you find it on my page. It's just a link for a Venmo and another, like, a Cash App or something like that. But our brother has been recovering. He's had a couple bad falls. And even while recovering, he fell again recently. I think he shared that on Twitter and stuff. And it was, it's, it ain't easy. When you're physically, down like that, and you're trying to claw yourself out of that physical hole where, it takes a lot mentally. And for a dude that has to put this much effort into just trying to get back to, like, zero, if you know what I mean, stays very positive. And when conversations with him are great. So if you can help, you can go find any of those things and, help out a brother. Because that's how we all get through it. The shit is not easy for anybody. And, like, I know he's been trying to look for something that he can do, in terms of, like, where do you go for employment at a point when you're so physically, you got to try to find something offline. Oh, and Dan, you know what? You did mention something about telling him about. You know what? I'll just remind
I
about
know what you're
that.
talking about. We
I'm
can
just gonna
discuss
write that
that.
down. I completely forgot
Yep,
about
yep,
that.
yep, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm good. I'm glad I thought of that. All right, great. So anybody listening that wants to get into that, there you go. Help a brother out, and also, like, the T Public stuff. That shirt that I showed is great. This is Omni Man from Invincible.
That
Invincible, I think that's the name of it.
yep, that's invincible. Yep.
Yep, great shirt, and he does a
Freaking
whole
awesome.
yeah. He's got a whole bunch of stuff, and that T Public, it helps support. I'm currently looking into. I know there's a couple people that do shirts and stuff right around here, and there's one person that's relatively close that I have loosely known for a very long time, and I reached out, and I don't know. We're trying to find a time to really talk more, but what I told him is that, like, T Public is great because they do everything, but creators only make X amount. So I wanted to talk to him and say, hey, these guys, they come up with these ideas, they do the whole thing. What are the numbers? Because it's like, they include the shipping and all of that as well. So it's kind of like, I just wanted to explore what it was. I keep trying to find ideas and ways to do, so I can do shit like this all the time. Like, in the timeline, we were talking about starting a toy store. I was like, I'll open up a toy store, and you could do. There's all, obviously you'd have to be online to sell stuff too. You can't just have the storefront. Not enough people are going to walk in there. So yeah, I don't know. I've had just so many different ideas about that. But thank you again to Antonio for joining us. Good. It looks like everybody gave him a nice big round of applause for the happy birthday. You dudes are the best. Pop Cole Frenzy says homeboy sounds faded. Yes. Yes, faded like a haircut, no doubt. But that's my brother. It's his birthday, 50th. He only turned 50 once, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Uh
yep, that's true.
just another jerk. The rest of, did I miss somebody take off? Deep thoughts with Destro. Deep thoughts with Destro live from Viper Den Studios. Cal's got it. My brother got it.
You know
Nice.
what? I forgot to mention while he was on, he had a conversation today on Twitter with I think Mark Potter and I think Commander Unicron. And
Mm.
they started talking about something about collecting, but then it turned into a story about
Oh,
I think
it,
Mark
it did.
Potter's family.
Ooh, quick
Yeah,
shout out.
and
Quick shout out to my brother Jeremy Kimberlin. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Glad you can make it. But yeah,
yeah,
I know
and
what you're referring to.
and it was very touching. I mean, Antonio never posts himself speaking,
Right.
and that
Right.
was the first time I saw him. And he shared some heartfelt words about the situation. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't know how much those guys are comfortable talking about that. But
Right. Right.
what basically they were relating how the collection brought them closer to their parents and the things that they
Mhm.
remember and what this means to us and the memories it brings and the closeness it brought to some of us with our parents and things like that, and to cherish the moments that you have because they're limited, unfortunately. My mother is still kicking around. She's 89. And she, I don't have too much of a history with the toys of her other than throwing out stuff that she shouldn't have thrown out. But
Right. Right.
she helped out when she could, and she got me stuff when I could, and I really appreciate that from her. So I do cherish the very limited time we have together left. And everybody else should too. So if you have your parents out there, you have happy memories, don't be afraid to share your flowers, like he says, do it in the present. So yeah, I
Nice.
wish I would have mentioned that to him. I totally forgot.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, they're definitely both doing great things. I think that's awesome. Conrad says we need to cancel streams until Destro watches Invincible. I listen, and
Dude,
there's
come
a
on.
I know there's a good chance that I get into that. You know what? I'm gonna write that down because what happens is when we talk about stuff like this, often I forget. I get off the stream
That's
and I
one
forget.
you're not gonna want to watch with the girls, man.
Oh no, for sure. That much I do know.
Oh,
I've seen clips. I've seen
it's
clips online,
rough,
and
man. That show is rough.
absolutely, absolutely, it is. It is. It's definitely good though. Yeah, no, that's. I'm glad you said that because a lot of I've been writing stuff down, right? More now that you know. I keep remembering. I'm like, oh, there's no way I'm going to remember to do any of these things. And we'll come up with ideas, and we're live. So I've been writing stuff down, and it's come in handy. And I actually it was weird for a while. I was another collector of ridiculous things. I had a bunch of sheets from like the earlier podcasts that I had done, just like the note sheets and stuff like that. And it's funny to kind of go back and look. The one I did keep, I don't remember where I put it. I think it's over there is when we did the figure of the year. So basically, I just was like, all right, give me your top five. But it was a hard five, meaning like if it was if it was a fifth place vote for a person, I would give them 1 point. If it was a fourth place vote for a figure, I would give them 2 points, and so on all the way up to a first place vote was worth five. And the winner was Pluto. So that he wound up per our listeners here, and I had a really good collection of people that voted. So it wasn't just like
Bro,
random people that were.
was Quick Kick in the top five? Do I remember that right?
Quick Kick was in the top five.
Oh God!
Quick Kick
And
was in the.
not I have nothing against the figure. I hated his character on the show. Oh my God, I hated Quick Kick. I hated his barefoot ass. Like you don't know, I hated that figure. You know why I hated him?
mm,
When he
what?
was on the cartoon, he would wash Storm Shadow like he was a noob. Like he
Right.
would kick his ass, and I'm like, this guy
Yeah.
doesn't even have freaking shoes on. Like, how's he? How's he? I hated that figure, man. And the actual 3 3/4 had this thing where I guess the feet were painted. So you
Yep.
play with him
Yep.
enough, and he's got gangrene on the feet, black
Right.
toes.
Right.
I
Yeah, dude.
couldn't stay. And so when I saw he was in the top five of your thing, I'm like, God damn, guys,
Yeah.
these guys,
No.
what are they doing?
No, I'm with you. I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, dude, that's hysterical. But no, well, that's how that conversation started altogether. Was Jay Antonio said in the comments of one of the podcasts, he was like something something quick kick his figure of the year, and I was like, wait, what? And
Mhm,
I tried to look at it objectively, and I'd have to say that yeah, sure, I definitely see how somebody could do that, especially if you like quick kick. Me personally, though, I was not a huge fan,
mhm.
and I always thought that the shirtless, shoeless thing was silly, and
And his character with being the Hollywood actor
the
and the
shtick,
fudgy bars, I was
the
like, oh
shtick,
my
right?
God,
Yeah,
how I can't take him seriously, man.
and
Like
then he like mainframe got duped by Zarana right? Wasn't he? He had somebody that. Or no, wait, no, that lady wasn't. She wasn't a spy. What was her name? That one episode where he walked around with the one lady. She was an actor or an actress, I think, or something like that. And everybody thought she was a
Ah,
spy, but she wasn't. She was. No, all right. So yeah, no, I don't know why in my memory I always think that
yeah,
that
my
that
memory is always
that,
like that
that lady
too.
was. Yeah. So, Jeremy Kimberlin says I want to watch Invincible. Just haven't started it yet. So many other things I want to watch. Yeah, dude. I agree. And also, one of my biggest problems with watching stuff is I fall asleep like that. So by the time I get
Same.
into bed, I have this little gooseneck thing that I will put my phone up onto. And sometimes it's like if I can get through the first 15 minutes, I can stay up and maybe watch something. But almost always, that first 15 minutes, I pass out hard, wake up like 2 hours later, and at that point I'm like, oh, I can't stay up, in the
Yeah,
hours that I
I have the same habit where I'll start watching something that's, I doze off and I don't even realize it. And freaking like 6 episodes went by and I have to go back and try again. And then those like, I'm like, man, I'm truly an old man. Like I'll doze
right,
off for any little, I sit there, I watch and it's interesting. It's good, but
right,
my brain
right.
just, shut off. And yeah,
Out
I'm the same
outside
way.
of
So.
outside of GI Joe, what do you like for say to watch like movies, shows? What do you get into?
Me and my wife recently watched The Boys and Gen V together, but we got to watch it in Portuguese because my wife doesn't speak English.
Oh, right,
So I every show I watch with her, I have to watch. I try to watch in English first because I can speak Portuguese, but I'd rather know what they're saying already, so I don't have to read subtitles. And I can understand it for the most part when they do talk. So when we watch shows, definitely have to get the Portuguese dub going so she could understand, even though she is taking English classes, but it's very difficult. Like it was easy for me to learn Portuguese because I spoke Spanish, so it's kind of similar. There's words that are different, but Portuguese to English, that's like I mean, that's difficult. So she's trying, but we watch shows, we watch them in different languages. So watched The Boys recently. Uh Definitely love Rick and Morty. I watched that over and over again, like nonstop. I'm a huge Seinfeld fan. I can watch Seinfeld and still laugh at things I've seen a billion times. It's just
nice.
Jason Alexander's George is brilliance.
Yeah,
It's absolute genius that,
yep,
and all he is doing is basically being Larry David, who's
right,
again
right,
mind-blowingly funny and
right.
just cantankerous old man that it just makes you pee your pants. So I wanted to get into, I think I don't know the name of the show. I know it's on HBO. I think it's Primal. I want to get into that. I want to get I want to get into, there's like a Monster Commandos I saw something about. I don't know if that's the name of the show, but I want to get into that. There's a couple things that I do want to get into and watch. Um Cantrell, yes, my wife's Brazilian and dude, I had to, when we started dating, it took me like 9 months to learn Portuguese. And it was difficult at first, man, because I couldn't understand a freaking word she was saying. And where she was from in Brazil, the connections weren't so great, like with the like just rural, like crazy uh jungle place, like when I went to first meet her. I remember driving on the roads and I saw a condor. It was like the size of a person, man. I'm not even lying. It was eating a donkey, man. I'm like, where the hell am I? This is not cool. But she's here now with us, and yeah, she's adjusting to American life, so we're good.
Our brother Conrad is here to defend Quick Kick's honor. He says Quick Kick was the only classified character I skipped for a long time, but once I read Citizen's IDW comic, it sold me on the character. They portrayed him
Guys,
as they
yeah.
portrayed him as a martial arts master. Think GI Joe's Iron Fist, and it rocked. He defeated Snake Eyes in single combat, but later Storm Shadow beat his ass and humbled him. That's fun.
See, I never got into IDW, and I want to get into it. I mean, it looks really nice and stylized. I don't know too much about the stories. Like, I'm still trying to get through my compendiums of the original comic.
Hmm.
I finished volume 1, and I got volume 2 now to start, and just it's like kind of refreshing myself on the whole history and everything with the comic book. But I know
Okay.
IDW does great work with GI Joe and with Transformers, and I eventually will get into that. And I'll give Quick Kick a chance. I hated the toy when I was a kid. I hated the characters, kid.
Right. Right.
Like you, I skipped him for a while until I was like, man, I think I gotta get him. And if I kind of knew before then that he was gonna have I think a Night Force version, I
Hmm.
probably would have skipped him and got the Night Force version with it, because at least the dude had boots on, and at least he like you could make another character of him with the masks and stuff. So
Right. Right.
yeah, I'm okay. I got them both. So
Kalel says my mother is from the Azores. Am I saying that right or wrong? Can you see that, Dan?
I don't see it.
Mm,
Azor. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, Azores. His mother's from Azores. That's in Brazil.
oh, nice. Okay.
But I'm not sure what. There's north, south, east, or west. I'm not sure. I'm not really good with the I know northwest. My wife's from the northwest, so I know that part of the geography.
Matt from Mos Mind says Ancient Aliens is my bedtime show, and listen, same here. Well, hold on. Maybe not as much anymore. The
Is
one
that the
cool
show with the narrator with like the really
well,
deep voice,
no,
conspiratorial voice?
Ancient Aliens. Oh wait, I think it's. I don't know if there's a. I think there is a narrator, but they have a bunch of people that talk, and it's the one. The one guy's got real crazy hair. He's got. I can't think. His last name is like Sukalos, George Sukalos, and he's got like this big head. If you've seen it, dude, you're like, oh yeah, 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 that's that. Uh, and and it just it's. I like the show. I always thought it was interesting. The very first season, every episode was like great. Now they're in once they got to episode or seasons like 8, 9, and 10. They were really kind of grasping at straws, to just put out more episodes, which is fine. Ride the gravy train if they're paying you to make it. But the beginnings were good. And what I like about it the best is right now I've got one of my daughters is super interested in it. Right. So
Really?
I watched the first episode with her and I was so proud because she asked questions at like the right times. Like, well, wait, if they didn't do that, then how did we get, she was really paying attention to it. Like you could tell the way she was talking about it. She was locked in. And we have this little thing where if her sister is doing something in the other room that doesn't involve her, she'll be like, "Daddy, do you want to go watch a little Ancient Aliens?" And usually there's not much that I'm doing that I'll say no to. I'll be like, "Yep, let's do it," and I just stop whatever I'm doing and we sit we're in my bedroom and then we watch a little Ancient Aliens.
Yeah.
Which is cool. It's just
Thank,
always
Thanks for collecting me, Kalel. It is an island off Portugal. I apologize. I thought it was in Brazil. Just wanted to mention that.
nice. Every night I just let it play. Well, that's what's good about stuff like that is at nighttime if I'm trying to go to bed basically like I have to get up. I'm not trying to stay up and watch something. I'll just like pick one of the streaming services, go to the movies, usually just hit like action, whatever's in the action because that's just something visual that you don't have to pay attention to, right? It's just like, I'm trying to think what the hell what's the last one I put on? Oh, I had John Wick on last night, which I hadn't seen that in like a while. So I was like, all right, I'll just put that on. I forgot how good that scene is with the Russian guy and his son after a father finds out that he like stole John Wick's car. It's
The
hilarious.
dog.
Yeah, yeah, and kills his dog, and he gives him the whole speech, and after he tells him how he's like this unkillable fucking madman, hitman that basically the days after his wife dies, you kill his dog and steal his car. Fucking what? What did you do? Good. That's the last part I remember. I passed out. But yeah, that's
So
how it happens
I
every night.
used to do that where I would leave the TV on and fall asleep to the noise. But then I started getting weird dreams, like things that were occurring on the TV, and I was like,
Yes,
you know what? I think
yes.
the even the light and stuff is probably messing up my sleep. So now when I lay down, dude, I try to go to my TL real quick and read, and I start if you hold it up over your head, it's gonna fall on your chest because you're fucking dozing off. And I'm holding my phone and boom on my chest, boom on my chest, falling on my chest. And I'm like, yeah, I shut off everything and I go to bed because I can't.
Nice. That's the way.
Yeah,
Just
yep,
trying
that
to
is the
go
way.
through and pick up on some of these comments. Jeremy says, finally able to catch a live stream after a few weeks. Yeah. No, thank you, brother. Listen, I know Saturday nights is a double-edged sword, meaning like, for it's a date night for some people on a Saturday. I know this time of year when we have football on, Dan, I mentioned like, yeah, listen, there's whenever anybody can make it, but dude, I always love it like when Jeremy's here because there's a lot of he's very knowledgeable about a lot of stuff that I may not know. So I may be like having this random thought, and I'm like, man, I don't remember. Are we getting this? Are we not getting it? And brother always usually knows. Dan, if you're not a member of Jeremy's Facebook group, the Pit, that is one thing it's worth. Like because I know there's a lot of not great Facebook groups. Real easy to fall into a trap. Jeremy runs a tight ship. I'm very listen. So when I look, I'm always watching out for the at everyone notification. So like he's got some news, he makes a post or he's in a post and he puts at everyone and it just tags so that way I see it and I know something's happened. And there's I've gotten a lot of stuff. I remember I got my major blood early. That second one that they came out with the red on them, the reissue of that. Um, he had popped up at like Walmart, I think is what it was, like 2 or 3 weeks. God, it couldn't even have been more of that. It was a while ahead of when it was scheduled to come out from Pulse, and he was like, "Oh, look, they got it here. They got a few of them." And I remember I bought it, like sealed the deal, and then like a couple minutes later, I was like, "Man, maybe I should have got two of those." And when I went back, they were already gone. So I would have never even got that. But he'd be dropping that knowledge all the time. Um, there it is. Kalal says George Tsoukalos, not spelled correct. No, but that's how it sounds, though, right? But I know it. But you got the important part. You got the it start. It definitely starts with a TS for sure. As the seasons go on, the hair deflates a little. Is that it, dude? You can. It's almost it's almost just like it's getting older and it's settling back down because those first couple seasons, it's straight out. It's almost like he's wearing a headdress of some sort. That's how ridiculous it is. Um, that's hysterical. Well, he also, I think he let it get longer, so it wasn't so. You know what I mean? It was too heavy. It started to lay down naturally as it got a little longer. But that hair was like his fucking trademark, dude. That is hysterical. I sometimes worry that they're reprogramming my brain with that as I sleep. Well, listen, I
I
remember
agree, man.
I remember one time I had a buddy of mine say something. I was like, I just joking, and he said, I was like, man, it really sucks. Have to spend so much time sleeping. I could get all this other stuff done. Why did they make us where we have to sleep? And my buddy was like, yeah, dude, that's when they update you every night. meaning like our handlers, whoever created us, in the moment. It was very funny.
Oh my god.
It was a
So
good one.
last night when I was using the program you sent me to export the video I made, I left it. I was like, man, this is gonna take an hour. I'm just gonna leave it, go to bed. So maybe around 5 in the morning, I'm hearing a voice, and I'm like, who the hell's talking? Shut up. Like, dude,
Hmm.
shut up. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
that's me. I'm
That's
talking.
me.
Like, I guess when you export,
Yes,
it starts playing the video, and I'm like, oh man, I'm fucking annoying though.
that's
Shut up.
hysterical. One of my daughters, when I go in to check on her and I tuck in her blankets and stuff like that, and she will wake up and like start talking, but talk just like like that, and then kind of roll over and trail off as she's talking. It's very funny. Usually, sometimes it's weird. One time, her eyes shot open and she was looking at me and she wasn't saying perfect words, but it was I was just like, okay, that's enough of that. You can lay back down now. And exorcist style shit, dude. That was crazy. Uh Waiting for your sleep paralysis demon to show up. I know, right?
I actually have sleep paralysis, but I know my triggers, so I avoid my triggers so I don't get it. It's awful, man. Sleep paralysis sucks.
Really? Oh my God, that does
Yeah,
sound
yeah.
awful.
I definitely if I sleep a certain way with my hands, I'll trigger it, man. And it's like it feels like you're trapped inside your own body and you can't breathe. And it's
Oh,
all your mind playing with you, And it's like you have to snap yourself out of it, which is very, very difficult when you feel like you can't breathe.
right,
It
right.
sucks. So for all of you who suffer with that, I suffer with it as well. But recognize your triggers and avoid them, and you'll be okay.
Nice, nice. Yeah, no, that's crazy. That sounds like something that's difficult to manage for sure. Um, let's see. I lost my notes. Mm-mm-mm. Somehow in this one spot. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, so what? Let's see. So we've got right now back to your channel. You've got one episode that's up and live that everybody can go watch, right? Very
Yes,
good, very
sir.
good.
And like I mentioned, bear with me, man. I know it's long, but I'm gonna refine that process. So future videos shouldn't be almost an hour. And I apologize for that, but it was the first video. I had a lot to say, man.
No, hey, listen, and you'll get everything will even out in its time. The waters will even out in its own time. You know what I mean? Everything will wind up being, and you'll even notice it on your own, right? Like, I don't go back and watch like all my shows, but I in the beginning I was definitely like I would go and pick up certain parts, right? There'd be times when I was in the show, I would make a mental note to be like, I got to go watch and see what that looked like, right? Is it can you see this fucking thing that I'm holding? What did it sound like? Am I blowing out the sound? Am I too close? I do know that if I go past a certain point right here to the phone, it gets exponentially louder and is like crazy, crazy loud. So I try to avoid that. As best I can. And so, don't be afraid about like hearing the sound of your own voice. It's not ideal. It also doesn't bother me. I've done plenty of like public speaking and stuff like that. So that's actually what gets me through. Like if I'm in front of a bunch of people, like not like this. This is easy. But like if you're in a big giant room full of people, it's once I hear the sound of my own voice after like 5, 6 words, it immediately everything just starts to relax. And by the time I've said my second full sentence, I'm like fully in stride. You know what I mean? But like the first couple times that I ever did anything like that, I remember I spoke at I was the best man in somebody's wedding. I think I was like 21, and I had never spoken in front of that many people before. It was like 200 something people in this room. It was crazy, but I nailed it. Actually, I didn't pay for a drink the rest of the night. I even had
Nice.
Yeah, I even had a guy was came up behind me when I was taking a leak in the urinal, and he slapped me on my back so hard I like fell into the thing. No, he was just wasted. It was good. That was funny. But yeah, after that, I always had a taste for it. People, if anybody had to speak in front of everybody, they'd be like, "Well, can just have him do it?" And so I wound, gave a couple other than best men speeches. They're good time for sure.
I
Great,
I used to teach I used to teach at NJCU, and I used to teach soft skills in Spanish. And
nice.
I'm used to talking in front of groups. I can speak naturally to a group. My whole thing is the awkwardness of being in front of a camera and speaking to what is essentially nobody yet. Just being able to like because when you have audience live, you can actually see their reactions. You can see if someone's droning off or something, and you could change pace. But when you're
Right,
just
right.
talking, it's kind of tough to gauge yourself. So I just got to get better at it, and I will.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Snow Leopard says for the first time you did really good. So,
Oh,
um,
thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really do.
definitely. Let's see. Galel says it happened to me once. It was super weird. Talking about that sleep paralysis.
Sleep
Uh,
paralysis, yeah, it sucks, man.
Mos Mind says none of you are making me feel any better. Galel says the GI Joes will protect you, and Matt says throw in a drawer right now. I'm on my own. Mm, mm. So one video down. How many? What? And so we were talking earlier, and I think we're so. How often do you plan on popping one of these out?
Well, after speaking to you,
100%.
and I know you're looking out for me and not wanting me to burn myself bright like a flame and then fizzle out. I guess I'm gonna do it on a how I feel basis. So
There you go.
if I feel like I can do it, I'll do it. If I don't feel it, if something's come up with home life, whatever it is I have to do, I prioritize that number one. So I already set up the next 4 figures that I'm going to go through, unbox and go through. Um, and I kind of want to do that sort of plan, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week. If more or if less, it's okay. Because there's no particular goal here other than to document all this stuff and curate it. So, you know, no,
So
it's not a race, it's a marathon, right? So
exactly. And you said, and listen, I said it because we like the way you would say, you're like, I'm once I get into something like this, I'm so into it that like I'm not paying attention to eat and all this other stuff. Yes, that's exactly what happened to me. I'm barely over a year from buying my first action figure. I have a podcast, 26 episodes in. The amount of hours I've logged, it's like it's got to be close to 100. The different amounts of stuff, all the different like products that I take pictures of and do all this stuff. So a lot has happened in a year. And I would say pretty much somewhere around Thanksgiving, that's when I was like, oh, yeah, no, this has been a huge tidal wave that I need to balance out a little bit to a degree. Because, I have a family. We're doing a lot of work that's actually on the house and like all that. I was like, I gotta find my group. And like, so last week I did 4 podcasts in 5 days. I did Bigger Fight Club on Friday, my show on Saturday, Destro is my spirit animal on Monday, and then back to Figure Fight Club open mic night on Tuesday. I can't do that. I
yeah,
can't.
yeah, man. You're spreading yourself super thin with that.
That was way too much. And now
Mhm.
the way I all I have to do is just not do 50 of them at once. You know what I mean? It just so happened that I was scheduled to be the feature on Figure Fight Club, right? In which on the Friday, and and I'll always do Destro as my spirit animal because Mark is just totally awesome and
Amazing channel, Mark.
amazing channel. He puts
Mhm.
me in front of a lot of eyes, and I'll
Mm.
never not appreciate the living fuck out of that. Mark is
Yeah,
awesome
yeah.
for and what's cool is coming up he's going to kind of alternate. You're just not going to see me every single week. He's got, he's going to highlight some other guys. That's great. Everybody, we all get better as we all get better. So, it's all that's exciting. So no, it's basically I can do everything I'm doing. It's just scheduling 4 and 5 days was silly, but it's also the totality of everything, like with the figures, right? Like all of a sudden, I was so obsessed with like having not every one. I wasn't trying to be a completionist. It was just that like I'd get this dial idea in my head, and the next thing you know, I can't I can't think straight unless I get these figures. I started making the dial. It was the last year was a long year, and I found something in the community, the collecting, the toy photography, the dio making, the podcasting. It was fulfilling to me in a way that, like, I think what happens, like, I went like I am with obsessions, as we're saying. I went all in like that as a father, meaning like my whole life changed so completely. Like I was a very much a single party motherfucker, and as soon as I found out that Melissa was pregnant, I knew I had to make massive changes, right? So I went all in being a dad. And now, while it is the most fulfilling thing I have done and will ever do, after right around the last year, where they're 10 to 11 years old, they're independent doing things. It's not like I don't have to entertain them every second of the day, right? They're doing their own kind of thing, and so I found that I wasn't it was fucking with me. And so I just one day saw the alley viper, and the next thing you know, I was building a huge diorama. I had a ton of figures. My wife was like, "Why are you buying all this stuff?" Um, actually, actually, she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything for a very long time. It was one day. Um, I felt like actually this is a funny story. So somewhere in whenever the Night Force Beachhead 2 pack came out, I think that was like July or August or something like that. I 100% had been getting quite a steady stream of stuff, and I also came home with like a Hiss tank and I was getting stuff from like Mos Mind, big boxes, a lot of shit. And we went, she had seen all the stuff sitting down here that I had set up. And we wound up going to Walmart to buy the kids new bikes. And as we're going through, it's the first time I saw that Walmart display. You know how they did the display thing and they started putting
Yeah.
five figures out. And so I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. And we go over and they had the Night Force, the beach. I picked it up. I was like, perfect. This isn't supposed to be out I wasn't going to get this from Pulse for almost like a month or so. It was like really far out. So I was like, yes, this is amazing. And then as I'm standing there, I'm watching her look at the set, and in my head I'm like, oh, she's gonna see how much this is and then start putting two and two together. And so I quickly had to like cause a diversion. I mean, like, because now don't get me wrong, I'm in no means being dishonest. It's just she didn't know. So I wanted to keep the illusion up that this was not costing what it was costing. So no,
Bro,
we got the bikes we got up. But that was hilarious.
We're living vicariously because this past year, like it was every day boxes were arriving at the house. And my like our apartment was not that big, and so I had my little office nook, and I was stacking boxes on the wall, on that wall, shelving. I had stuff in a crawl space. I had curios, and my wife was like, "More stuff? Like when does it end? How much are you spending? Like this is crazy. Like I don't like all these boxes." And every day in my ear, and I'm like, ah. And every time, so I stopped ordering, but I had pre-orders in.
Nice.
And when pre-orders would arrive, she's like, "Oh, I thought you weren't going to order." I was like, "Babe, this
Yeah,
is
but
from
that was from back then. That wasn't yesterday me. That was a month ago me. I didn't know that was up, right.
And explaining that, and she doesn't get it. Like she's like, "I'm gonna sell all your stuff. Like that's my goal in life is to sell all your." I was like, "No, you're not selling anything. Not as long as I'm living and breathing."
Not a single thing. And as a matter of
No,
fact, I'm gonna make it part of the will that you have to keep it and display it.
I told her, I was like, "Don't you want our, like her son and our daughter, like, maybe they would want this stuff." She's like, "Nobody wants this stuff." I was like, "You're gonna end up selling like my really high priced items for like $5. Someone's gonna totally make out because she doesn't know the values. She doesn't know anything about that. So
That's fun.
Yeah.
Cobra Asset says your first video was good. I watched the whole thing and I thought it was good. Thank you, brother.
Man,
Appreciate it.
thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. You don't even know how much. I really, really, really do appreciate that.
We got my dude this week in Hearthstone coming in. Says he just subbed to your channel.
Thank you. A million thank yous, man. Like I really appreciate that, guys.
Colel says pre-orders, the surprise toys that arrive out of nowhere. Yeah, man, that's for real. Listen, there was I would be embarrassed if I even could remember all the times that something showed up and my wife would be like, I'd be on the phone, I'd be like, oh, I'm on the way home. Do we need anything? And she'd be like, oh, you've got 2 packages here. And I was like, I do. And the whole ride home, I would literally be like, huh,
what did I get?
What? And then I'd go to Amazon real quick. And, when I would stop at like a red light, I would go to look at Amazon. I go look at eBay and I'd be like, what the fuck? And then, I found a guy in a Facebook group or this or that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. And I wonder if there was anything that I forgot about that didn't show up and I just never knew. It was just never showed up. Actually, the only time I ever had trouble. Yeah, the only time I ever had trouble was in the beginning. I ordered something off of eBay, and it wasn't the eBay guy's fault. It was my mail. It showed up and was being processed at my local hub, and then it never went out for delivery. Like, even still to this day, if I go look on eBay and I go to that tracking number, it still says in their system processing at local hub, which is
really
crazy. Yeah, swear to God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy. No, but otherwise, I've never had an issue. What does happen every now and again, and it makes me nuts, something will show up at my local hub, and then instead of getting on a truck for delivery, it gets sent to some random hub over like 20 minutes away, and then it has to be sent back. And there was times where I remember calling and being like, can I just go pick it up? And they're like, no, because we don't know where. It's just being shuffled into another thing. And it's like, oh,
it's
great.
in the system.
Right. Well, that happened. Oh my God, this was my brother Roadblock sent me the incredibly generous care package. Right, it was like 8 figures, one of which was a Chuckles. I can't a Starduster, a bunch of ones that I actually needed, man. Brother, if you're listening, I can't thank you enough again for that. So anyway, not only did he give me those figures, the shipping was a lot. It was not cheap, and because he's sending it from Phoenix, and so he sent it all the way up here. I get a notification that says, "Oh, your package is out for delivery, et cetera, et cetera." And I'm like, "Oh, this is awesome." And I go and I look down a little while later and it says delivered. And I was like, "Delivered. Yes, yes, yes." I call my wife and I'm like, "Listen, there might be something outside. I want you to bring it in for me." She's like, "There's nothing out there." "Oh, are you sure?" It says delivered. She's like, "There's nothing out there." So like 10 minutes later, I go back and I look again. And now it says delivered, but right above it in red letters, it said insufficient address, return to sender. And I'm like, wait, it got delivered, but then somehow they realized that what? So anyway, I go there and I'm like, what the fuck does this mean? And she's like, oh, the guy that was delivering it, realized that the address wasn't correct. I'm like, but I get shit all the time. Like, there's no way this gets fucked up.
Yeah.
And anyway, I went to the post office. Oh no, I was like, oh, but there's got to be. I was like, can't we find a picture of what it said on the label? And they were like, well, no. And so I left. I had to go to Home Depot, and then Roblox sends me the picture of the label. Roblox went to his local post office, and they pulled up the picture. Clearly has my name and address on there, 100%. So he sends me that picture. So I go back into the post office and I'm like, look, I just want my package. Is it in the back? Can you go get it? Meaning there's no way it's been shipped already. This just happened like 2 hours ago. Can't you? And the lady was like, listen, man, it's going back. I don't know what to tell you. I'm like, this can't be right. And the lady that I was talking to there said, listen, if you go over here and talk to whoever the fuck, maybe we can, whatever. So now I'm on the other side of the building. I get that same lady comes over. We're standing there with this. There's a guy and a lady, and they're like, yeah. They get on the computer. They finally figure out when Roblox sent it. He hands the lady the package and is like, here's where it's going. And now the lady, and at first was like, oh, I can't find it. Are you sure this is correct? Because he texted me and was like, hey, brother, is this the right one? And I'm like, yeah, it sure is. I was like, are you still there? He's like, oh, no, she got it figured out. We're all set. They sent the package. She was not all set. What she did is she must have either clicked. When it came up, you type something in, it starts auto, whatever, and there must have been selections. Anyway, somehow she entered an address that was like a street address, right? The city was correct, the state, the zip code, but the actual street address was nothing even remotely close to mine. Not phonetically, not numerically. There was no correlation between the two. It was just this crazy fucking cockamamie address that doesn't exist. So it got put.
I know your address, so how could they F that up? Like, it's such a simple address.
Bro, the number was wrong and the name of the street was wrong. Oh, so okay, so you do know what they wrote on it was 12 Whip Circle. That's what not even close. Not even close.
That's not close at all.
Right. It's not a complicated address. It's right, but that's what I mean. Not phonetically, not numerically, not anything. So so at least thankfully they, the guy didn't just leave the package somewhere. He fucking returned it, right? So they were doing the right thing. But anyway, now they figured it out on the computer, that's what happened. And I was like, okay, well, that is what it is. What are we gonna do? They made a mistake. Fucking can't, But one of the guys that was there was looking at the information and he goes, man, it must be a pretty decent sized package. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's got 8 figures in it, some of which are the retro cards. So it's going to be a decent size. And he was like, I might be able to find that. I might be able to go back and look because it's going to be big. He's like, it might stand out in the sea of the belts of shit going everywhere. And dude was back there for 15 minutes. He came back. He's like, I really thought I was going to, I thought there was a really good chance I could see it. He goes, honestly, it's got to already be at the airport. Meaning, like, if it wasn't in that area that I just looked, it's already left. But hey, you know what? At that point, they did everything they could. The dude went back and tried to, you know what I mean? Like, a mistake was made. Looks like they did the best that they could to try to rectify it in the moment. When it made it back there, Roadblock was able to just go right back to the post office, and they overnighted it free of charge. Okay, mistake was made. They did the
Nice.
best. They did the best they could. So not. I don't want to make it sound like I'm shitting on the USPS, but the first time, and this is where I say again, it's not indicative of the USPS as a whole. That first lady that I spoke to when I went into the post office and was like, "What's going on here?" She was very much like, your package is going back. I ain't got time for this. And I was like, listen, if it's here, just, and I understand they probably deal with God knows what people that come in there, the hecticness is whatever. But yeah, Roblox, thank you again. I love that Chuckles. So I actually pulled out Chuckles the other day and I got started. I have this idea that I was going to shoot. And then I remembered none of my dreadnoughts are out of the package whatsoever. They're all Xandar is the only one. I think it was just another jerk, maybe, was like, sell me on this figure. Somebody, I don't remember if it was you, but yeah. Man, I don't think it was just another jerk. Was like, sell me on that figure. So I took it out of the package and showed it to him. I actually used the rotating stand. You know how we talked about that rotating stand? That was the only time I ever used it on a video was that one. And it was just, I was like, as it was turning around, I was just pointing with the different spots. I was like, yeah, get that. This part is good. This part is good. That part is good. But yeah, so I wanted to go do that shot with Chuckles, but it involved the dreadnoughts. And I was like, I don't have time to open them up. There's like 6 of them that are over there. Well, Zartan, Torch, Ripper, who's that? I got no monkey wrenches open. Who's that third one? Torch, Ripper, Buzzer. So yeah, I didn't have time to open all those up. So that got put on the back burner for now, but I can't wait to pop that off. Still didn't get them.
Did you open your road pig?
I don't have Road Pig.
You don't have road pig. Wow.
I do not have a road pig. That would be one of the few I do not have. I don't dislike it, but his face sculpt is fucking
His
weird
face
to me.
sculpt is fucking terrible.
And I honestly don't like the big tattoo on his belly. I think it looks forced. You know what I mean? It doesn't look organic to me. Now, it's a cool ass
I think
figure.
Gridiron has some upgrades for that particular figure. I think they might have a different face sculpt or a helmet or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
didn't
so.
I didn't get Naugahyde initially either, but then I started like looking at his loadout, and then I saw some up close pictures of the figure, and I was like, yeah, all right, I guess I can get this guy, backwoods hunter kind of thing, whatever. I think I can definitely make this work. So no, I definitely got him. Now don't get me wrong, if I ever come across a proper everybody's got a price. So if a road pig pops up for the right amount, I'll have to say yes. I mean, that's what's happened with a
If I
few.
wasn't collecting dreadnoughts, I probably wouldn't have gotten him either. But I do collect the dreadnoughts. I like the dreadnoughts from when I was a kid. And this year is going to probably be the year of the dreadnoughts if they HasLab that Thunder Machine.
Oh,
And yeah,
that'll be awesome. So this year, or at least as far as I know, Jeremy, if you happen to still be on, my brother, is it a fact that they, I don't know if this is something that just, if we've always just like thought it was this, or is this how they do it? Like, so given the Snowcat was the 2025 HasLab, is it a done deal that the 2026 HasLab will be a Cobra, right? Because they've been going back, it was the Hiss, the Dragonfly, the Rattler, the Snowcat. So it was Joe Cobra. And given that pattern, then we'd be looking at something from Cobra this year, which I was literally in the tweets pounding the table for a Moray, right? Let's get a Moray. Theoretically should be Cobra. Thank you, Jeremy. So yeah, Jeremy was also pounding the table. We would love a Moray. Listen, it's not that I wouldn't mind it's not that I don't want a Thunder Machine. I feel like we can get that in a regular vehicle, right?
I agree 100%.
So if
1000%.
if they're now if they're now fucking around, with a $200 price point on a made to order, which I know is a thing. If you look at something like this, right? Just make this. This was $100. Make it $100 with a figure. Make this $150 with a Thrasher, and give us the Thunder Machine like that. I don't want that to be a HasLab. I don't think it would be the one.
I agree with you 100%, but I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen because they can make it big, maybe make it some sort of vehicle slash play set where you can actually hang them off like Mad Max, fucking
Right, right,
dreadnoughts all over that thing. I just have a feeling that that's probably going to be it. I don't know. I don't have any special insight, but I feel that's kind of where it's trending, man.
for
I
sure.
just don't know what other vehicle for Cobra they would think of releasing unless they go C and they go hydrofoil. But then I'm thinking, well, Joe doesn't have any water vehicle. Like it just doesn't make sense. So I don't know
Right,
if they're
right,
going
right.
air, sea, land, air, sea, land.
Well,
We'll see, I guess.
yeah, I have no fucking idea. I know Amore would be amazing. What does everybody in the chat think? Anybody have any preferences? Like, and we're talking for a HasLab, right? Like, I would go with something like the whatchamacallit, whale and devilfish. Yes, that would
Together
be.
at once, yeah, that might be
Yeah,
good.
well, I'll
That
tell
whale
you,
would be enormous, though. You know that thing would be huge.
dude. I saw a classified scale whale, and let me tell you, it was enormous and it looked amazing.
Oh
So
yeah.
I have a guy that I got the whatchamacallit from that Python Patrol lot, amongst other things. I fucking yo, it was huge. Now, unfortunately, he had it mailed to him in pieces. He had to assemble it. He was like, honestly, I fucked it up. But you still got the obvious idea to it. And let me tell you, I want it in the worst way. So Jeremy, thank you, and I agree. Now, my brother Cal, we were all talking about the whale the other day, how it's got that little bike, which is fucking awesome. The little folder one that you could just use to zip around on. Cal pointed out it's got that little thing that launches out of the front, that little sled thing, which is hilarious. And Cal was like, "Oh, when I opened this up, I found a wild bill in there." Our dude has like
Really? No shit.
yeah, yeah. Oh, Cal's collection is ridiculous. Him finding a wild bill like that is very much on brand. Do you have This week in Hearthstone asks Mos Mind Custom, do you have something for the Awe Striker? Yes, he does. He has two things for the Awe Striker. And you know what? The Awe Striker is over on the other side. Let me go grab it real quick. Sorry, I don't have that here. I don't know what I was thinking.
So as far as tanks for Joe's, I definitely picked up the fans hobby tanks. I got two of them. You probably get away with getting three of them if you just want a bridge layer tank because they sell an attachment for bridge layer. They sell if you want a Wolverine tank, they have the attachment for the Wolverine missiles, and then the third, a Mauler tank, you could just leave plain. I only got two of them because I was never a fan of the bridge layer even as a kid. I'm like, okay, a huge ass tank, leave a bridge and run off. Like you have no weapons.
Right.
So I didn't get the bridge layer, but I do have the other two tanks. I bought two tanks. I'm turning one into a Wolverine, and one will be just a Mauler tank for the Joes.
So this week in Hearthstone, what we got
Yes, I
here,
meant ramen. Sorry about that.
he's
Ramen
got
toys.
these
Yep.
awesome clips which join these two pieces, the back section and the front section, and then it clips over onto the end here. One goes on each side. It takes 2 seconds to install and no zero issues. He also has this backpack rack which snaps on super easy. Look at how awesome that is. Also,
That's
this is
cool.
designed dock stretcher. If you can put it in anywhere, but if you put it right here, it sits perfectly in the middle, right? So you have Doc in the back. You can have him like hanging off the edge, and he's got his stuff on there. Yep, and weapon. That's right. So up here is a better
Dudes.
weapon clip. So instead of having this, it's this, and he also comes with. Hold on. It's right here. Oh. It's a second weapon clip that goes on there, and you can then mount gridiron stuff right on there. I don't have a gridiron piece over here; it's all over on the other side. But yeah, you'll be able to put that right on there. So this whole thing makes it ultra sturdy. You can see right here how it clips on right around here, and this
So
goes
I heard
on.
that original roll cage is no good. Like it's really flimsy, huh?
Well, honestly, once you put this thing on here, it's perfect. So in the front, once you get it all locked in, it's okay. The problem is it's the back, right? It's these two right here were all over the place, so the whole thing was ultra rickety. Honestly, it's you. If you've bought this, it is zero reason to not buy these to give your life. Like I heard so many people complain about it that I didn't even put this together until I got these from Matt.
Until you got
So
the
I could just,
gridiron parts.
yep. But honestly, if you're gonna buy the clips that come with the gun mount, you 100% want to get that backpack rack. It's way too
Yeah, that
cool
looks
of a
really
feature.
cool, man.
Listen, I know everybody likes the version that's got the gridiron top, and I think that looks great because a whole bunch of people have the whatchamacallit, that one particular one, and they look at their awe striker as that because that's what it looked like before, and I totally get it. I don't know. I put this together and I was like, oh no, wait, I want to keep it like this. This looks incredible. The other way is totally fine too, but man, I love it like this. I do want to get something for here. This is, I don't know what this is. This looks like something that came with a 3 3/4 figure. But yeah, this week in Hearthstone, you can check out Matt at his Etsy page. We've got, you can go to my pinned tweet on Twitter, and right there is something that you can do, a link that you can get right to all of Matt's stuff on Etsy as well. And don't forget to use promo code Destro Designs, and you get that 10% off for sure. So,
I would love to compare. I would love to compare that ATAC with what you have there with that Awe Striker. Because the ATAC, I mean, I think it has lights even and suspension and
it
steering.
does.
Like,
Listen, the people that have the ATAC, I think, are generally are consensusly saying that it's better. It's 100% better. So one thing I do want to put on your radar, my brother, and I know you've probably seen me have it before, but is this. Now I know space is at a
I
premium.
noticed that on your shelf, man. That thing that's a beast. I
Yo,
love it.
It 100% swallows the hiss. It legitimately makes the hiss look teeny tiny. And so you can open like this. You can open. Sorry, I
That
just
thing is amazing.
Oh my god! And then you can pull this down. It's
That's so
awesome,
cool.
dude. It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is the coolest thing. It cut 2 M249s that come with it. Go right here on each side. I'm gonna leave those out. But when you just look at this detail, look at, you can get into the cockpit.
How cool
from there.
is that? That is so awesome.
Turret. Now also 2 jerry cans.
So big, man.
It's huge. 2 jerry cans. I'm holding a baby. This is like holding a newborn.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, not
It's
even a
toddler.
newborn, like a 2-month-old. But this for toy photography is my favorite part. Now the doors, which I can't seem to open, the doors open, highly detailed, but it does this. The whole front comes down, so you can get in. It's got slots for rifles in the back. Highly detailed in the side here. It comes with a plastic card that has a bunch of different slots that you can cut out stickers for all the different screens on here.
Awesome,
really cool.
man. Yeah, that
So
thing is oof.
seats fold up and down. It's got little strap down spots. Here is the tailgate that you can tow stuff with. And
It's giving me snowcat vibes. That back.
Well,
with the fold down seat.
to me. So right now, it's funny that you say that. because we're going to hit something, and I'm going to put this on the timeline as well. But Matt is right now working on whites, right? For an Arctic Atlas that I will buy right away. But also, obviously, he wants to make it look like something special, right? So obviously we can do whites, like very shades of whites with some grays to give it that snow camo feel. But also, what kind of variations would somebody like to see on an Atlas, right? So like imagine instead of having this, which this back part right here serves as like a canopy, right? That you can take off, and then you have an open back, right? Like the thing rolls up, and then you have troops that are already like out there and open. What kind of variations could we put on that would make people interested? Would some people want to see maybe something like a drone come out of the back of it? Maybe it could be something where instead of having a canopy, it's more like maybe there's something that kind of hangs over the reel well, and you can stand people up so they're like just off the ground a little bit. It's more of a troop carrier where they're right there, where they can just hop right down and they're already there. I mean, I think that thing is a masterpiece. If I got
It
that in
is.
just like different shades of white, how I know he does it, can't imagine that I would really be like super interested in having to get anything else. You know what I mean? But I'm interested to hear what other people might think about that. Because let me tell you, every time I ask for stuff like this from the group, I always get, I always get like shocked at, well, maybe not shocked, but just like how awesome the ideas can be sometimes. So I know like one thing, just to maybe try to find a different idea that he was talking about doing was he wanted to have like a have a firefighter attachment for the back, right? So you could get like an urban looking one like this or something, but then in the back you would have a fire hose platform, something that you would maybe like the ARC cannon, maybe you change this a little bit. Now it's a fire hose for crowd dispersal as well as but the firefighters in there, you know what I mean? Like I've already thought about doing something like that where I take this off and then I have this with just the firefighters, coming out of the back or something like that. Me, what I would like, what I think would be super, super awesome is if we're in the Arctic or it's the winter time. If the best way to say cover or surveil a huge swath of tundra other than like a satellite would be like a drone, something that could fly around, could cover great distances at with great speed. Would be able to use like a little radar that would cast a net as it flies, and be able to, like I said, just kind of cover ground at a fast speed. So something awesome like if it rolls up, instead of having like this, we've got something where like the back portion like opens, like folds out just a little bit, and then a really cool looking aerial drone comes out, and then not just have that take up the whole space, but back here towards the cockpit where the door is, maybe have a small command center for that, where you got two guys in front of a computer. One is flying the drone, one's operating the camera or the weapon system of it, but then you have the full cockpit of the vehicle in the front, right? The original ones that operate the ARC cannon and the driver, right? That stays the same. But in the back, you have a small launch pad for a drone, and then you have a small area where guys are on two computers to see it. I fucking love that, dude.
That would be an awesome idea.
That would take the coolest thing.
Putting a nice little predator drone back there,
Something like
or
that.
GI Joe classified style predator drone, so they
Yes,
can really super up
exactly.
something. That'd be really cool.
That's
That'd be
what's
super
up.
cool.
I love it. I love it. J. Antonio stopped back by. What's up in the chat? But
Antonio.
but that would be awesome. Right now, so also, man, you know what? It's on the other side. So the ARC cannon that Matt had sent me was just one of the featured things in Danger at the Gate Part 3. That is just about to hit the actual source. So I've had that out. I've showed that a little bit, and it's just about to get listed onto the store. And Steeler standing next to it with like a little notepad thing, like a little tablet, like he's whatever. It looks really awesome. I feel like I found something good for my Steeler figure, but also seeing as how this is basically the same thing as the ARC cannon. It has optics, right? So it can definitely be its own automated type thing that you don't have to I don't know why when I went over to grab the Awe Striker I didn't grab the ARC cannon. It is incredible. So is I got the bar the other day. All of that stuff is really awesome. Having stuff like this that really helps me with my photography. I know earlier I was talking about how AI can kind of help with that option of making a big dial. Well, let me tell you, I already am getting a cheat code with that, like stuff from Mo, with the outpost, the bar, all these things. Like that's the cool parts of that dial that I made are all from him. Right. And I had some Sys3drsenal crates in there too. But everything that makes that look good is the outpost, the bar, and the ARC cannon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The Merc was kind of in the background. I did show that a little bit. But it really you can't go wrong. Now I don't know if you saw this or not. Hold on, I gotta put it together for you real quick. But
All right.
I have the Merc. And I am a lucky fella that I now have it in two colors. I have it in Joe scheme, and now I have it in. Hold on one second. Let me just get this thing on here. Again, the Joe scheme Merc I featured in a couple different shoots so far, and I absolutely love that. The green and black.
I've seen that before, and that is awesome, man. I think you did an eel shot with that, and it was freaking amazing, bro.
It's
That
they were 60th anniversary divers. Yeah.
yes,
But
yes,
now I've got the night landing.
nice. That's so cool. See, Hasbro needs to know that these are the things that would sell like immediately. People love the small stuff, man.
So the little soft good here with the rope is perfect. Like
Nice.
right here, how this is like framed. Somebody's got their hand on it. They're pulling it up. It tugs just enough. Now, one of the coolest things, right? Now, I don't want to show here's that gorgeous M249 that he makes that normally is on the end of it. I obviously for purposes we discussed. So it's scaled. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this with my hand on it. Now, this is scaled just so that when it's like this, a standing figure, this sits perfectly on the shoulder. Because there's two different sizes here. You take one section out, and now it's scaled perfectly if he gets on one knee. Take this out and go to the smaller of the two, and put it on, and then actually that's kneeling. That's the one that kneels, and then boop, you can put it all the way down to the bottom. And now you've got your character like almost practically laying down, and you can also have your frogmen, whatever they are, doing that straddle that they do, so they can just roll right in without making any sound. So super highly detailed, like everything he does. Look at the bottom there, really awesome. Now it doesn't open, but like up here you can see there's just like a little pocket doorway. So yeah, everything that Matt makes is not just big for the sake of being big. It's big and highly detailed and fucking awesome.
Are you planning to put repro labels on those and really deck them out?
So this one I do want to put. What is the number? Is it
I think
724?
it might be. I was thinking 788, but I might be confusing that with the
No,
hiss.
788 is the hiss.
Mhm.
Somebody
But
in the chat's got that.
I know the hiss tank comes with tons of numbers, so you could probably just pop hiss tank stickers on there for the
You know
numbers.
what? That's a good point. It did come with a bunch of stuff, and I would like the idea of having a his team boat. Yeah, I definitely try to think about that. Yeah, but I think it's 724. That's going to drive me crazy. Somebody in the chat,
Yeah.
help me out. I know somebody knows. But yeah, I absolutely love that boat. Now I have that dial set up on the other side of the thing, and all of my Mos Mind stuff is over there. So if there's anybody here that is interested in Mo stuff, you can go to my pinned tweet on my Twitter. I have a link to Mo stuff. I today, I don't know how I forgot. I'm going to be putting links in the show notes. After the show, I will go back and put the link in the show notes. Kalel says 878. That's right. Thank you so much. Someone bought one and stickered it up and it looked great, but I can't remember who. Was it CG Horror? I know he got one and I'm pretty sure he got stickers for it and it looked awesome. That dude is the man, by the way. Yeah, you know what, Dan, I don't know if you saw it. CG Horror 3D printed me a few, printed them and then
Oh man, that's awesome.
printed,
Dude, good job, man. Oh, get out of here. That's
oh,
freaking awesome.
yo, clear lens.
Friggin' awesome, man.
Look at the inside of the
I was-
cockpit. They're perfect for a figure to lay down. This is actually going to get used. I am finishing up Danger at the Gates. This is going to make an appearance. He also made me look at this.
Oh.
It's amazing.
Frick, yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's what I want. I
yeah.
want.
Yeah, CG hook. There's two more. One of which is mid custom. I really have to finish that up, and then a mountain cannon. It's just a little bit out of reach. The mountain cannon is amazing. I'm so glad you did that. But yeah. So if you so the night landing is amazing. Well, it's the Merc in night landing colors. It looks amazing. Yeah, CG horror. I think I think that's who it was. I know he loves it. I know I've talked to him about it multiple times, and he says every time how much he loves it. And he really appreciates your craftsmanship, Matt. He's always remarking how, when I'm showing something of yours off, he's always remarking how much he enjoys it. So it's appreciation is always there. So find Matt over on Etsy. Make sure you're using my promo code Destro Designs to get your 5% off, which basically is, a discount on already low prices. So this right here, right now, is still free shipping, but we don't know how much longer. No, like eventually the cost is going to hit a point where you're like, oh my god, this is just I had to adjust shipping prices, so I'm bumping up your discount code as soon as I can figure out how. Oh, okay, sounds
Oh,
great.
cool.
So that updates coming on that. Yeah, listen, and I promise you, as far as quality goes, Destro is my spirit animal. Mark, hey, what's up, brother? How are you?
How
How
you
was
doing, Mark?
how was your Saturday? I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you stopping by. We are just right now we're talking about the Atlas and some of the stuff that my brother Matt from Mos Mind makes. Been very lucky to get some of his stuff, and we were out there discussing. Looks like my promo code will be getting adjusted soon, so everybody else stay tuned for that for sure. Something else that I always want to put the spotlight on, and Dan, this is some stuff too that you probably want to take a look at. Chris from Sys3drsenal. I know you've probably seen me put the stuff out there, but he makes these mission crates that are just like the coolest thing. So when it comes to playing with your toys, uh, Mark, you'll have to see. I know you enjoy playing with your toys. So today I actually was playing with my toys outside in the snow. I was lucky enough to have some time. I took a bunch of snow serpents, my snake armors, this bad boy, and I built kind of like a makeshift base. And I took a bunch of big pictures of snow jobs sneaking up on the base. So yes, I was very lucky today to be able to get out there and play with my toys. I loved it. But the mission crates from Sys3drsenal, just I'll never forget. This is when I first saw it was the scrap iron. Where the hell is it? Oh, right here. So the first one I saw was this one was the scrap iron side. Really, really ridiculous, right? You take this out, and the first one is these Vulcan Gatlings, right? And they go. Let me grab one right here. So here's scrap iron drone. You take these out, and they can both go because he made the tray for the bottom too, which is just amazing. Oh, hey Mark, weren't you on a podcast tonight? Were you on with was that a pre-record show or were you guys live tonight? How did that go? So you can put those in there. Look at that. Look how cool that is. And because of the way that it's set, this right here will drop all the way into the bottom.
It's so cool.
And then these go right in here. Boom. And it just looks perfect.
Wow. That's really cool, man. That makes more sense as a drone, to be honest with you.
Oh, nice.
Because
So
once it blows its missiles, what good is it? It's just a tank with no.
I know. But this looks amazing, dude. I think it's scaled perfectly. So Mark was on the 3POA podcast tonight. Make sure you get over there and do the replay gang thing. I know I'll be checking it out for sure. I'm glad it went well, brother. I'm excited to check out the new guy. If we want to shout him out too, I know you told me his name the other day. Gen X, I believe, is the guy that's coming on with you for Monday. Excited for that. Can't wait to watch. So yeah, this is the mission crate for Scrap Iron. I saw this and I ordered it immediately. And I ordered it in such haste because I was so fucking excited that I didn't even go to look at his shop. So I actually saw it on eBay at first. So I didn't even go to look and say, yes, Gen X Experience. Join in Mark on Monday. They're talking about the ranking 1982, which is fantastic. I will be on the following week and we will be ranking 1983, the Destro year. Really awesome idea. I love that. I love how he's doing it. It's a really sweet idea. So I ordered this one so quick that I completely forgot to even go look and see if he made anything else. So on what was listed on eBay was also this, which is the Firefly mission crate. So it's got all the classic one on there, all the classic stuff from the fire, not the Cobra Island one, but the other Firefly. And then there's enough space in the bottom for me to put all of his backpacks. So pretty much this is the one, like the one with the drone in it, and the one from the Cobra Island one. So everything fits in this one crate. So it's really cool. And when you feel it, they're like heavy. I don't know if Evan is still here, my brother Evan, but he bought a few of these recently. And he was really in love. He got one of the Dreadnought ones that had the for buzzer. So it's like same thing. You open it up, it's got all the different crap in there. He's got them that are for his team, the fire team, the trooper, the infantryman, and the range viper. They all have their own one. The televiper. He's got all the black and red. Look at how awesome that is. I love it. And anything else that you would need besides that is literally just the tip of the iceberg. Barrels. You need a barrel, he's got you there. How do you store your mass device? So we've got the mass device line that Classified came out with, which is awesome. The breaker, the Snake Eyes with polar bear, and the diver set. The diver set is, it's cool, but it's, the figures are sort of pedestrian, really. I mean, to be honest with you, but the breaker is like my favorite breaker. I don't know what it is about the color. It just looks awesome. He's got that little flip thing on the front. There's a couple figures that have that. I love that thing. I think it's fantastic. And of course, the Snake Eyes and the polar bear is just a phenomenal set. Well, they all come with their own mass device element. And how do you carry them around? In the fight for the most precious shit in the G.I. Joe universe, this is how it goes. So I love the design in the sense that here's the bigger part of the two, and you would almost think it would be the other way around. You think the lid would be the smaller part. But if you did that, you wouldn't be able to see the things while they were in there. So we did it like this. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that. Perfect.
So cool.
It's got those recessed handles. All the stuff he makes, how the handles become, they're flush and they're recessed. That way, when you stack stuff together, the handles aren't pushing it apart. So that's the mass device element there. He's got this one, and let's see, this I think is the one. Yep, that's the one there. So here's also some chemical stuff, which is absolutely phenomenal. He's got, so if you remember from the cartoon, when Snake Eyes comes out of that cave with the mass device chemical, it's in something that looks like this, right? It looks a lot more like this than that case there. So he's got these, take the lid off, boop, and you pop little
Nice.
chemical canister out right there. It's got nice little
That's
double
so
helix
cool.
in there. Now, to go along with those smaller pieces right there, what we got is this. So this is another crate. He's got the half symbol in there. I'm going to open that up real quick. Looks like this. And then in this here, we've got a bunch of these. So absolutely love it. Mark, we were talking
I
about
like the
earlier,
yeah,
if
like the details.
seeing as how is it Mark is joining us, if one thing we were talking about is everybody was throwing out I did, like something that they were really looking forward to for a HasLab this year. Mostly everybody said a moray or a whale. I think that was it. If you've got something particular that you're looking to see, do throw it on out there, because it's theoretically we're looking at like Jeremy said, theoretically we're looking at a Cobra vehicle. So I think that would be pretty sweet if we've got a moray. I think it would be pretty big. That's for sure. Um, but some more stuff from Chris. The newest thing that he's been doing is we've got stuff that like munitions. So one thing that I noticed is Cobra. I have an extra. What would you call it there? Uh, oh yeah, hydrofoil is the way to go. That's his number one. Perfect. So yeah, well, it's the masses are all lockstep at this point where, and just to think how awesome that the hydrofoil would be, like the hydrofoil is got all those little features like a whale does. I think the hydrofoil's got the depth charges that come out of that backside there. It's got all the different spaces to put figures in, all the different weapons that are all along the side. Dude, I think that would just be awesome. And that hydrofoil also comes with, that piece that's in the front that kind of is will not only help it just stand on its own, but that thing is actually meant for a lift on a boat like that, right? That's like an actual piece. They didn't just put that on the toy to make it big. That's boop, they had it up on the thing. So I think that's awesome. And yeah, just boom, another vote for the hydrofoil. How awesome is that? So I've got an extra Steeler short fuse. I'm gonna take short fuse his mortar thing, and then the backpack that it comes in. I am gonna dye the backpack a navy blue and keep the mortar black. And I'm gonna put them on. I have an extra scrap iron body, so this is gonna be scrap iron's buddy that hangs out with him by the. I have all these drones, and I've got the drones and the extra guy, and then I'm gonna set up the mortar case, and in that mortar case is gonna come nice Cobra mortars.
Nice.
So
Nice,
the
nice,
the
nice.
the detail on these is really sweet. When you put it in one of the figure's hands, it just all scales so perfectly. It's arguably like one of my favorite parts about the design on all the stuff that Chris makes is how well scaled everything is. Like with that little extra red stripe, looks amazing. Um, Super clean, ultra tight prints, so everything is in there just how you want it. Boop, nice Cobra symbol on the front. So when you think of mortar rounds, and I'm talking about having these for, an extra scrap iron type fella, when we're talking about mortar rounds, you're thinking, well, what about Short Fuse himself? Well, Short Fuse himself is getting the ultra treatment right here with this guy. So it is a departure from what Chris normally does. The bottom, all the green right here is the base of a normal mission crate, right? And then all the way around the edges here, it's a special rail. That's something new he's doing. So I love it. It's just like an open face sandwich that we got here. Now inside are 9 individual tubes. Top comes off. And inside is a Joe.
How cool is that? That's
Yep,
so cool.
absolutely. Absolutely. So again, looks great. I mean, I was kind of surprised that like the classified Steeler short fuse, like it only came with one mortar round. You'd think they just do two, right? Because if you've got, say, one sticking out of the tube and then you got one in their hand or something, you figured you need two. Well, guess what? Go to Sys3drsenal and Chris is going to give you 9. And plus the shot that I did, I loved it how it had this, so when the guy was like taking it out of this and then handing it to short fuse, the playability of the Sys3D Arsenal stuff, I think is really phenomenal. Like switching the barrel cannons on the on the scrap iron drone for this. I just think that is just the coolest thing. So many shots of it. It was actually the first like sort of big shoot that I had done was with scrap iron, a bunch of his drones, and a bunch of bats swapping the cannons and the missiles out. So I
cool.
thought, yeah, very cool. So actually, I got to remember to take these out here. So the stuff that Chris has been making lately is really just the new stuff that he has coming out is it's always been good, but this new shit is just really off the hook. The new munition stuff is good. Oh, he told me today he's finally finishing up the Alley Viper stuff. So what he's got going on for the Alley Viper is they're behind me. I always have this sitting up here. So he's got this whole system. That don't belong. That one don't belong in there. He's got this whole locker set system.
Oh, that's really nice.
Dude, this stuff is so clean and
Yeah,
it's
it's super
functional.
clean.
All this comes in and out. Yep.
Mm.
It's peggable. Those gray gridiron weapons really go sweet with that. But he's got like a whole set of them, as you can see. This one right here, I really enjoy this one because you get the best of all the worlds. You get the peg, right? You get the little shelf part. These doors, they open. Amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And to round the set, I've got two of these. One goes on each end of that. Now this one right here is segmented, meaning there's like two sides to it. The other one I have, this door opens this way, and it's one wide, huge shelf. So yeah.
Nice.
These right here are amazing. Oh yes, right. Matt from Mos Mind, what he says is, he asked about orange. I'm excited. So what he's referring to there when he says that is in a post for the that absolutely stunning Alley Viper colored atlas that Matt had posted the other day. Chris from Sys3drsenal reached out in the comment and said, "Oh, hey, what color is that orange?" Which means he's probably going to use that same orange, which is why not? That orange looked perfect for Alley Viper. And now I haven't seen yet exactly how it's going to come out, but I do believe that it's something along those lines of one of those pieces for the locker set, and it's going to hold the Alley Viper shield, right? Something that you're able to put it kind of up and on there with. Now, in that locker set, the part with the pegboards or the pegboard style thing, I do get a bunch of these pieces that go in there. I just think that the Alley Viper shield might be not too heavy for it, but it would just take up so much space you wouldn't be able to put anything else up on there, right? Something like that. But yeah, so that kind of stuff is just, and again, I said it before and I'll say it again, those freaking prints are so clean and tight because he's got this little detail stuff, that you're sliding in and out like of those mission crates. That shit just looks ridiculous. Now, something else here, I got a whole box. There's all the stuff that I took outside today has been in this cardboard box since I came in. So this one was a focal point of the Cobra Claw launching facility, and that's this mechanic set. The top opens up. Bro, how awesome is this shit?
Yeah, that's really cool.
Dude, nothing makes me happier playing with these toys.
Nice.
Yep. So one of the shots, I'll even spoiler alert, one of the shots that I got today when I was outside in the snow was looking into the back of the Atlas with this in there and a snow serpent grabbing tools out from the, yeah, dude. The back of that Atlas offers so much ridiculous opportunity to take pictures with. I have had that thing for months, and I swear to God, every time I pick it up and just start looking at it, I notice something new. Whether it's I'm looking at it in a different angle and I'm like, oh yeah, the way that the front lines look, and then if it's turned at this right angle, it just looks. Now, any product you have, you can always turn it a different way to find different things. It's just that he's got so much detail on such a big canvas that you just can't help but find the different shit. And like I said, I can't say it enough that I'm almost cheating in all my shots, where all I have to do is just kind of plop down this stuff. Stuff like this when you're taking pictures, right? You got to have it. You just, you can't you can't not have it. It's
It's
having things
for immersion purposes. You need it.
100%, 100%. And it's not something I didn't have to make it. And the one thing about the stuff from Chris too is that it is, you know, no matter what you're looking for cost wise, you can find something that's for you, right? Like let's see where we got here. Oh, yeah, like these things right here. So pieces like this, jerry cans. Like how awesome are they? Super clean print,
Yeah.
nice design on the side. Actually, he sneaks his little symbol in there. I love it. Just another jerk says, I need that table. Yes, you do, my brother. Like everything else from Matt and Chris, you know, colors or you can ask for anything. I know Chris usually sets out some choices for you on his website that you can kind of pick from. But yeah, I got this one, so it was neutral. I didn't want a blue or a green. That way I can put this with either Joe's or Cobra's and it looks like it fits. I did that with the Atlas. So I used this Atlas strictly for Night Force shots. It looks perfect for Night Force, right? And it has served it very well. But I need to be able to use it for some Cobra stuff. And so today, this was a crucial part of my outside shot where this is what delivered all of the supplies. And then I have the snake armors and the snow serpents moving stuff around. My biggest regret is I only had one bat. I only have one Arctic bat. Do you got any of those, Dan?
I have a few.
You do have a few? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, dude, they are not easy to find, bro. Or I'm sorry, they're impossible to find. I was lucky enough that gentleman that I met that lives locally, he gave them to me at a pretty fair price. I think it was like I think it was $35 for the Arctic bat and $40 for the deluxe snow serpent. Now I only got one of each at that time because I was buying so much other stuff, and I was like, all right, I'll make it back up in like another week, and I'll wind up getting a few more things. And I never wound up going back up. I actually should reach out to him. You know, we were going back and forth even about buying or selling stuff. And I was rooting for the guy. He he wasn't collecting responsibly and he had gone really far. He was in the middle of like a bad divorce and all this other
That
shit.
sucks.
Yeah, and I felt really bad for him. And I mean, I'm glad I found him because the dude was like I know he was a collector. So he knew what he was getting, right? But he didn't want to deal with like eBay and sell stuff. So he was on Facebook Marketplace and he's like, I just wish, I could just get rid of this stuff. And it was, I was like, yeah, but you don't want to give it away. You know what I mean? It's like let's find a fair price that everybody's happy with. No, you don't.
A few months ago, you recommended someone to me. I think his name was Andrew, and he was only on Facebook. I think it's Dice Man 3D Drops.
Oh,
And
yeah, yep.
he made a like a communications center for me
Yes.
with a bunch of
You did get one
monitors.
of those. That's right.
I
Awesome.
did, man. That
Yeah.
thing is freaking awesome, dude. Like he
Isn't
put
it?
so much work into that. Yeah. I
Yeah, dude.
definitely have that. That'll be my Televiper setup when I get everything settled there.
That's what's up. And well, eventually Stevie Z will have his setup. I actually happen to have that right here. Now, I didn't pin this together yet because I've been coming up. I haven't had a moment to we had an out of box issue that when I was opening it, but I just have to pin it back together. Now, as awesome as the one from Dice Man is, this right here
Wow,
is some ridiculous stuff.
that's nice.
So Stevie went to town with the paint and it really does the details. So I want to give you like a little up close of
Nice.
look at how much detail is on that console.
That is beautiful, man.
It really is. And his screens. So now the dude has already improved his designs. So these screens that you see right here are all going to be. So if you see how it's all held together, that main piece. So he's going to do it where these screens will be held to that main piece with magnets. So you can get a different whole other, you can have like a whole bunch of Joes on these screens and then take these off and put like Cobra Commander and Destro on another one. You know what I mean? So you can have different stuff because these are stickers. And once you put them on, you know, they're kind of on there. I could put a sticker over it, but I don't know if I don't know if you know, yeah, like how well that would come off. But I can't stress to you enough how absolutely ridiculous, like, you know, these stickers you can find, but that's just, I don't know. There's something about this particular one. Now, listen, I love the Dice Man. Don't get me wrong. That one that you got to is fucking amazing. Oh, and look at this. Look at this chair from Stevie Z.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's really killer.
Wow. This is
Yeah,
amazing, man.
yeah, dude. And then just, you know, he sent me a bag full of computers and laptops and little tablets. That's amazing. But these are the other.
Those are so cool.
Yep. So you probably saw this. Anyway, I was showing that off. Oh, and then this one you might not have seen. So my dude made me my own card art. So he does these characters of all the GI Joe guys, kind of like the guy who hand draws the stuff. But Stevie, he made this.
I remember seeing that cartoon. I
Oh,
thought that was
nice.
really
Okay.
cool.
So if you look on the
Oh, you
back,
made a
that's
file card for you and everything.
oh yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. The file card. Yep, the file card is awesome. Very flattering. Oh, and he made smaller versions of this too. So the thing is, I'm just going to show this off again real quick. So when you look at that, what you know, I don't
That's
know if you
you.
can tell. Like it, I remember I didn't know how to say it. I was like, brother, who, how, where did you get that made? And he was like, no, I made it. Like I printed it out. He's got like a special, you know, like a mounting board in the middle, and he just got it, you know, made it look this fucking awesome. It's legit. It's legit.
Yeah. That's
It's really,
freaking
it,
awesome, man.
yeah. Really, really, really cool shit. So yeah. Anyway, wrapping back to Sys 3D Arsenal. I somehow got off on a tangent, but this is the stuff that if you're just small dial shots, you can't go wrong here. At little pieces, like even little things like this, right? Like you get a small set like this for a couple bucks. And you know that it's got a little folding handle. That'll, you know, classified guy can hold it. And Chris makes the stuff too, where like so this even filled with all the chemical cases or the chemical jars from the inside. I had that Arctic bat holding this. And it really like I had to mess with it a little bit because it did want to fall forward because of the weight, but he was still able to hold it. So you know, I think that's pretty awesome to have
That is
like that.
awesome.
And it's something else that's really cool. Just in case there's somebody here, I'm just going to show these two real quick. So one of the newer things that he's just came out with is a new style mission crate. Now the old one, which I absolutely I've always been in love with, is like this style, like the one I've been showing. So you've got something like this. It's like a newer, almost looks more like a metal type of case. So he actually has just come out with these called the Legacy crates. And these look a lot more like your regular wooden crate, right? With the wood slats going this way, and then you've got the supports holding it down like that. It's got, you know, your signal. I like this is really awesome idea too. Like on here, like it's what is it S3A? So Sys 3D Arsenal on there, and then a little
cool.
code for what the Cobra one is. Here's one. This is for the Dreadnoks. So yeah,
Nice.
man, it's these are really awesome. I actually took contents out of another one to put in here. So what's going to happen is Cobra is going to deliver to the Dreadnoks their own mission crate and some gold.
Nice.
So the Dreadnoks are going to get this gold because amidst the civil unrest that they're causing in a downtown area, they're going to disperse from the Cobra case the chemicals.
Huh. How
How
awesome,
awesome is that? Talk
Yeah,
about
it is.
literally playing with your toys, man. This is the dope shit. You know, whether it's the
I love the
bases,
attention to detail. I love the immersion. That's really, really cool, man.
like look, you can see like the little latch on there. I mean, I'm trying to get the light in it just right.
Yeah,
but
I
like,
see it. I see it.
yep, really,
That's
really
really
dope.
nice.
What does the bottom of the wood crate look like? That right there, Matt. It's almost like so if you look on the side has some of it's got like a little line detail, but then it's got, bolt/rivet screw kind of detail on there. That's on both sides. Yeah. So there's like a line. There's like a little bit of wood grain. He has that detail in there. Hold on a second. My old man shit. Yeah. So yeah, he's got just a little bit of a not. It's not ultra. It's not overwhelming, but it's just enough there that makes it look dope. So I love that. But yeah, brother, that's what the bottom of that looks like. The top, I just love it. When I saw this, I was like, oh, I gotta have one. Um, and then my brother included a nice dreadnought one, which is going to be fun. These are actually going to play a part in that of my aforementioned shoot that I'm doing with the Chuckles that Roblox sent me. In my world, the dreadnoughts have not been discovered by GI Joe yet. They don't know who they are or that they're a threat, and they're gonna become known to GI Joe through Chuckles. Chuckles is going to be following the blow. He's going to be following a trail to of somebody that's selling drugs, and it's going to lead him into a building with the dreadnoughts. And I guess I can spoiler alert a little bit. As he's partying with the dreadnoughts, he stumbles into a room he wasn't supposed to see, and he sees these crates that got the Cobra symbol. He knows what that is, and this one's got the dreadnought symbol. So now he knows that these dudes are in with Cobra, and we've got a problem. That's how in my world, that's how the Joes are going to become knowledgeable and known. So
Very
yeah,
good visual storytelling, man. That's
thank you.
awesome.
Thank you. Make sure now Sys3drsenal.com is where you can find my brother's stuff. Hold on one second here. I've got also something I have not seen these on his site yet, so I think he may have made them for me. But are these Destro crates? So this is one he's holding right now. Love it, love it, love it. And then this Destro crate here. So what this is if you're the Iron Grenadier symbol, the Destro symbol is this head, and that's got the knife that goes to the back, right? With the hilt over the top of the head. And instead of, trying to fit all that in, my man took the hilt from the knife, put one on each side to kind of frame the head, and that's what we got. So
Awesome.
I love these. These I want to have when I get the Mesco Destro, I'm gonna put that on my desk, my computer stand, and the big one's gonna be at his feet, and he's gonna be holding that one in his hand. Because
So cool.
this shit is awesome. You're like, oh, I got these. He sent these to me too. I love these colors. It's got his own symbol on there, so I weave into the story like, oh, Destro's using a new supplier for some of his active weapons and weapons crates. So some guy Chris from some Sys3D Arsenal. It's part of the story. I do the same thing too. So now, Matt with the Atlas, that's going to be woven in that snow serpent thing. So Snow Job, who is visually seeing this Cobra base, right, is going to be reporting, and the first thing he's going to say is, well, apparently the details for our Night Force Atlas came from somebody that Destro must have known, because it looks like he sold the plans to Cobra too. So that's how I'm going to wind up with like dual usage. So the same thing with Chris and the Sys3 Arsenal stuff. Some of the stuff that right now I'm only really showing off the blue stuff. Like I said, there's the Hiss colors. He makes these grenade cases, and everyone you get
how cool is
6.
that?
Yeah, dude. And look at you take them shits out, and look at how awesome they are, dude. They're crazy cool detail.
Nice.
Now I don't know if you can see it, but on the side where the pin thing is, there is just enough space that you could see light go through there. So when they're holding it from like, if they're holding it like this way, and you can see that other side opposite their fingers, it looks really, really awesome.
Yeah, that looks cool, man.
The GI Joe ones are actually just as cool, if not cooler, because it's the green and the black, and on the green grenade is that yellow stripe, and it looks really, really dope.
Yeah,
So
that
I love that.
Really awesome.
I have all these. I have the Cobra blue, this one, and the Joe green for those cases. And there is another type of crate that I think the Joe one is. Everything is over there. You can get this one crate that is this shape, And when you open it, it comes with 8 individual round mines, and then 4 of these what look like remote devices that you could stick onto something. It's got a keypad with a little display. I love those ones. That's one of the least inexpensive things that dude has over there. And that's the thing. You really got to go to Sys3drsenal.com, SYS3D Arsenal. Make sure you're using promo code Destro Designs to get that 10% off, and you can find something for your collection. You got a couple figures on a shelf. If you go and you spend, like, off the top of my head, $25 to $30, including shipping, you'll get a couple things like these, like a barrel. Like, just look at what I can just put in my hands. And you've got these sitting there. You could stack these two next to the, you can't really see them because of the way I'm holding them, but hold on. But you put these two next to the barrel on one side of the barrel. You've got these two on the other side of the barrel, or even on top, put one on top of the barrel, go in the barrel. The barrel opens up. You can put stuff in there. So
Nice.
your playability goes through the roof. Any kind of display you have goes through the roof. All the things, Matt from Mos Mind, the outpost, the bar, like I have it on here, they're all shelf friendly. They're sized that you could put on a shelf to display. You can take it down and play with it. The stuff from Mos Mind is modular. The outpost, the bar, all of it links together. I pushed both of these products because I fucking love the shit. I use it. I pay for it. The men are gracious, and I definitely, receive some things that I do a little promotion, but believe me, I put my hard-earned money down too, because it is definitely worth it. Like when Matt gets that white Atlas, the Arctic Atlas, I'm buying that 100%. He has sent me plenty of stuff, and I'm sure there's more to come, but that Atlas, I am getting in line for that for sure. I think that's because when you said it looks kind of like a snowcat, you're not wrong, because it's in a sense that it's big and it's maybe a little more square than some of the other things in its just broad stroke general shape. And but I think that when the snowcat frenzy hits and Matt starts pumping out a few of the Arctic with a variant that maybe that he's going to have in there, I have a feel. I've said it since day one of the Atlas that it is a viable HasLab alternative. If the idea of a pompous HasLab isn't your thing, listen. What Matt does is not a side hustle; it's his real gig. So you're supporting a dude who followed his fucking dreams to provide us with some awesome shit. And listen, and I can't speak for Chris, but I know the dude puts his heart and soul into everything I've ever got from him. Super quality prints, totally worth it. Both sites use Destro Designs to get your respected promo code going and get your percentage off. And I mean, with that being said, brother, I kind of want to wrap it up, but let's real quick just circle back though to remind everybody that Dan's got that channel up now. Oh my God, Curator Dan. What's that?
The channel is called at Curator Dan Collects, because somebody has Curator Dan.
That's it. Curator Dan
had,
Collects. That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to stop by, like and subscribe, that'd be awesome. I'm gonna be doing content as much as I can. I have me and my wife had a discussion about whether she's like, well, maybe you should just do one figure per episode. And I was like, girl,
no,
I would be here forever. Do you understand? Like,
never get to the end.
I would never get to the end and move on to other content and other things, because I'd be focusing on one thing at a time. It's just, I have so much stuff that needs to be unboxed, and I want to unbox it already. Antonio was there making fun. He always made fun of me. He's like, why do you keep them in prisons? Like, why do you keep them in plastics? And I'm like, you don't understand. I just didn't have the room, but now I do. I'm gonna enjoy what I've spent my hard-earned money on, and share with the community that I care about so much. So I'm grateful to anyone who's willing to put up with hearing me yap on, and yeah. And I can't thank you enough. As far as Sys3 and Mos Mind, I know I can speak, and it goes without saying, if you're recommending them, they're amazing. Because just from the recommendation, I usually, for 3D stuff, when you recommended the other guy to me, and I was immediately like, blown away like how happy I was. So
Nice.
definitely will look into buying some of their products because I am interested in enhancing the whole ambiance of whatever it is I'm trying to display. So yeah, those guys look like they do amazing work.
Well, well, thank you. I appreciate that. You are 100% correct. What's gonna happen is as you start opening more stuff and you wind up with stuff that's back behind you, and next thing you know, because dude, I don't even remember what the fuck I was sitting in front of the first couple times that I did. I think I had the shelving was sort of in the same kind of position, but I did not have all this stuff like here. And then just slowly but surely, I started moving things here, moving things there, and then I boop. Next thing you know, boop. Here we go. I got it, and it's looking good. So yeah, man. I'm super ecstatic to check out this channel and watch it continue to grow. I like I said, I've supported that vision from day one because I really think that you've got a really good idea on how to your not that you're taking it like super serious, but like your idea of professionalism is going to take you a long way in the quality of your videos. But what's going to make it palpable and people are going to want it because your passion is going to come through. I know you love these figures. I know you love collecting. Your unboxing has been brewing for a while, where you're now frothing at the mouth to open these figures, and I think that it's fantastic. Like 'cause I identify with the idea of you're going back and you're opening figures from years ago, because so am I. I'm still doing it. Like if we had time tonight, I was going to open this. This figure's been around for a while, which Mark, if you're thinking, how the hell have I not opened this up yet after all the times we've talked about Tripwire and how awesome he is? Well, I never got around to it. I really want to open this bastard soon. I was hoping we had some time tonight, but it's about 4.5 hours in. I'm not gonna drag everybody through. But yeah, so make sure you are subscribed. Turn those
Thank you.
turn those notifications on. So when Brother Dan drops something, you don't have to worry about going to check. You just boop, you get the notification. There it is. His excitement is going to you're going to see stuff popping up pretty frequently. I did advise him to not go too far, which we talked about because it happened to me. I think it was Matt from Mos Mind and Vagon, which our brother Dagon, hopefully we see him back around again. Wish my brother well. Dagon, I remember he was the first. He had kind of said it, and he was like, yeah, brother, just make sure you don't go too far. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you're excited, and he was right. He was like, I could see you're excited, and I can see you're trying to do a lot. And he was like, just remember what's important and pace yourself. And he was right. I took that seriously, and I was like, you know what? I am like redlining the vehicle, trying to get out photos and all. So I was like, oh, it's fine. I can do all of this stuff in a way that because what I was trying to do was initially I was trying to get a photo out a day for like a Joe a day. And I realized quickly that wasn't going to happen. As soon as I had that idea, my mind harkened back to when I was doing the tool review stuff on Instagram, and that required me to be doing a talking to the camera story every day, come up with some kind of a still photo to release every day, and that shit drove me away from it. So, but I mean, this is different. This is G.I. Joe's. I'm not going to be driven away from this between, the podcasting that I do. That has just been, has been such a great experience that, it's helped my life overall. I live a blessed life, but we all have things that we struggle to get through, at times. And I have to say, like the collecting, the toy photography, and the podcasting has been a major part of that. So I mean, especially in the community, the brotherhood, it's really, really been amazing. The podcasting has really been fun. I've really felt like even after I did my first show, I really felt like I have slid into something. Like I was like, oh, this is it. That thing that people talk about where they're like, oh, you get paid to do what you love, you'll never work. I was like, oh, if I can find a way to do this, this is effortless. I can sit down with like no notes and talk for 4 hours. And from what I hear, it's not too bad. So, I feel like I was offered an opportunity with this to kind of have that part in my life to be fulfilled in that way, and how whatever it is that it does for me to make me happy in the way that it does. That's why I've always been so thankful to you, like Mark, for having me on his show and having all that fun, because when I'm on with him, whether it was just him or it's him and Birdman, him and Anchor Viper, it's always been a blast. So Mark, thank you again. I'll never stop thanking you for that, almost to an excessive amount, I'm sure. But yeah. So it's been super awesome, to say the least. And so I'm glad to see that you're now in this avenue where you're venturing into doing these videos and stuff. I think you're going to find it wildly fulfilling. I think you're really going to enjoy it. And I look forward to everybody else enjoying it for sure.
I hope to bring everybody lots of content and just be able to think about all these times these figures have made us happy and fulfilled us in some sort of way, or bring back a memory that we cherish. So
Right.
I hope I'm able to extend that sort of positive energy out there and let people get to know exactly what we do here, and I cannot thank you enough. You are an amazing person. You really helped guide me in the right direction, and given me this wonderful opportunity. I couldn't have asked for anything else, and I am more than anything, I'm grateful for our friendship and what we have fostered this past year. Um, I think the best part of starting this up is meeting you and being friends with you.
Oh,
So
dude,
thank you.
thank you very much. I, without a doubt, will always say the same. It's been an incredible year, and while I think Stevie Z said kind of what you're saying, that, like, what he had said was, he's like, oh, the care packages and the posting and all those things are great, but really what it boils down to is this is all good because of the brotherhood, and the friendships that we're making, and dudes who live all, different parts of the country, we've all different backgrounds, different ideas about the world and everything, but there's this unifying thing that, that has brought us together. And then maybe say, me and you would never have met if it wasn't for this thing that we have, right? And
Yep,
so,
yep, I
shit
agree.
like that is, yeah, I've always said, other than my family, I've never been more proud than of this thing that we have going on here, and it continues to grow and be good because of dudes with big, huge channels and lots of eyes like Mark, putting dudes like me on there, putting people like Anchor Viper on his show. This guy, X Gen, that's coming on Monday. That's really helping the community. That's putting it out there. Like, hey, the last time I was on the show, or not last time, but maybe the time before that, actually, with Anchor Viper, he was very thankful for the community that we had and how we're, such a positive way and stuff. So that kind of shit. And then, there's other people that have been on other podcasts that talk about it, and just getting that word out there. It's not only is it good for us, it's our way of changing the world through GI Joes. And I know that sounds crazy, but guess what? One person after another comes into a fold and just enjoys life, even if it's a little bit better. And then in turn is better than the people around them because of the experiences of watching the podcast, sharing photography, looking at the photography, all that different stuff, and then becoming friends with us, and then becoming friends with somebody, right? And your life improves because of it. So yeah, I mean, I know it sounds crazy, and my kids laughed at first when I told them that. I was like, yeah, in a small way, we're changing the world for the better through these GI Joes. And of course they laughed. And then later we talked about it again, like a couple days later, and they both like legitimately seemed to understand. They were like, no, yeah, right. If you're nice to people and then they're nice to other people, and then those people are nice to other people, now we're all being nice. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It's a
And
ripple
that,
effect.
a ripple effect, and that's
Yeah.
how it works. So I'm glad it's been contagious. I'm glad it's gotten, as far rippled as far out as it has. And almost at every turn I start talking to somebody new, and it's like they just stumbled upon the community. I do post a lot over on Instagram to try to be like, hey, you can come over here too and check this out. And that Carnage toy photo is the latest guy that kind of hopped over from Instagram. So, and and that's how I met Mark. He just on Twitter, I saw he was following me one day, and I was like, what? I was like, oh my God, is this the guy? And
Mhm.
yeah. And then the next thing you know, here I am on a show a couple times. So it's, that kind of, again, that ripple effect reaches other people, it reaches other people, and it's really, really the absolute best. And the same for all these guys, Matt from Mos Mind, Chris from Sys3D Arsenal. I would have never met these guys if it wasn't for meeting them online. I mean, I may have found their products, but I sure as shit wouldn't have become friends with them. I mean, we don't need to go down the list of everybody that's here. We all know each other through this great thing that we have. And I just hope it continues to grow and be awesome, as long as everybody keeps showing up every day and doing what they do. We all do our part and we all get better for it. So I absolutely love it. So I'm thankful that I was able to help you go in the right direction, get you started. You know, I know that it's already good and it will continue to get better, just because of the effort that I know you want to put in. So I'm really looking forward to watching. It'll get massiver. Did I say massiver? I might have. That's good.
I like
And
that.
hey,
Yeah, it
listen,
is
4 hours
good.
and 40 minutes. A lot of shit gets said. So yeah, brother, that I super appreciate having you on. It went
Sure.
exactly how I knew it was gonna, right? Oh, you
Good,
did.
good.
Okay. Look at that's how funny, because I don't even know if I said it. That's how funny that is. Massiver. So yeah, dude, I appreciate you doing it. I would definitely have you on again. Like it's
Anytime.
been with every guest so far, they've all brought it, and even if they've never been on a podcast before, it's all gone great, right? And I think that that's awesome. Like I had said beforehand, we're not going to stay to this stringent idea of exactly what we're going to talk about. We're just going to let it go. Although with that being said, I have still, like, with the liner notes that I sent you, that is definitely something that I've had that I think would be more efficient. When I was on Mark's show last time, he had some really great ideas about how to maybe be a little more economical with the time and a little more efficient. And I have to say that it was all fucking fantastic advice. And I was really happy that he gave it to me, so that way I can do what's best for his show. And then I couldn't help but like take those ideas and point them at my own show, because I was like, yeah, you know what? This dude knows what he's talking about. I'll take this advice here. So even though we went on for a while, I definitely had this guideline of how we were gonna, maneuver and stuff like that. So shout out to Mark again for that. Thank you. And of course, shout out to everybody still in the chat. If you are still here, you are badass, because it is late. Absolutely. We applaud you. Without you guys, Matt from Mos Mind says Ancient Alien Time. Great show. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's Ancient Alien Time for all of us, my brother, like, without a doubt.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, right.
so everybody, again, enjoy the rest of your weekend tomorrow. I'm up later than expected. I do actually have to go do some work stuff. So I'm gonna have to just bite the bullet when the alarm goes off and go
Oh,
get it done. No, it's not that bad.
gee.
I won't have
Okay.
somebody. I won't have somebody sitting there waiting for me. I just can't sleep in late. I have to get out of the house by a certain time so I could be back
Okay.
for a certain time and get ready for the week. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. The only reason I have to go tomorrow is because I didn't go today. When I woke up and the kids were like, we want to watch Stranger Things, and I saw the snow and I wanted to do some toy photography in the snow. I was like, oh, okay, I can go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow.
Okay.
And then that was that. So no, dude, this has been absolutely fantastic. Like I said, I knew it would be. Look forward to all your content that's going to come out. Can't wait to see it grow. So thankful to everybody that's here now or was here earlier in the show. Even a shout out to y'all from the replay gang getting after it. Please remember to go check out. Mark was on the 3POA podcast tonight, and he was very nice enough to, after he was done, he jumped in on here, said to say what's up. I really appreciate it. Check him out on Monday. He's going to have the Gen S experience on. They're going to go over 1982. I'm looking forward to that. I have it. He's got this new idea about doing these years like this. I think it's going to be awesome. You will see me on the following week for 1983, the Destro year, and I also think that's going to be fantastic. I've got a bunch of people coming up in the podcast, including Chris Bruce. Oh man, I had the list in front of me, including Evil Dookie next week. Very excited for that. My dude makes all them amazing dials. The week after that, Chris from Sys3drsenal. Also very excited for that. Following week after that, our brother Roadblock is going to be here. Cannot wait for that. That's another dude that I talk to a lot, and I cannot wait to get him on. I think that's going to be great. Yeah, and then Stevie Z is tentatively planned for just shortly after that. So very excited. Great things happening at the Live from Viper Den Studios. Yeah, definitely shout out to Mark for stopping through. Make sure you're checking him out. And he's I don't know how he puts out as much content as he does, because it's all really well produced and so fucking good. So kudos to him and all he does for our community, especially for highlighting the ones of us that he has on his show. I think he's really doing a solid for everybody there, especially me. I know he's done a lot for me. There's no question there. Which, by the way, I keep forgetting I have to ask him for his address so I can send him that care package. So felt like I was forgetting something for a second there. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the comments that was here today or earlier, and a special shout out again to everybody that makes life on Twitter as fun as it is. So, and everybody was saying great show. Thank you for that too. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And again, Dan, you will definitely be back on. We will circle back again. Once you get a few more episodes in the can, and are up on film, and then we can, we'll have you back on to just kind of talk about your journey. Say, like, once you get like 15, 20 of them in, maybe even if you just pop on for a little bit to say what's up and join us in. That way everybody can stay updated on your journey and that. So
it would be my pleasure. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And happy birthday, Antonio.
Oh, yes. That's what I was forgetting. Shout out to Antonio for squeezing in that call. I'm guessing that the no video was probably good for everybody in that regard, but I cannot thank him enough for coming on and giving us that little bit of gold, that nice little gold nugget there, for sure. All right, y'all. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you out in the Twitter streets. Have a good night, y'all.
Take care.